My girlfriend cheated on me with a senior, so I'm cheating on her with his girlfriend. Volume 3. By Kagawa Ishigo. Translated by Ryusaka Rawrr. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Why me? So, I don't recall applying for Miss Muse at all. It was rare to hear Toko-senpai raise her voice like that. But look, here it clearly states that Sakura Island, the circle you belong to, has applied to participate. This is the official email of a circle registered with the Circle Council, right? The Circle Council representative had been repeating the same thing. As I listened to this exchange, I felt a subtle sense of discomfort. Reflecting on the situation again, I, Yu Ishiki, had discovered half a year ago that Karen Mitsumoto, my then-girlfriend, was cheating on me with Tetsuya Kamakura, a senior at our university. So, I contacted Toko-senpai, Kamakura's girlfriend. Toko-senpai and I decided to take a scathing revenge on Kamakura and Karen, which we executed at last year's Circle Christmas party. Toko-senpai and I successfully got our revenge on Karen and Kamakura. This revenge plan definitely brought us closer. I started to feel for Toko-senpai not just as an aspiration, but as someone important I want to be close to. I think Toko-senpai also started to feel a sense of closeness to me. She even suggested, let's have our own Christmas redo, just the two of us. Then, in mid-February, when Toko-senpai and I were on a date, we received a sudden announcement about Toko-senpai's participation in Miss Muse. Toko-senpai, known as the Shadow Miss Castle City and the true campus queen, is a beauty famous within the university and has been my crush since high school. Our houses and high school were close by. Not only is Toko-senpai beautiful and graceful, but she is also intelligent, academically excellent, and a perfect example of beauty with brains. Moreover, she has a figure that rivals that of a gravure idol. However, Toko-senpai always said, I don't want to stand out, so she never participated in the Miss Castle City contest, despite others saying, you'd definitely win if you entered. So why was it announced by the Circle Council that Toko-senpai would participate in Miss Muse? But Toko-senpai had no recollection of this. We contacted the Circle Council to cancel Toko-senpai's participation. But it was hard to coordinate with the Circle Council. It was the end of February before we finally managed to schedule a meeting. And that brings us to today. How can you force someone into a contest against their will? It's extremely rude to rank people without their consent. Toko-senpai's voice rose a notch. She must be really upset. No, that's not it. But this is a key event of the May Festival, aimed at energizing student life. You know the importance of this event in welcoming freshmen, right? I understand that, but... Toko-senpai responded reluctantly. The May Festival, or Spring Festival, is essentially a spring university festival. Unlike regular festivals, it's not advertised externally and primarily targets Castle City University students, though it's not exclusive. The main purpose, as he said, is to help freshmen acclimate to university life quickly. Hence, it's held on the second Saturday of May for one day, without stalls or similar activities. The Spring Festival was a Circle Council's initiative, but this year, it's been officially adopted by the university. This is the important first year. The future of the May Festival depends on this event's success. That's why we really need Sakura Island's cooperation. Toko-senpai fell silent under pressure. She has a weakness for this kind of approach. Realizing this, the representative pressed the point. Also, Miss Muse is not just any beauty contest. How is it different? Miss Muse emphasizes diversity. So instead of using a single standard like traditional beauty contests, it selects 9 goddesses based on their individual skills and personalities. 9 goddesses? Yes. Participants can showcase their skills in music, singing, painting, talking, knowledge, or anything. They highlight their strengths and represent them. It's not about selecting a winner or runner-up like in other contests. Toko-senpai fell silent again, probably because the ranking of feminine traits, which she disliked, was not a factor here. But to silence Toko-senpai to this extent, the other party was quite the debater. The Circle Council representative added, And participating in Miss Muse also benefits the circle you belong to. What kind of benefits? First, goddesses selected receive financial aid from the university. They also get priority in using facilities for the university festival. And most importantly, circles without a clubroom get one. These are significant benefits for any circle or club. Toko Senpai fell silent for the third time. Had the other party strategized against Toko Senpai? They were hitting the nail on the head. Indeed, as the representative said, our circle, Wakiai Ari, is a university-recognized circle of considerable size, but we don't have a clubroom. Previous circle leaders have applied for the clubroom lottery every year, but we rarely win. A clubroom, financial aid, priority in using facilities during the university festival. These are indeed attractive to any circle. However, even so, it's wrong to force participation against the person's will, right? I stepped forward and spoke. And you are. The representative looked at me as if to say, don't interfere. First year in the Faculty of Engineering, you are Shiki. I belong to the same circle as Toko Senpai. And your point? You said earlier that Miss Muse emphasizes the diversity of women, right? That's correct. Then shouldn't the diversity of choosing not to participate also be respected? The representative seemed taken aback, as if caught off guard. Toko Senpai herself has said she doesn't intend to participate. Therefore, regardless of who applied on behalf of the circle, her participation should be immediately cancelled. That is. The Circle Council representative looked around for help, but no one else intervened. In fact, it seemed like some of the girls agreed with me. However, participating in Miss Muse benefits the circle and enlivens university life. Especially, everyone is looking forward to Sakura Island's participation. I've heard that already. But it doesn't justify forcing Toko Senpai to participate against her will. But, is this circle council in the habit of forcing girls to participate in events against their will? I'm not forcing anyone. The representative stumbled over his words. I thought to myself, I've won this. Then please cancel Toko Senpai's participation. Just post a correction on the Circle Council's website saying Toko Sakura Island's participation was a mistake. Just as I said this, a door at the back opened and a woman emerged. Hey there, Yukuin. What's happening here? That drawn-out, sweet voice. I was startled and stared intently at the woman. It was Karen. She was carrying a cardboard box. Toko Senpai is here too. What brings you here today? The council representative seemed relieved. I didn't miss that, but Karen's arrival was unexpected for both me and Toko Senpai. Yes, I had some things to clarify about my participation in Miss Muse. Oh, Toko Senpai, you're entering Miss Muse too, right? Actually, Karen is participating as well. You too, Karen? Yes. It's a festival, and it's more fun to participate than just watch, right? Plus, if I get into Miss Muse, it benefits the circle. But you quit our circle, didn't you? When I asked that, Karen smiled and responded. I'm in a different circle now. I started one with my friends, called Juminian. It's French for cute toy, and I'm the representative. You started your own circle? Toko Senpai muttered, seemingly surprised. Juminian, does that mean cute toy in French? That's right. Toko Senpai knows her stuff. I love cute and fun things, so I chose that name. And we're officially recognized by the university. Karen ignored my question and answered like that. Toko Senpai seemed to ponder for a moment. So, what did you come to confirm? Karen placed the cardboard box on the table and approached us. The Circle Council's SNS posted that I'm entering Miss Muse. But I have no intention of participating, so I came to confirm that and, if I am indeed entered, to have it cancelled. Karen opened her eyes and mouth wide in surprise, bringing her hands to her mouth. Toko Senpai, are you really quitting Miss Muse? I never intended to participate in the first place. What a waste. Everyone is looking forward to Toko Senpai's participation. Toko Senpai didn't enter of her own will. I interjected, but Karen continued as if she hadn't heard me. Oh, what a pity. Karen wanted to compete against Toko Senpai fair and square. This time for sure. Hearing this time for sure, Toko Senpai's eyes seemed to widen slightly. Then Karen suddenly turned to me. Oh, that's right. Then Yukuan, be my recommender. What? I was taken aback. Miss Muse allows up to 4 recommenders. So, Yukuan, please be mine. Why should I be your recommender? Because you're my ex, right? You should understand Karen better than anyone. Saying that, Karen leaned in, clinging to my arm. It was so contrived. I felt that way, but Toko Senpai seemed displeased. Is it okay for you to ask you to be your recommender, Karen? Toko Senpai asked with a hint of discontent in her voice, clearly referencing the fact that I was upset about Karen's cheating and the revenge we took at the Christmas party. It's fine. Yukuan seems like he still hasn't gotten over Karen. What? I was shocked and about to retort, but Karen continued. Ever since then, Yukuan is always around where Karen goes. We never met this often even when we were dating. Such convenient coincidences, right? What are you talking about? Like before the economics exam, Yukuan sat next to me. When Karen forgot her textbook, you offered to share, saying like when we were dating. Thanks to you, Karen was really saved. Wait, that's not. Toko Senpai, is that true? Toko Senpai's sharp gaze turned to me, her aura darkening. No, that's. I mean. Is what Karen said true? Well, yes, but. It's not what Karen means. I don't want to see her. Even after breaking up, Yukuan is still kind to Karen. It makes Karen feel a little moved. Saying that, Karen pressed her body closer to me. Hey, what are you saying? Get off me. Then Karen, still clinging to my arm, turned back to Toko Senpai. So Yukuan, it's okay if Karen takes him, right? Since he's my ex, he knows me well, and ex-boyfriend support is a plus for Karen. I haven't decided not to participate yet, Toko Senpai said, closing her eyes tightly. I might still enter Miss Muse. She repeated the same words. However, Karen looked puzzled. But, Toko Senpai, didn't you just say you were going to cancel your Miss Muse entry? I did, but today's main purpose was to clarify the facts first. If you don't make it clear whether you're participating or not, you'll cause trouble for the council members. Toko Senpai was silent for a while. Then, clenching her fists that were hanging down and with a flushed face as if enduring pain, she finally spoke. All right, I'll participate, I'll join Miss Muse. Hearing this, Karen smoothly released my arm. Is that so? But it's good news for the council that Toko Senpai is participating in Miss Muse. The event will surely be more exciting. Toko Senpai, still with a red face, glared at Karen. Well then, Toko Senpai. I need to get back to work. I'm looking forward to competing with you in Miss Muse. After that, Karen whispered to me in a low voice. By the way, if Toko Senpai hadn't entered, I really would have asked you to be my recommender. Are you sure about this? When we were alone after leaving the Circle Council office, I asked her that. Yeah, well, if someone from the Circle really did apply on my behalf, I think it's better to meet their expectations. But her voice trailed off weakly. I couldn't believe that Toko Senpai's declaration of participating in Miss Muse came from her heart. And I suspected, could this be a scheme orchestrated by Karen? On the day the university exams ended, I overheard Karen talking about Miss Muse with some guys who seemed to be council members, near an empty ground. They were discussing Toko Senpai's participation. I was there entirely by chance. It wasn't a place where many people usually come. I didn't hear everything clearly because I was dozing off, but it had been bothering me. You don't need to worry about what Karen said. It's just cheap provocation. I didn't mean to blame Toko Senpai, but I thought, it's unlike her to be swayed by something Karen said. Toko Senpai, still red-faced, looked down and spoke. Maybe. But I guess I have some unresolved feelings towards Karen. I got more upset than I could control. Indeed. I could understand that feeling well. Right. If I were provoked by Kamakura-senpai, I might react the same way. Toko Senpai glanced at me briefly. It's not about Tetsuya. That's not it. What? When I asked her to clarify, Toko-senpai decisively looked forward. Anyway, there's no point in talking about the past. Now that I've decided to participate in Miss Muse, I'll focus only on winning. Understood? I'll support you with all I have. Toko-senpai and I looked at each other. A smile spilled from both of us spontaneously. It was the moment our goals and intentions aligned once again. Chapter 1, Circle General Meeting. As March began, members of our circle, Wakiai Ari, gathered in an empty classroom. Our university generously offers empty classrooms and meeting rooms for free to university members. Today's gathering was to decide the new representative for our circle. Usually, this is done as early as December or right after the final exams in the second semester, but this year, due to various reasons, it was delayed until March. Though I speak as if it's someone else's business, it's actually because of my revenge plan. Then, for this academic year, we would like to ask Ms. Kazumi Kanu to be the new representative of the circle, announced Mr. Nakazaki, the previous representative. In our circle, the representative and officers are decided by voting for either candidates who stand for election or those who are nominated. But in reality, since there are hardly any candidates, the previous representative and officers usually decide on the nominees in advance in the form of recommendations. So, even though it's called a vote, there aren't any competing candidates. It's almost an automatic decision. But still, it's amazing that Kazuma-san is the representative. After all, she joined this circle only half a year ago. Normally, someone who has been participating since their first year would become the representative. Certainly, Kazuma-san has both influential and persuasive power. She's someone who can speak her mind fearlessly to anyone. And yet, she possesses a charismatic charm that attracts people. In just half a year, she became a central figure. Normally, with such a straightforward personality, one would expect to make many enemies, but Kazuma-san, including her character, is liked by everyone. Kazuma-san, you've been in this circle for only half a year and now you're the head. That's incredible. Ishida, sitting next to me, voiced the same thoughts I had. Sure, considering Kazuma-san's influence, it's understandable. But it's not just that. This was a strong recommendation from Nakazaki-san. When Nakazaki-san first approached her to be the representative, Kazuma-san declined. But after Nakazaki-san's persistent persuasion, she reluctantly accepted. Ishida explained the background. Being so highly regarded by Nakazaki-san means Kazuma-san is really something. There was also push from key female members like Mina-san and Manama-san. Mina-san is the vice representative, and Toko-senpai is in charge of public relations. I thought Toko-senpai would be the vice representative. I said this while looking at the distributed roster. Incidentally, the secretaries and treasurers are third-year male students. Yeah. I wonder why Toko-senpai is in charge of public relations. As we were discussing this, Mr. Nakazaki said, "Now, a word from our new representative, Kazumi Kanu-san," and handed her the microphone. Kazuma-san, scratching her head, took the microphone with a reluctant expression. "Ah, I'm Kazumi Kanu, as just introduced. As you all know, I've only been in this circle for half a year, but I was earnestly requested by Nakazaki-san to take up the position. Since I've accepted it, I intend to give it my all, so I want everyone to follow me. Thanks." Applause erupted from around the room. Everyone seemed to agree with the decision. Now, first, I will announce this year's policy for the circle. Kazuma-san paused mid-sentence and looked around at everyone. Involuntarily, everyone waited for her next words. From now on, the boys will be the girls' servants. No objections will be accepted. What? What is she saying? For a moment, all the boys were enveloped in an atmosphere of holding their breath. Ishida and I were dumbfounded, staring intently at Kazuma-san's face. She was serious. Is she really serious about this? Then Kazuma-san broke into a smile. Don't take it seriously, everyone. You're supposed to react here, right? It's a joke, a joke. I just wanted to lighten the mood since it felt a bit tense. Sighs of relief could be heard from the boys around. I let out a similar sigh of relief. When Kazuma-san says something, it's hard to take it as a joke. Kazuma-san, when you say it, it doesn't sound like a joke. Ishida echoed my thoughts. Kazuma-san looked at Ishida. Ah, Ishida-kun, you can be my personal servant. How about I appoint you right here? Gare, why am I the target? Being the servant of a beautiful circle leader is a privilege, right? Depending on your performance, I might even promote you to butler. Saying this, Kazuma-san faced forward again. Setting aside jokes for everyone except Ishida-kun. Mine wasn't a joke, Ishida remarked quietly. We will put our full effort into various events this year. Our circle is intercollegiate, but many of our students are from Castle City University. So, we'll focus more on campus events. Also, continuing a policy inherited from Nakazaki-san, we want to emphasize outdoor events. After all, our circle originally focused on outdoor activities. Everyone listened silently to Kazuma-san's speech. With the recent surge in outdoor activities, there had been a growing call since last year to incorporate more outdoor events. Kazuma-san's statement of intent continued. Additionally, securing a clubroom, a long-standing wish of this circle, is something I really want to accomplish this year. This statement prompted a response from a third-year male student. How exactly do you plan to do that? We apply for the empty clubroom lottery every year, but it's always a long shot. Kazuma-san looked at the third-year male student, her lips slightly curving into a smile. This year, we have a special strategy, almost guaranteed to succeed. What is it? I looked at the third-year male student. I knew the answer. It was something Toko Senpai and I had discussed with Kazuma-san just a few days ago. Everyone knows that this year, instead of the Miss Castle City University contest, the Miss Muse contest is being held, right? Most members nodded in agreement. So, our circle plans to nominate Toko Sakurajima for Miss Muse. Upon hearing this, the room buzzed with excitement. So the article was true. If Toko-san participates, the chances of winning are high. But why did Toko-san suddenly decide to participate? She's always steadfastly refused beauty contests. Nakazaki-san clapped his hands loudly to get everyone's attention. Everyone, quiet down. Kazuma-san isn't finished speaking. The room fell silent, and everyone turned their attention back to the front. Kazuma-san spoke again. Regardless of the circumstances behind Toko's participation in Miss Muse, if she enters, we want to win. The application was submitted by our circle. Kazuma-san emphasized this point, then glanced around at the members. I too casually observed the reactions of those around me. Was someone going to react to this statement? I couldn't figure out who might have submitted Toko Senpai's Miss Muse application without her knowledge. Apparently, neither did Kazuma-san, as she returned her gaze to the front and continued. If Toko remains among the top 9 in Miss Muse, our circle stands to benefit. Not only could we get the much-desired allocation of a clubroom, but also receive financial aid and priority use of facilities during the university festival. Some members cheered. Whoa, yes. I understood their excitement well. University life can be quite devoid of personal space. In high school, you have your own seat, your own locker, a place to leave your stuff, and a guaranteed spot to sit. But in university, there's no designated seating, nor space to leave personal belongings. This changes once you're assigned to labs or seminars, but first and second year students often feel like they have nowhere to belong at the university. That's why having a clubroom, a place where you can always find someone and leave your things, is so valuable. Until now, lacking a clubroom, a corner of the cafeteria had become our hangout spot. So, as a circle, we'll support Toko, but for Miss Muse, besides the nominee, we need 4 recommenders. Kazuma-san picked up a piece of paper. As for the recommenders, we've decided based on Toko's wishes. It will be me, Mina Hayashi, Manami Inamoto, and you Ishiki. I thought so, someone murmured. But it's not just us 4 who will support her. We'll need help from the entire circle in various ways. Please be ready when the time comes. All right, understood. For the clubroom, right? Gotta secure that nap spot. And a place to play mahjong without worry. No way, you guys are not turning it into a mahjong parlor. It's a clubroom for the circle, remember. People around me also started talking to me. Go for it, Ishiki-kun. We're rooting for you. You're lucky to be the recommender for your crush, Toko-san. You'll do your best, right? Put your life on the line, well, not literally, to ensure she gets into Miss Muse. To this, I responded with a wry smile. No need to bet our lives on it. Just don't slack off. But Toko-san should have it easy, right? She was known as the dark horse of Utah University and the true Miss Campus. In the midst of this, a senior girl grabbed my shoulder and said, "Just don't lose to Rindu-a-Kane." After the circle's general meeting, Senior Tuko, Kazuma-san, Mina-san, Manama-san, and I, along with Ishida, stayed behind. Ishida-kun didn't make it into the four-person frame, but he's pretty much one with Ishiki-kun, Kazuma-san explained. "Don't describe me like an afterthought," Ishida said with a dissatisfied look. "Can't you at least call me the fifth man or something cooler?" Ignoring Ishida, Kazuma-san turned to me. "Ishiki-kun, could you explain the process for the Miss Muse contest?" "Sure." I distributed the prints I had prepared to everyone. This is what I inquired about from the Circle Council. So, essentially, this is how things will go. Pointing to the first item, schedule, on the print, I explained, since the Miss Muse contest is part of the Spring Festival to introduce new students to the university, it's completed before Golden Week. The main event is the Spring Festival itself. Compared to regular university beauty pageants, which take nearly half a year and culminate at the University Festival, this one is considerably shorter. Hearing this, Mina-san nodded. One criticism of Miss Campus contests is that the selection period is too long, interfering with academic and university life. So, it's nice that this is a short-term result. Yes, but that means we have a shorter PR period. It might be hard to let people know about our inner qualities. This seems a bit off from the Miss Muse's aim of diversity of charm. Kazuma-san waved her hand dismissively. Who cares about Miss Muse's aims? How will the voting be done? Online voting. Only accounts registered with the university email can vote. And how do we do PR? Asked Manama-san. Primarily online, given the tight schedule. Main activities will be on social networks and video sharing, though someone good at art might hold an exhibition, and musicians could do mini-concerts or live shows. Are you planning to do anything in public, Tuko? Kazuma-san asked. Tuko Sr. frantically waved her hands. No way. I can't do anything like that in front of people. I'm not even sure I can handle making videos. Don't force Tuko to do anything, said Mina-san, coming to her defense. She's the type who looks impressive just standing there. But I wondered if that was enough. Ishiki-kun, can you set up Tuko's social media and think of some self-promotion content? Kazuma-san continued. Ishida-kun, once the social media is set up, check for any inappropriate comments. Also, help and coordinate with each person in charge. So, I'm just doing odd jobs. It's an important role. You're the chief coordinator. That's just a fancy way of saying the same thing, Ishida muttered. While finding Ishida's grumbling amusing, I added, the council is also setting up a dedicated server. We can upload photos and videos of the candidates there. It will have a bulletin board where anyone can post, so if we're monitoring posts, we should watch that too. Okay, got it. This Miss Muse is a short, 2-month battle. Let's meet twice a week, on Mondays and Thursdays, to report progress. Share any photos or videos in the Mine group as soon as they're ready so everyone can see them. Let's all do our best. With that, Kazuma-san concluded the meeting. On the way back from the general meeting, Tuko Sr. invited me to a coffee shop, just the two of us. Ishida and Kazuma-san tactfully said they'd go ahead. I ordered a cafe latte, and Tuko Sr. a cappuccino. As we sat down, she let out a heavy sigh. What's wrong? I asked. She seemed to ponder before responding. This turned out to be more difficult than I thought. We haven't even started yet. Yeah, but... I was just thinking, introduce yourself online, let people vote as they like, and that's how the 9 are chosen. Well, if we're going to do it, we have to be serious. Kazuma-san said that before, didn't she? When we told Kazuma-san that Tuko Sr. would participate in Miss Muse, she wasn't enthusiastic at first. Does Tuko really need to do this? We don't have to think about benefits to the circle, she had said, concerned that Tuko Sr. might have been pressured into it. But Tuko Sr. has a strong sense of responsibility, especially if her actions might affect others. It seemed almost stubbornly. No, I've already said I'd participate, I'm going to do it, said Senior Tuko. Hearing this, Kazuma-san seemed to give up and promised her support. All right. If Tuko says so, I'll support you. That's right. Kazumi and everyone in the club said they'd help, and they're expecting a lot. But it's kind of a burden, you know? I'm not really used to being expected to do such things. Don't worry, Senior Tuko. Everyone says you're the true queen of the campus. Senior Tuko looked at me with a mix of anxiety and discontent in her eyes. That's not something everyone's saying with any basis. I've never said or even thought that about myself. This isn't good. Senior Tuko is getting increasingly negative. I tried to steer her mood in a brighter direction. But you know, this could be a chance. A chance? For what? I made a teasing smile on purpose. Senior Tuko, you said before that you wanted to know what makes a girl cute, right? Back then, I could only answer from my perspective of cute Senior Tuko, but now, you can discover cuteness from many people's perspectives. Senior Tuko, blushing, bowed her head shyly with her hands clasped tightly on her thighs. That was just. Besides, I was satisfied with your answer at that time. Besides, I'm quite looking forward to this Miss Muse contest. Senior Tuko looked up, surprised. After all, you can only do these things while you're a student. You can't do them on such a large scale in high school, and it's usually not possible once you're a working adult. Now that you mention it. Plus, having someone close to me participating in such an event is quite rare, isn't it? This might be my first and last chance to produce such an event. Ah, yeah. It's also a chance for me to know more about Senior Tuko. You don't really like to talk about yourself. It's not like I'm hiding anything. So, Senior Tuko, let's enjoy this Miss Muse contest together. I'll support you with all I've got. It's a rare opportunity for me to be of help to Senior Tuko, so I'm all fired up. Hearing my enthusiastic words, Senior Tuko showed a shy smile. Thank you. If you say so. Yeah, it might be nice as a memory of my university days. That's right. Let's work hard and have fun together. Senior Tuko nodded to my words, then said with a self-deprecating tone, I'm hopeless, aren't I? When I'm with you, Ishiki-kun, I tend to show my weaker side, my real feelings. Even though I just decided to do my best recently. You can always vent to me if you need to. Everyone needs a place to let out their frustrations. And knowing a side of Senior Tuko that nobody else knows makes me somewhat happy. It seems like Senior Tuko is finally looking forward to it. Miss Muse. If we're going to do it, we might as well enjoy it and aim to win. For that, it's most important that Senior Tuko participates with a bright spirit. After chatting for a while, we left the cafe. Just as we were leaving, Senior Tuko murmured almost inaudibly, if you want to know about me, I'm always ready to talk. Chapter 2. Girls Creating Photos for Toko Senpai, by Girls. Ishida and I quickly set up a Miss Muse account for Senior Tuko on various social networks such as Twitter, Linstagram, Looksbook, Witube, and KitKat. As her recommender, I pondered over the introduction text for Senior Tuko. Now, all that was left was to wait for Mina-san and the others to take photos and videos. Or so I thought, until this message popped up. Mina, meet tomorrow at 1 p.m. at the east exit of Junior Idabashi Station. This group message included not only the 4 recommenders but also Ishida. So, Ishida and I arrived at Junior Idabashi Station as instructed. Do you know what today's gathering is about? No, I don't. But I guess it's something like we've taken photos, so let's all check them out, right? However, Ishida tilted his head in doubt. Really? If that's all, we could have just used a group chat on SNS. I felt the same way. But the person who took the photos might want to meet in person to hear opinions directly. Maybe they want to see our reactions to the photos too, I responded. Well, maybe, Ishida agreed ambiguously. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a call from Mina-san. I'm on the opposite side of the road, come out, she said briefly and hung up. We stepped out onto Mahiro Street, right in front of the station exit. Across the road, 2 cars were parked. One was occupied by Mina-san and Manama-san, and the other by Kazuma-san and Senior Tuko. Kazuma-san and the others came by car too. They could have taken us with them, Ishida commented. I gently calmed him down. Maybe they had something to discuss privately or a place they wanted to stop by on the way. Mina-san was beckoning us. We crossed the road and approached Mina-san's car. The destination is nearby, but for now, get in the back, she instructed. Following her directions, Ishida and I got into the back seat of Mina-san's car. Where are we going? We'll be there soon, she replied, and shortly after, look, we've arrived, she announced. We saw a narrow, 5-story building. Mina-san stopped the car in front of it and pointed to the rear luggage space. I'm going to park the car. Ishiki-kun and Ishida-kun, please carry the luggage. There's some in Kazumi's car too, so please help with that as well. Ishida and I unloaded several cardboard boxes and large paper bags from both Mina-san and Kazuma-san's cars. Apparently, they contained clothes and bags. Kazuma-san's car also had luggage in the back seat. With so much luggage, there wouldn't have been room for us. While we were unloading, Manama-san seemed to have gone inside the building to handle some procedures. After a while, she came out and said, "Could you help carry the luggage? We're going to the 2nd floor. Tuko and I will watch the luggage here." She pointed behind her with her thumb. "So we were called here as luggage carriers," Ishida muttered, carrying the luggage with me. In front of the door, there was a sign that read White Doll Photo Studio. "I see, a photo studio," Ishida murmured, reading the sign. "A studio? Like the kind photographers use?" I asked. "Yes, that kind of people use it too, but this place is more casual, available for rent even to the general public," Ishida answered while unloading. "Different from those common kids' studios?" "Yes, but you might think of it as an adult version of those. It's used by cosplayers." "Cosplayers, like those at Comic-It?" "Those are the ones who do it outdoors at big events. Here, cosplayers enjoy it more regularly, taking photos to post on SNS. I mused. I had thought such photos were usually taken in one's own room. The interior decoration, backgrounds, and props are quite detailed, and with a skilled photographer, the photos turn out great. Afterwards, we made about 2 trips to move all the luggage to the studio. Around the same time, Mina-san and Kazuma-san, who had parked their cars, returned. "Let's go inside," Manama-san suggested, opening the door. The room seemed to be about 20 tatami mats in size. There were 2 sections, one decorated primarily in black and another in bright white. At the far end, I could see a makeup table and a clothes rack. In addition to various photography props, there were proper photography lights and LED ring lights set up. Manama-san placed a partition in front of the makeup table to make it invisible from our side. She was probably planning to use it as a changing area. I looked over to the white room on the opposite side. There was even a couch sofa, like the kind a noble lady would sit on. Indeed, such a setup would be perfect for taking cute or glamorous photos. Looking at the other side, I noticed a space that resembled a storage area. Nothing was placed inside, but blue lights illuminated the interior. "What's this?" Ishida approached and peered inside. He pressed a nearby switch, and the light changed to red. "I'm not too familiar, but judging by the changing lights, it's probably used for special background effects." "I see, so with this room, you can only shoot against black or white backgrounds. Using this space, you can create backgrounds in red, blue, purple, and so on." "Right, but given its size, you can probably only take bust-up shots." While we were discussing this, the ladies, who seemed to have finished preparing their costumes, came out. Senior Tuko was dressed in a black high-neck top with sleeves that covered her shoulders and beige wide-leg pants, holding a seemingly branded bag. "Okay, let's start taking photos," Mina-san announced, and she and Manama-san began taking photos with their smartphones. Watching them, Ishida muttered, "They're using smartphones for photography equipment. A proper DSLR would be better." I thought the same, But most ordinary people nowadays don't have DSLRs. But smartphone cameras are pretty good these days, right? They have various adjustments and effects. Well, that's true, Ishida conceded, though he seemed to have more to say. Afterwards, Senior Tuko changed into several outfits, such as a black dress with white polka dots and a beige jacket, a dark purple three-quarter sleeve blouse with tight-fitting jeans, and a brown checkered cami dress with a light beige cardigan. She struck various poses, a model stance with a hand on her hip, a brisk walking pose with a jacket slung over one shoulder, and a gaze into the distance with her hand in her long hair, among others. Mina-san and Minama-san kept taking her photos. Meanwhile, Ishida and I, following Mina-san and Minama-san's instructions, adjusted the light positions and the intensity of the light, playing the role of assistants. Yeah, these turned out super cool. I'm a genius, Mina-san exclaimed proudly as she and Minama-san reviewed the images. Hearing that, Senior Tuko approached me and asked quietly, "What do you think, Ishiki-kun?" "They're lovely, very suited to you," I replied. It wasn't a lie. Indeed, Senior Tuko looked great in every outfit. And every pose was perfectly executed, as if she had stepped out of a women's fashion magazine. Truly befitting of a former reader model. But, yes, exactly that, fashion model. I felt she should showcase more of her natural charm. Whether against the white or the Gothic-style black room, Senior Tuko's composed and intelligent beauty suited the photos. Her expression while holding a single rose and looking melancholy seemed like it could be framed. Finally, the images were transferred to a laptop, and we all reviewed them. See, they turned out great, right? Tuko's charm is captured perfectly. These will be a hit on SNS, Mina-san said contentedly. Really, looking at them again, Tuko is so beautiful, like a real model. It's admirable, Minama-san added cheerfully. After all, Senior Tuko had been a reader model. The material, Tuko, is great, but the outfits you brought are also stylish. Impressive, Kazuma-san agreed. Hey, don't forget the photographer's skills, Mina-san added playfully. The three girls seemed pleased with their work. Senior Tuko, too, looked content, her expression bright. But I still felt something was missing. After the shoot, the four women planned to go shopping and have a girls' day out. Ishida and I, just as we had arrived, took the train back together. During the ride, I decided to discuss with Ishida the lingering unease I had felt throughout the shoot. Hey Ishida, what do you think about Senior Tuko's photos today? What about them? I can't quite put it into words. Were they as good as Mina-san and the others said? Ishida also looked pensive, crossing his arms. They weren't bad. Certainly, they were typical of Senior Tuko. But something didn't quite hit the mark. So, you think so too? Yeah. I can't pinpoint what's wrong, but something feels off. I've been feeling that way too. The photos were well taken, and Senior Tuko looked beautiful, but they felt too much like fashion magazine models, somewhat impersonal. We both fell into deep thought for a while. Is this what a beauty contest is supposed to be like? I had imagined it to be more lively and vibrant. For now, it can't be helped. Mina-san and the others have been decided as the photographers. Ishida said that, and all I could reply was, yeah, I guess. That night, Mina-san emailed 6 photos to upload on SNS. They must have discussed and decided which ones to use. Each photo showcased Senior Tuko's coolness. Yes, too cool, so to speak. A few days later, Ishida and I were called again. This time for a video shoot. We visited 3 locations, Odaiba, Tokyo Big Sight, and Kasai Rinkai Park. Again, Senior Tuko was dressed in chic, elegant adult clothing. Her poses, walking style, and the way she turned around. Every gesture was that of a perfect adult woman. But it was still different from Senior Tuko's charm as I perceived it. We started by setting up accounts on Linstagram, Twitter, and Witube. Linstagram and Twitter had nearly 1,000 followers on the first day, surpassing 3,000 in 3 days. Considering our university has about 18,000 students, that's more than 1/6. However, since these are general SNS, the actual number of students following her might only serve as a rough estimate. It made me realize again how popular and highly regarded Senior Tuko is. How about it? How good am I as a photographer? Pretty amazing, right? Mina-san boasted, seeing the results. Today, the recommending members, plus a few first-year girls, had gathered at the university. Senior Tuko wasn't here. Apparently she had a tutoring job. Really, I had no idea Mina had such talent. It's incredible, Minami-san praised. Indeed. Mina-san, you could become a professional, Ayaka-san added. Yeah, definitely pro-level. I want Mina-san to take my photos next time. Yua-san joined in the flattery. Hearing this, Mina-san puffed up with pride. Right. I've always been secretly confident. Maybe I should pursue professional photography instead of job hunting? Then she put her hand on my shoulder. Hey, Ishiki-kun, you're glad you left Senior Tuko's photoshoot to me, right? Ah, well, I replied. She seemed dissatisfied with my lukewarm response. What's with that half-hearted answer? Do you have any complaints? Perhaps my comment dampened her mood. But I pointed to today's data growth. It's not that I have complaints. It's just that compared to the first 3 days, today's increase is too slow. It's already past noon, and we've only gained a little over 100. Minami-san tried to rationalize it. That's because the initial momentum is natural, right? The Circle Council's site only introduced Tuko's SNS on the second day. It's unrealistic to expect the same pace every day. That's true, but Rindu Akane is already at 6,000 followers, and Karen, who's second, has 4,000, I replied. Hearing this, Mina-san visibly frowned. Rindu and Karen announced their participation in Miss Muse from the start and set up their SNS early. It's unfair to compare them with Tuko, who just started this week. Minami-san agreed. Exactly. The fact that Tuko has caught up so much in just 3 days means she's much more impressive. I think so too. Ishiki-kun, you're worrying too much, Ayaka-san said. Yeah, you should be more positive, Yura-san added. Then Kazuma-san, who had been silent, spoke up. The initial 3-day growth was too extraordinary. If it continues at this rate, Tuko will surpass the top contender, Rindu Akane, in another 3 days. I highly doubt that. Let's wait and see a bit longer. I listened silently to Kazuma-san's words. But deep down, I still had an unresolved feeling. Chapter 3, Karen's Approach. April 1st, the start of the new academic year and the university's entrance ceremony. This day also marks the most crucial event in club activities, recruiting new students. It's not like the freshmen decide on their club in just 1 day, but the club they're introduced to on the day of the entrance ceremony usually leaves the strongest impression. Moreover, if one student joins, often several of their peers follow. Thus, all club members engage wholeheartedly in promotion and recruiting new students. Ishida and I stood side by side, handing out flyers to the new students. Join the event-oriented club Waki-II, it's fun, come check it out. We're having an introduction to the club followed by a drinking party on the dates written on this flyer. Participation is free for new students, so come and join us. To the girls, I added. It's an event club, but it started focused on outdoor activities, so it's not weird. We have many female members too, so don't worry. To those who seemed interested, I delivered the killer pitch. Our club has loads of information on easy courses easy to earn credits in. If you join, we can show you the materials. We have 8 years' worth of past exam papers from various faculties. I think we're the only club with such a collection. In this way, we shamelessly and aggressively recruited new students. But more than any enticing phrase, it was Senior Tuko who attracted new students. Merely saying please consider joining Waki-II and handing out a flyer, she quickly filled the membership application list. In fact, there was almost a crowd around her, just to get a flyer from Senior Tuko. The boys who received flyers from Senior Tuko were happily boasting to others. Even those who took flyers from us went out of their way to get another one from Senior Tuko. Seeing this, Ishida spoke up. Senior Tuko's popularity is really something, right? Yeah, it is. Her looks are triple S class. It's natural for guys to flock to her. True that. I might have sounded a bit curt. What's the matter, you? You seem upset. It's nothing. Not upset, really. Although, I did feel a bit displeased. Ishida grinned and patted my shoulder. Don't be jealous, man. Remember, we were just like those guys last year. I'm telling you, it's not about that. I wouldn't be jealous over something like that. Right, I wouldn't be jealous of complete strangers. It's just a slight irritation, nothing more. Anyway, there are a lot of girls this year too. Ishida changed the subject, looking at the line of new students. Ah, I didn't get a girlfriend last year despite so many girls around. Just because there are many girls doesn't mean you'll get a girlfriend. You're pretty relaxed about it, you. But then again, you got a girlfriend quickly last year. Though she cheated on you fast, too. Really? You had to bring that up. Don't remind me of unpleasant things. But it turned out well, right? Thanks to that, you're now close to Senior Tuko. Well, that's true, but the gap between close relationship and dating is still huge. Alright, this year I'll get a girlfriend. I'm all in for joint parties. You have someone in mind for these parties? First, I'll get to know some girls from the women's university. We're going to their campus for recruiting later, right? That's my first chance. He's more focused on fishing for dates than club recruiting. Speaking of which, we don't have to do recruiting at other universities, I remembered. What? Why not? Ishida looked as surprised as a pigeon hit by a bin shooter. Kazuma-san said, as recommenders of Miss Muse, focus all your energy on promoting Tuko's SNS. Damn. I was planning to recharge my HP by soaking in the atmosphere at the women's university. In that case, I'll check out the cute freshman here. Hey, you girls, interested in a club? We do outdoorsy stuff. It's a wholesome event club. Ishida quickly approached a group of 2 freshman girls. Fast to change tactics. After the recruitment session, I was in a meeting room checking Senior Tuko's SNS followers and likes. In this university, you can rent empty classrooms and meeting rooms if you apply for them. In April, when classes haven't started yet, it's easier to borrow classrooms, but securing a place is still challenging since other clubs and groups are also looking to book spaces. Today, we were lucky to get a reasonably sized meeting room. As I compiled data in Excel, the door opened, and Senior Tuko, Kazuma-san, Mina-san, and Manami-san entered. Oh, rare to see Ishiki-kun alone, Kazuma-san remarked. It's not like I'm always with Ishida. He's out shopping today. Ishida went to Akihabara to buy some comic books and light novels being released today. There's no need to go into details with everyone. Alright then, shall we start today's meeting? Responding to Kazuma-san's words, Mina-san shared her own opinion. Okay. For the next photo shoot, I'm thinking about doing it around Ibisu Garden Place or near Tokyo Tower. So, Tuko, what kind of spring clothes would be good? Well, I do have a range of spring clothes. How about something like this? A long spring cardigan with a thin black lace long skirt. Mina-san opened the fashion magazine she brought. I also glanced at it. The outfits appeared to cater to a slightly older demographic. I don't have a black lace long skirt, but I do have thin black wide leg pants, Senior Tuko replied, though she seemed a bit weary. I have a thought. I couldn't help but speak up. Suddenly, everyone looked at me. Shouldn't we change the mood of Senior Tuko's outfits a bit? The photos so far have been quite subdued, mostly in darker colors. Don't worry. This time, since it's for spring, we plan to include clothes in pastel colors, Mina-san replied, indicating there was no issue. No, I mean, aren't they a bit too subdued? The images on Linstagram look like they're straight out of a fashion magazine. But isn't that fine? Tuko's image is that of a cool beauty, right? We need photos that make everyone think she's cool and beautiful, someone to admire. That's what's been driving the increase in followers. But the increase in followers is also a concern. Look at this table. I turned my laptop screen towards the women. This is the follower count for Linstagram and Twitter. Since April, it's only increased to about 3,500. That's only about 500 more since the first 3,000. Everyone peered at the monitor. What about Rindu Akane and Karen's follow accounts? Kazuma-san asked. They also increased by about 500 each. Rindu is at 6,500, Karen at 4,500. Hearing this, Mina-san said, then isn't it okay? Everyone's only increased by about 500, right? I think it's just a slow growth period. But if we're only increasing by the same amount, we won't close the gap with Rindu Akane and Karen. That's not good enough. Some candidates beyond 4th place have increased their followers by over 1,000. Manama-san looked thoughtful, then glanced at Senior Tuko. What do you think, Tuko? I believe your feelings are important here. However, Senior Tuko diverted her gaze. I don't have a strong preference. I understand Mina is working hard, and I think she's choosing clothes and photos that suit me best. I looked at Senior Tuko, wondering what she truly felt. Previously, Senior Tuko mentioned, when I was a reader model, I always wore chic, adult-like clothes. While she didn't express dissatisfaction, maybe she wanted to try something different. Are you saying my choices of outfits and photos aren't good enough? Mina-san asked sharply. No, it's not that they're bad. But if the growth of followers is slowing, maybe changing the image could be a good idea. Silence fell among the 5 of us. Breaking the silence was Kazuma-san. We can't judge if our current direction is bad at this stage. New students have just joined, which might lead to a surge in followers. Let's keep things as they are for a little longer. With that, the day's meeting ended. 3 days later, in the early afternoon. Since elective classes at the university hadn't been decided yet, I had some free time. I was sitting in a corner of the cafeteria with my laptop open. Indeed, since April, the growth of Senior Tuko's followers has been sluggish. I compared the daily follower increase of Rindu Akane, Karen, and other candidates, data I had automatically gathered through a program I wrote. Looking at it, Rindu and Karen's follower growth was slightly higher than Senior Tuko's. There were followers from new students, but the conditions should be the same for everyone. Maybe our current direction isn't sufficient. Why are you making such a troubled face in this corner? Startled by the sudden voice, I looked up to find Karen standing right beside me. I hurriedly closed the Excel file with the data. Sitting in a dark corner of the cafeteria, you're like a cockroach. I'm not hiding. And that's a harsh comparison. Seriously, would you call an ex-boyfriend a cockroach? What else would you compare to something lurking in a dark corner of a cafeteria? Despite her words, Karen sat down next to me. But frankly, she was interrupting my work. Hey, you don't like corners, right? Go sit at your usual conspicuous window seat. Karen preferred the cafeteria's windowside round tables, known as the lovers' seats. I gestured towards them with my chin. I was just curious about what the gloomy guy in the corner is doing. I'm not doing anything special. Unlike you, I prefer places out of sight. The light makes the monitor hard to see in bright spots, and here, I can sleep behind the pillar whenever I want. But Karen, with a mischievous smile, pointed at the monitor. Not doing anything. You were just looking at the Miss Muse candidate's data, right? And you hurriedly hid it when I came. Such a gloomy guy. Damn it, she saw that. I wonder how much she saw. You don't have to do such dreary things, you know. I can tell you what I know. Why not ask directly? Karen taunted me with her words. I don't have anything I want to ask you. Karen half closed her eyes, smirking. Then let me guess. You're currently doubting the direction of Tuko's SNS, aren't you? Wondering if it's okay to continue as it is. Am I wrong? I almost reacted but held back, silently scrutinizing Karen's expression. Our eyes met. Karen's eyes curved into crescents. Looks like I hit the mark. It's not that I'm worried. Tuko's current SNS showcases her charm sufficiently. Karen's smirk grew wider. But you were looking at the follower counts of the candidates just now, weren't you? You looked so serious. It makes sense, though. The number of followers and likes are said to correlate with the votes in Miss Muse. I turned my face away from Karen to hide my inner turmoil. Your follower growth is similar, right? If it's similar, then the gap with those who started earlier, like you or Rindu Akane, won't close, will it? She's pinpointing exactly what I'm thinking. And if it stays this way, the gap might widen further, right? Other candidates seem to be catching up. What do you mean? As I turned back, Karen now looked away. Who knows? Why would that be? Is there some trick you're using? Trick? At this stage, any tricks wouldn't make much sense, right? And even if there were, there's no need to reveal the strategy to the enemy, is there? Karen kept her eyes closed, a meaningful smile on her face. I felt a subtle discomfort with Karen's confident demeanor. But at that moment, I was too irritated by her attitude. It's fine. I don't need your help. You just said you'd tell me what you know, and then immediately after, there's no need to tell me the strategy. I don't need to be part of your games. Such impatience. Karen replied, looking exasperated. Wait a bit. I wasn't planning on not giving you any hints. I was puzzled by her words. What was she up to? Why would Karen give me hints? What's in it for her? What do you think is Tuco's charm? Tuco's charm? I couldn't help but think. Everything, I guess. Don't get all lovey-dovey now, Karen said with a look of disbelief. You're the one who asked, I retorted. That's not what I mean. I'm asking about what makes Tuco most charming to you. Something that makes you want to tell others about her. The part that makes me want to tell others about. Maybe how she seems cool but can be unexpectedly cute, or how she appears calm but is actually a bit of a klutz, or seems indifferent but actually cares more about others than anyone else, or how she's rational but deeply emotional. Basically, when you're close to her, you see all these cute sides of Tuco. To think you'd say all that in front of your ex-girlfriend. You asked for it, I shot back. I don't actually want others to know about Tuco's cute sides. I'd prefer to be the only one who knows. Now you're acting like her boyfriend. Gross. Are you just messing with me? Karen shook her head as if to clear the conversation we'd just had. If that's what you think of Tuco, then isn't the current SNS approach wrong? None of what you just said is reflected in the photos or videos. I was at a loss for words. Indeed, as Karen pointed out, the charm of Tuco I thought of wasn't reflected in any of the photos or videos. And I noticed that Karen had already checked Tuco's site, accurately pinpointing my concerns. That's because Minami and the others are in charge of the photo shoot. I know those photos are to the taste of the circle's bossy third-year girls. Bossy? They're only a year older than us. Forget about that. The point is, Karen continued, Tuco's current SNS targets only female students. Male students are completely ignored. Her words struck me hard. She'd clearly articulated what I'd been feeling all along. Open Tuco's Instagram. I reluctantly opened Tuco's Instagram page on my laptop. Karen pointed at the photos displayed. Sure, Tuco looks cool, and the fashion sense isn't bad. But it's like advertising clothes, isn't it? Now that she mentioned it, the disconnect in the fashion magazine-style photos was that they focused more on showcasing the clothes than the person. So, while the photos did show Tuco's good fashion sense, they failed to convey Tuco's own charm. The angles of the photos were mostly full body or waist up. There was no movement in her expressions. Now open my Instagram page. Obliging, I opened Karen's page. Her photos were filled with her smiling faces, movement, and stories about Karen as a person. See, my page brings out a story, doesn't it? It did. What Karen did that day, what she ate and enjoyed, it was all vividly conveyed. Her page had a story in each photo. Typical of a literature student, perhaps? Indeed. You look cute in these. As I said this and scrolled through Karen's page, I realized I hadn't seriously looked at the individual pages of each candidate, even though I'd been automatically collecting their follower and like counts. Suddenly, Karen fell silent. When I glanced at her, she was blushing slightly as she looked at me. What's with her? Embarrassed? As our eyes met, Karen quickly spoke up. Of course, they are my photos. Not something I'd want to compare to those motionless mannequin-like shot. Sure. But then, a particular photo caught my eye. A photo of Karen in the bathroom, soaked in a white t-shirt, revealing her pink bra. The comment read, Accidentally got soaked while cleaning the bath. Oopsie. Complete with a cheeky emoji. On closer inspection, there were other subtly sexy photos. New swimsuit, can't wait for summer, or isn't this cami cute, or solo pajama party. In a creep photo, her blouse was deeply unbuttoned, revealing a lot of her chest, seemingly without a bra. Maybe you should be more careful with your photos. This one almost shows too much. But Karen snorted. What, are you some kind of naive high school boy? This is all intentional. It's calculated. You mean you intentionally pose like this? Exactly. These slightly risque photos capture the hearts of male students. I even wear pasties to ensure nothing inappropriate shows. So this wet in the shower with a see-through bra photo is also planned? Obviously. Who brings their phone to clean the bath? Thinking about it, she was right. I was stunned, to which Karen triumphantly declared. Photos like this make men swoon. These types of shots make male followers check my page daily and increase likes. Crafty, aren't you? Realizing I had once dated this woman sent shivers down my spine. Ha! Everyone does this. You'd be left behind if you're shocked by this. I'm even considering adding cosplay. Left speechless, Karen delivered the final blow. See? No one gets excited over those poorly done fashion magazine-like photos. At most, fellow girls will like them. With that, Karen stood up and slung her bag over her shoulder. Before leaving, I called out to her. Wait. Why are you giving me these hints? Staying silent would be more advantageous for you. Karen paused, as if considering her response. There's no significant reason. I want Tuko to stir up Miss Muse a bit. And more than anything, I don't want her to fade away like this. With those words, she walked away without looking back. Chapter 4. I understand Toko Senpai's charm the best. That night, Ishida and I met at our usual family restaurant along the National Highway. The topic of discussion was what Karen said during the day. I see, so Karen-chan said something like that, Ishida commented while devouring a tuna donburi. Yeah, she said things like it's not about the person, but the clothes and do fashion magazine-like photos appeal to guys. I had French toast. Since I had dinner at home, I opted for a light meal. True. Women's fashion magazines often feature skin-exposing photos, but you don't hear about people using them as erotic books, I mused. It was an odd comparison, but accurate. Models in photos are there to showcase clothes, not to be the center of attention, just as Karen had said. So are you planning to discuss this with Kazuma-san and Minoma-san tomorrow? Ishida asked. I intend to. And I want your support too, Ishida. I trailed off, lacking confidence. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I could persuade Minoma-san, who was confident in her photography skills. Just saying let's focus on the person, not the clothes might be tough. Minoma-san probably doesn't see it that way. That's why I'm thinking of proposing a concrete alternative. What kind of alternative are you considering? I'm thinking of more natural photos of Tuko-senpai, or her everyday life, something like that. That might be hard to get Minoma-san and the others to change direction. They think ordinary is not good enough. That's the problem. Minoma-san totally sees herself as a popular photographer now. As I leaned forward in frustration, Ishida put down his bowl and said, By the way, what kind of photos does Karen-chan post? I pulled out my tablet PC from my bag. I showed Ishida Karen's Instagram page. Wow, classic Karen-chan, she looks cute. Almost 50% cuter than in real life, right? Of course, there's some editing and enhancement in the photos. But even so, the way the photos are presented is impressive. I see. Oh, look at this one. It seems like her chest is almost visible. Ishida leaned forward excitedly, but no matter how much he leaned in, the view in the photo wouldn't change. That's part of Karen's calculation. She goes for this natural yet slightly risque look, I explained. Ishida looked up in surprise. So, this wet t-shirt showing a see-through bra and pajama pants slipping to reveal a bit of panty are all calculated teaser shots. He excitedly turned the tablet toward me. Quiet. Don't shout. It's embarrassing. I pushed the tablet back. To others, We must have looked like two perverts in conversation. But he had a point. I hadn't noticed the pajama shot revealing underwear. Sorry. But still, it's scary how Instagram girls are always so mindful of these things. Most guys would be easily deceived. That's standard for them. Karen is even considering incorporating cosplay, I added. Now that you mention it, the way her bust is framed in this photo is just like my favorite game character. Ishida murmured, impressed. Either way, we're at a dead end with our current approach. In the next meeting, we need to present a different aspect of Tuko-senpai, as we see her. As I said this, Ishida took another look at the tablet. But, man, suggesting slightly risque photos to Tuko-senpai will definitely be rejected. Kazuma-san would oppose it too. Obviously. I couldn't post such photos of Tuko-senpai either. What kind of photos would be acceptable, then? We both fell into deep thought. That night, alone in my bed, I pondered. What kind of photos would attract attention and bring out Tuko-senpai's charm? In my mind, the answer was vague but present. Tuko-senpai's greatest charm lay in her casual gestures and expressions, different from the image others had of her. Her spontaneous expressions and little gestures, contrasting with her beauty, felt endearing. But translating that into photos and videos, my gaze drifted to the desk. There were photos of Tuko-senpai and me from our Boso mock date. Tuko-senpai smiling casually, looking satisfied eating an ice cream. That mock date was fun. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. That's it. I'll go with this idea, I blurted out without realizing. The next day, after the fourth period ended, I headed to a small empty classroom. It was a space that could fit about 20 people, more like a meeting room than a classroom. Ishida and I waited there for Tuko-senpai and the others. About 10 minutes after we entered the room, Kazuma-san, followed by Tuko-senpai, Minama-san, and Minama-san, came in. Ah, did we keep you waiting? Kazuma-san said as she entered and took a seat. Tuko-senpai, Minama-san, and Minama-san followed, sitting in order from left to right. I faced Tuko-senpai directly, with Ishida facing Minama-san. No, we just got here too. Alright, what's the topic you guys want to discuss? She asked. I had sent a group message beforehand saying, tomorrow, there's a topic I want to discuss first. First, please look at this, I said, showing them a graph on my laptop. This is a graph of the follower increase for the Miss Muse contestants. As you can see, Tuko-senpai is currently in third place, but in the past month, she hasn't closed the gap with the first place, Rindo Akane, and the second place, Karen. In fact, looking at just the past week, the gap has slightly widened. Moreover, the gap with the candidates below the fourth place is also closing. Honestly, I'm feeling quite anxious about this. They say the number of followers correlates with the number of votes. All four of them were looking seriously at the monitor. I think our current PR strategy of showing the cool Tuko-senpai is good. But I don't think that's all there is to Tuko-senpai's charm, I explained slowly, sharing my concerns. Hearing this, Minoma-san looked displeased. That topic again. I told you before, Tuko's charm is about being the cool beauty of the shadowy Miss Metropolitan University. Do we need to disrupt that? I'm not denying that one of Tuko-senpai's charms is being a cool beauty. But I think there's more to her, like her natural expressions and the cuteness that's really like her, I continued. Ishida then added, the current SNS photos and videos feel like they belong to some apparel brand's website. It's more about showing the clothes than Tuko-senpai. Are you dissatisfied with my photos? Minama-san asked, looking even more displeased. Easy, Minama-san intervened, trying to soothe her. I can understand what Ichishiki-kun and his friends are saying. But what kind of photos do you actually want? Can you give us an example, like what other candidates are doing? I operated the computer again. For instance, this is Karen's Instagram page. She says she tries to give her photos a story. At that moment, I thought I saw Tuko-senpai's eyebrows twitch, but she quickly returned to her calm expression. The other three girls leaned in to look at the monitor. So Karen is posting photos like this. Hey, in this photo, her eyes and pupils are enlarged, aren't they? She didn't have such eyes. Aren't the pupils just enlarged along with the eyes? I asked. No, the pupils are enlarged too. Bigger black eyes look cuter. This isn't image editing, she's probably using colored contacts, Minoma-san corrected. And the eye color is slightly brownish too, she added. There's a lot of techniques in SNS photos. But the girl's ability to spot these details immediately is impressive too. As Minoma-san scrolled through the page, she exclaimed in shock. What's this? Karen is posting such photos? You can see her underwear. Exactly where their eyes would go. This one is deliberately showing cleavage. Wow, so lewd. Typical of her, Minoma-san commented, looking disgusted. Karen includes these kinds of photos to attract male students' attention. She said that this makes followers check her Instagram daily, I explained. Then, Kazuma-san glared at me sharply. Ichishiki-kun, are you saying Tuko should do this? No, of course not. I would never ask Tuko-senpai to do such a thing, I quickly denied. What I'm saying is, let's take photos that appeal more to male students too, I clarified. Hearing this, Minoma-san looked up. But our university has more female students. Isn't it natural to aim for female appeal rather than male appeal? I inwardly grinned, having led them into this line of questioning as planned. Indeed, as Minoma-san says, our university is unusual for a comprehensive university in having more female than male students. The ratio is about 45 to 55. I paused there, looking around at the four of them. However, I've heard that 1 in 4 female students says, I oppose all forms of beauty contests. This means there are girls who wouldn't vote from the start. I quickly wrote a formula on the whiteboard. 55 times 0.75 is equal to 41.25. So, in terms of potential votes, 45 boys versus only about 41 girls. Therefore, shouldn't we reconsider the premise that since there are more female students, we should focus on appealing to them? I pointed at the formula with a pen, seeking their agreement again. Kazuma-san, Minoma-san, and Minama-san fell silent. I was showing off, but this was just a debating technique. In reality, there are men and women who wouldn't vote in a beauty contest. So, it's impossible to know how the actual votes will turn out. But by presenting numbers and logic like this, it's hard for people to argue back. And the numbers themselves have a solid basis. If the other party disagrees, they need to counter these numbers with their own evidence and logic. Moreover, Kazuma-san and Minoma-san are from the economics department, so a logical argument based on numbers should be more persuasive. Understood that male appeal is also necessary. So, how is the SNS of the top candidate, Rindo Akane, doing? Minoma-san asked logically. I had already researched this point. Rindo Akane doesn't focus on male attention as much as Karen. However, she boldly posts underwear and swimsuit photos. I operated the computer to show Rindo Akane's Instagram page. True. She's posting underwear photos without any hesitation. It looks like an underwear commercial from a women's magazine, doesn't it? It doesn't feel lewd at all, Minoma-san and Minama-san observed as I nodded. Yes, it seems Rindo Akane is tied up with swimsuit and underwear manufacturers. She posts comments about the products and includes links to the manufacturers' pages. I absolutely refuse to do that. I won't post underwear photos, Tuko-senpai declared firmly. Tuko-senpai, who had been silent until now, interjected hurriedly. I understand. I'll never post Tuko-senpai in her underwear. I want to enjoy such a sight all by myself. After Minoma-san and the others finished browsing through the SNS, I proceeded with my next statement. Rindo Akane doesn't focus on male students' attention as much as Karen. However, she has the title of Miss Metropolitan University for 2 consecutive years. She's been in the spotlight from the start, so it's easy for her to gather followers. Even freshmen will check her out. Still, like Karen, Rindo Akane consistently incorporates stories and themes into her photos and posts. Minama-san looked at me. So, Ichishiki-kun, what do you want to do with Tuko's SNS? You seem to emphasize storytelling. Finally, we've reached this point. I looked at Ishido, who nodded. It was a sign that everything was going as planned. We have several ideas, but first, we'd like to start with the theme a day date with Tuko-senpai for the photos. A day date? Minami-san and Minami-san exclaimed in unison. I glanced at Tuko-senpai. She also looked surprised. Probably, like me, she was reminiscing about our mock date around Boso. That atmosphere is what we aim to recreate on SNS. What exactly does that entail? Minami-san asked. Well, it starts with a photo at the station saying good morning, then maybe a shot of her in class, listening during the lesson, or in the cafeteria, eating together with Tuko-senpai, I suggested. Ishida continued. Or stopping by a cafe after school, or Tuko-senpai singing at karaoke could be good too. Tuko-senpai singing at karaoke, she reacted in surprise. Just for the photo shoot. Of course, you can actually sing if you want, Ishida replied. But really, can such an approach garner attention? Minami-san voiced her doubts. I think it can, especially now. Until now, boys might have felt distant from Tuko-senpai. But what if the cool beauty shows her cute side? And in her everyday life? That will surely strike a chord with guys. This is where your work, Minami-san, comes into play. I lightly praised Minami-san. Aligning with her could make her more agreeable to my proposal. You is right. A cool beauty being a bit clumsy is endearing, Ishida added. Tuko-senpai reacted to his words. Hey, what do you mean by clumsy? Are you going to capture my weird moments and spread them on the net? I hurriedly clarified for him. No, that's not what Ishida meant. Just cute little blunders. Tuko-senpai seemed to accept this explanation, though she still eyed Ishida suspiciously. Ishida could be a bit tactless at times. Dangerous. Minami-san turned to Tuko-senpai with a question. What do you think, Tuko? I think the final decision should be yours. Asked thus, Tuko-senpai showed an anxious face. I think the current way is fine too. Minami-san, asking Tuko-senpai at this point is a foul. Tuko-senpai is reliable but always considers her friends. If she said, Ichishiki's proposal is good, it would be like saying all Minami-san's past efforts were in vain. Tuko-senpai would never say such a thing. Even if she really thought, I want cuter photos. This is where I had to step in. Minami-san. Tuko-senpai thinks your photos are good. That's why she's never complained, right? But I'm not saying they're bad. I'm proposing a different perspective, considering male students in our photos. The coolness and the gap with cuteness. Everyone fell silent, but the atmosphere shifted. It seemed my persuasion was successful. Tuko-senpai looked relieved. After a while, Kazuma-san spoke up. Thank you for the passionate presentation, Ichishiki-kun. I see your point. I felt relieved. This would allow us to change direction. But Kazuma-san's answer was different. However, the current direction wasn't a failure. We've been getting results. How about this? We continue with Minami's direction and also start posting photos with a story, as Ichishiki-kun suggested. We can use hashtags for clarity. Ichishiki-kun and Ishida-kun can handle the storytelling part. How does that sound? I have no objections, I replied. This two-pronged approach was something I had considered myself. That might appeal to both genders, Minami-san agreed. The idea of a story sounds interesting, Minami-san said. Leave it to us. We'll create photos and stories that will make everyone melt with cuteness. Ishida was excited and enthusiastic. Then Tuko-senpai murmured softly. When Ishida says it, I can't help but feel anxious. Having received permission for our showcasing cute Toko-senpai on SNS strategy, Ishida and I decided to start shooting right away. First up was the one-day imaginary date with Toko-senpai plan. I had already thought up the scenario. And then, there was something else I had to do before the shoot. The night before the shoot, I called Ishida. Sorry, but can you let me do the shoot alone tomorrow? Ha! Why? Shooting together gives us more chances for a good shot, and we can choose better angles, right? Ishida is right in what he says. But I don't want to miss the chance to be alone with Toko-senpai, even if it means being called a traitor. Toko-senpai might get nervous being photographed by both of us. She's quite shy, you know. I think it's better if I do it alone. I smoothly gave the excuse I had prepared beforehand. That's just a front, isn't it? The truth is you want to be alone with Toko-senpai and I'm in the way, right? Damn. He saw right through me. Well, can't help it. I'll consider this a favor. But in return, treat me to both Indian curry and ramen. Ishida named a popular local Indian curry place and a well-known ramen shop known for its spicy ginger flavor. But compared to the time I get to spend alone with Toko-senpai, it's a small price to pay. Alright, good luck tomorrow then, Ishida said and hung up the phone. Thank you, Ishida. With that, one mission was cleared. So today, I'm going to spend almost the entire day with Toko-senpai. First thing in the morning. Since the setting is lovers, we start with the scene going to school together. I board the train at Makuhari Station, my nearest station, and get off at Funabashi Station. Initially, I thought of going to Toko-senpai's nearest station, Shinkamigawa, but she opposed it. If you come all the way to Shinkamigawa, it'll be the opposite direction from the university. There's no need to go that far. It's okay. It's just one station. No. Also, posting photos on Twitter and Linstagram means that people can figure out my nearest station, right? I don't like the idea of unknown people finding out where I get off, especially since they don't know who might be watching. Toko-senpai said, looking worried. That made me realize something. Or rather, as the person in charge of publicity, I should have realized it before being told. Nobody wants their personal information to be unintentionally leaked. It's disturbing and anxiety-inducing, especially for Toko-senpai, a woman. She should be extremely cautious with her personal information. The university's name is public, so the station we get off at can't be helped, but we must be careful not to reveal anything that leads to her home. I'm sorry. I wasn't considerate enough. Should we cancel the going to school together in the morning photo? No need to cancel it. Why not just take it at a different station? Like an intermediary station where a lot of people get on and off. That's a good idea. How about Funabashi Station? It's a transfer station for other lines. That's good. Then let's meet tomorrow morning at the first platform of the local train at Funabashi Station. That's why we decided to shoot at Funabashi, a station along the way. When I got to the front of the upbound train platform at Funabashi Station, Toko-senpai was already there. She stood quietly in the morning sun, her long hair gently swaying in the wind, waiting for me. For a while, I was entranced by her, just like when I saw her in high school. Good morning, Ichishiki-kun. A few seconds later, Toko-senpai, who noticed me, greeted me with a smile. Good morning, Toko-senpai. I snapped back to reality and hastily returned the greeting. What's up? You seemed to be lost in thought. No, not really. But I'm sorry, it seems I made you wait. I arrived at the meeting spot 5 minutes early, as promised. It's fine. I just got here on the previous train too, so I didn't wait long, she replied with a smile. Ah, what a blissful morning, meeting up with my admired senior with a smile. Where shall we take the photo? There seems to be quite a few people around, noted Toko-senpai, quickly scanning the surroundings. We were at the front of the platform, where fewer people were, but taking a photo would surely attract attention. Right. Let's quickly take it after the train leaves, when there are fewer people, I suggested. I had a pre-planned composition in mind, but after seeing Toko-senpai earlier, I thought of a different photo. Understood. What should I do then? Just stand as you were when you were waiting earlier. Hey, is that all? Toko-senpai looked at me, surprised. Yes, just stand facing forward as usual. Then for the next photo, please turn to me and give a light wave as a greeting. Got it. Like this, right? Toko-senpai stood facing forward, just as she had done before. The photo would capture her from a side angle. Toko-senpai, quietly contemplating and waiting for someone, her long black hair shimmering in the morning sun, swaying in the breeze. I quickly took about 5 shots of her. Now, please turn this way and greet as if you were saying hello. Toko-senpai turned to me with a smile, raising her right hand slightly at her chest level. It was a reenactment of how she greeted me earlier. I captured this moment in another 5 shots. Perfect, just as I imagined. Placing the first and second photos side by side would convey the atmosphere. The title could be Good Morning, Let's Go to School Together. Tuko-senpai and I got off at the station near our university. Once inside the station, she stopped by a convenience store to buy a cafe latte from a coffee machine. Do you always buy coffee here? Yeah, in the mornings, it's like a wake-up ritual, or the start of my day. I often buy coffee. While securing the lid on her cafe latte, Tuko-senpai responded. Then, let's capture this scene in a photo. Taking a photo of such a mundane place? Yes, if it's part of your typical day. Well, okay then. Tuko-senpai held the cafe latte cup beside her face, forming a smile. It made a perfect picture of the beginning of a day. Then we entered the classroom for the first period. Arriving early for the photo shoot, the classroom was sparsely populated. The subject was French. Tuko-senpai is taking 2 second foreign languages, Chinese and French. Our university places significant emphasis on language studies, offering a wide range of foreign language courses. Moreover, Tuko-senpai believes in the motto, you can never have too much language proficiency. Communication's foundation lies in language, aiming to master as many languages as possible. For someone like me, who barely manages with English, her linguistic skills seem almost superhuman. I sat next to Tuko-senpai and quickly activated my smartphone's camera. Could you take a pose as if you're talking to me, Tuko-senpai? What kind of pose should I take for talking? We're pretending to be a couple, so maybe something like, let's attend the class together today, or have you done the assignment? So, I should just look like I'm saying that, without actually speaking? Tuko-senpai's face turned slightly red. Man, her doing that is making me blush too. Yes, no need to actually say anything for the photo. Tuko-senpai opened her textbook, leaning on the desk with her elbows and smiling at me. I captured several shots of this scene. Ah, this is embarrassing, she said, fanning her flushed face with her hand. After the shoot, I remained seated, which made Tuko-senpai frown. Aren't you attending your first period class, Ichishiki-kun? I haven't registered for any classes during this time slot, so I'm fine. That's not something to be proud of, she said, knitting her brows. The first class usually includes guidance. If you don't attend, you might face problems later. Second-year courses are packed. You could even repeat a year because of just one missed class. Her concerned expression was also something I wanted to capture. Yes, I understand. Can I take a photo of you like this, with that expression? Now, with this expression? Yes, I thought it looked good when you were advising me. Really? Were you even listening to my advice? I snapped a photo of Tuko-senpai, looking somewhat exasperated as she lectured me. I also captured her serious demeanor during the class. After class, I got up. Next, let's head to the first student cafeteria. I had to attend my compulsory class in the second period. Got it. Let's find a seat quickly, Tuko-senpai said, waving her right hand lightly with a smile. Ah, I felt incredibly happy. My first class ever with Tuko-senpai. I wished I had been born a year earlier to always experience this feeling. After the second period, I dashed to the cafeteria. The teacher had stretched the class until the last minute, so I worried about finding a good seat for the shoot. However, Tuko-senpai was already there, having secured a window-side circular table labeled reserved for couples. Sorry, I'm late, I said, catching my breath. It's okay, you didn't have to rush. My class just ended early. You should get your meal, shouldn't you? She already had her meal, a sandwich, salad, and coffee. I'm waiting to start eating until you take the photo. Sorry, I'll be right back. I dashed to the counter again and chose a fried chicken set meal. Before taking out my smartphone, I asked Tuko-senpai, you said you have classes until the fourth period today, right? Will a sandwich be enough? I can't really order something heavy for a photo shoot. I don't want to be seen as a big eater. I think people won't judge you for that these days. Even idols are shown eating a lot on TV. Still, I'd rather not. Plus, for a photo, I can't choose messy foods like curry, rice balls, or pasta. Slurping noodles is out of the question too. It seems like I've put quite a burden on you. I suggested this pretend date photo shoot casually, but has it been a bother? But Tuko-senpai shook her head. No, not at all. After all, I was the one who decided to participate in the Miss Muse contest. And, you know, Tuko-senpai paused and looked at me. I was actually happy when you said you wanted to capture the usual me. I was feeling a bit lonely with only those fashion magazine-like photos. The pressure from Minami-san was quite intense at that time, wasn't it? It's not that I disliked Minami's photos. But when you said you wanted to take cute photos of me, I thought I could trust you with that. Her saying this made me feel nervous. We both fell silent for a moment, but soon Tuko-senpai spoke again. Can I start eating now? Wait a moment, please. Let me first take a photo of you with the untouched sandwich. Tuko-senpai posed, spreading her hands as if presenting the sandwich on a plate. Then, she delicately bit into one, and I captured that moment. Such simple gestures felt incredibly cute. I had taken the planned lunchtime photo, but I didn't want to miss any more candid shots, so I quickly finished my own meal. Suddenly, I noticed Tuko-senpai watching me intently. Oh no, did I eat too greedily? Did I make any noises while eating? Sorry, was my way of eating unsightly? When I asked nervously, Tuko-senpai shook her head. No, not at all. It just made me think, he's really a boy. You looked so energetic and seemed to enjoy your food. I looked down, a bit embarrassed. I like people like that, she said, gazing at me with a gentle smile. After the fourth period, I met up with Tuko-senpai in front of the engineering building. Of course, it was to take a date after university photo. Where are we going? Let's go to Harajuku today. I had hesitated a bit about the location. Shibuya, Shinjuku, Roppongi, Ginza. But I chose Harajuku for its girly cuteness. Though I hadn't been to Harajuku much myself. I thought a date with a girl in Harajuku eating sweets seemed like a typical idea. The shop, well known from various websites, was quite crowded. I aimed for a crispy rod-shaped cream puff and caramel chocolate-coated soft ice cream. Tuko-senpai seemed happy holding both. I feel guilty about the calories, but it's so exciting. She smiled contentedly, looking exactly like someone who loves sweets. Let's share and eat half each. That way, the calories are halved, and the enjoyment is doubled. She offered me the cream puff with a cute gesture. Could you do that pose again? I want to take a photo. Ha! She looked surprised but then said with a half embarrassed, half mischievous smile. Sure, but you have to take a bite too. I'll eat it after you. I took 2 photos, Tuko-senpai offering me the cream puff and Tuko-senpai about to eat it after I took a bite. Another indirect kiss, I thought. But isn't it somehow erotic when a girl is about to eat something? Tuko-senpai stared at me again. What's wrong? I wondered, and then, Ichishiki-kun, you have cream on the side of your mouth. She took out a tissue from her bag and gently wiped it off. Thank you, I said, feeling both happy and embarrassed. Hehe, it's like having a little brother. She laughed. Wait, am I in the little brother zone? That night, I immediately uploaded Tuko-senpai's photos to Instagram and Twitter. I debated over the hashtags but settled on a day in the life of Tuko Sakurajima. I didn't want to start with something too outrageous. The first photo was from the station, titled Good Morning, Let's Go to School Together. The second was her buying a cafe latte at a convenience store in the morning, captioned Morning Routine to Wake Up. The third was Tuko-senpai talking to me in the classroom. Did you prepare for class? The fourth was the lunch scene, light lunch because we have an evening plan. The fifth and sixth were eating sweets in Harajuku. The first was Tuko-senpai offering the cream puff, captioned went to a trendy shop. Let's eat together. The sixth was eating the cream puff after I took a bite, captioned so delicious. The second bite. I thought about adding an indirect kiss with you but decided it was too risky. The photos on Instagram made me reminisce about the day with Tuko-senpai. What would it be like to date her every day? While I was lost in thought, Ishida contacted me after seeing the SNS. You posted the first set of photos, right? Yeah, just uploaded them. They're good, aren't they? Tuko-senpai looks cute and lively. Thanks. It's reassuring to hear that. No matter how confident I am, it's still just a personal opinion. The results are already showing. The likes are increasing. Yeah, it's been only 15 minutes since I posted, and there are already over 20 likes. That should convince Minami and the others, right? Indeed, it did. The follow count, which had only increased by about 1,000 over 4 weeks, shot up by 300 in just 3 days. Mutanshu Akanine and Karen hadn't even increased by 100 in the same period. Seeing this, Ikima-san commented, "Yeah, it seems to be going well so far. Then, Ichishiki-kun, please continue with this direction of showing Tuko's cuteness. Also, not just photos, but videos in the same vein. We'll help too, of course." This officially approved my plan. From that day on, I immersed myself in how to showcase Tuko-senpai's charm. But unbeknownst to me at that time, a slowly brewing unsettling shadow was beginning to emerge. Chapter 5, Tuko-senpai, are you surprisingly having fun? The plan we proposed, showcasing cute senior Tuko, was going incredibly well. Just a week into its implementation, senior Tuko's followers had already increased to 5,000. In comparison, Rinder Kane had fewer than 7,500, and Karen had about 5,500, so we were definitely closing the gap. Our efforts also positively influenced other aspects. Seeing our success, Minami-san and the others got motivated as well. Minami-san, by nature competitive, must have thought, "I can't be left behind," upon seeing our results. She began incorporating various innovations into her photos, revealing different charms of senior Tuko. Where there used to be more mature, elegant photos, now there were brighter, more feminine outdoor shots, likely to appeal more to freshman girls thinking about their university debut. However, we hit a wall. We couldn't think of new ideas. Our photos and videos were typically shot based on a predetermined theme or story, necessitating new ideas each time. This is the tough part of conceptual projects. That day, Ishida and I were racking our brains over new ideas in the cafeteria. "Ishida, got any good ideas? You, any fun plans?" We kept repeating the same lines. Looking at the A4 paper in front of me, which messily listed our past projects, I revisited them. We've done a day in the life of senior Tuko, both a university and a holiday edition, imaginary dates twice, shopping edition, and university tour edition. We've done quite a lot, haven't we? Ishida, looking tired, nodded in agreement. It feels like we've exhausted all ideas. The university tour edition was basically just a promotional video for the university. Other candidates are doing similar stuff. It's understandable why Karen would go for teasing H photos. Such photos don't bore people and don't need much innovation to draw attention. That's absolutely not an option for us. Senior Tuko would never do that. We sighed simultaneously after that exchange. After a brief silence, Ishida suddenly sat up straight. If it's come to this, let's make a bold move." "What do you mean, bold?" "Just to be clear, suggestive photos are out of the question." I made sure to emphasize this point as I looked up. "I know. But cosplay doesn't necessarily mean suggestive photos, right?" "Cosplay, huh?" I murmured. I had considered cosplay before. Karen had once said she was thinking about incorporating it. Indeed, as Ishida said, cosplay in itself isn't suggestive. It only becomes so depending on the specific cosplay. But whether senior Tuko would accept this idea was another matter. Kazuma-san might oppose it too. It'll be tough to convince them, I thought. But Ishida insisted firmly, "No, now is the time for cosplay. If we give up before trying, it's game over." He quoted a famous line from a sports manga, but if he used it to justify cosplay, the original author might cry. Cosplay? Senior Tuko, Kazuma-san, Minami-san, and Minami-san all reacted in unison upon hearing our idea. Yes. Cosplay is a world of free imagination. It can expand senior Tuko's charm even more. Ishida argued passionately. But isn't cosplay kind of niche? I'm worried it might ruin the cool beauty image we've built up for Tuko. Minoma-san expressed her concern. Ishida looked surprised at her comment. What are you saying? Modeling is, in a sense, like cosplay. Cute university student cosplay, capable office lady cosplay, even a wedding dress is perfect bridal cosplay. Besides, the indoor studio Minoma-san uses for photoshoots was originally for cosplay. Well, that's true, but... Minoma-san hesitated. Mina-san seemed to falter under the enthusiasm of Ishida. Ishida's passion is really something, isn't it? He gets this excited when it comes to cosplay. I understand what you want to say, Ishida-kun. I also understand that there are valid reasons for cosplaying. However, cosplay costs money. It will have to come out of the club's budget. We can't afford something that expensive. Kazuma-san raised her right hand as if to hold back the conversation and gave her calm opinion. But we're already prepared for that. I spoke up. Don't worry about that. Ishida has already contacted some of his cosplayer friends, and has arranged to borrow costumes and accessories from them. That's right. From goddesses and elves to female knights and thieves, and even Kemonomi girls and elite school uniforms, we have it all. Ishida added eagerly to my words. Ishida is passionate about anime and manga, but it's rare to see him this excited. Or rather, I'm a bit taken aback. And Kazuma-san, Mina-san, and Minoma-san were completely overwhelmed by Ishida's fervor. Kazuma-san looked at Tuko-senpai. What do you think, Tuko? The decision is yours. If you're okay with it, I have no objections. Tuko-senpai hesitated, seemingly overwhelmed. I don't mind, as long as the costumes aren't weird or anything. Great, then it's settled. Ishida declared confidently. I'll arrange the costumes and book the studio right away. Please wait for my contact. Ishida was ready to move immediately, but Kazuma-san gave him a final warning. Let us know about the cosplay plans in advance. We don't want Tuko to be suddenly presented with strange costumes on site. Also, let us check the photos and videos before uploading them to SNS. I'll try to be there for the shoot as much as possible. Kazuma-san, fearing Ishida's recklessness, didn't forget to lay down these ground rules. On Sunday of that week, Ishida, Tuko-senpai, Kazuma-san, and I went to a neighboring town in Chiba Prefecture. There, apparently, was a whole rental photography space. It boasted both a fairy tale-like indoor shoot and a similarly themed garden shoot. We drove there in Kazuma-san's car, exiting the highway, passing through fields interspersed with clusters of trees and houses. We reached our destination. The studio was as cute and fairy tale-like as something out of Mouseland. Who knew Chiba had such a place? Tuko-senpai remarked, impressed. Isn't this place expensive, though? Kazuma-san asked worriedly. Ishida confidently replied, yes, it's expensive. Will it fit in our budget? If it exceeds, the club can't cover it. Ishida assured her, that's taken care of. Today, we're sharing this space with 2 other cosplay teams. We only have an hour and a half, but it fits within our budget. If that's the case, then it's fine. Kazuma-san said, still looking uneasy. It's understandable. As the club president, she's responsible for budget management. Even if Tuko-senpai joining Miss Muse would result in a grant, we can't be reckless with spending at this stage. We're allowed to freely use the costumes in the makeup room's costume cases. Ishida led us into the makeup room. There were 2 trunk cases and 2 costume cases, along with several costumes hanging on a rack. So, which costumes are we using today? I asked, and Ishida opened the 2 costume cases. Let's take a look at the costumes first. Tuko-senpai and Kazuma-san, please help decide. We'll prioritize whatever Tuko-senpai wants to wear. We started examining each costume, deciding which to wear. There was a wide variety: goddesses, elves, female knights, hunters, thieves, village maidens, princess dresses, elite school uniforms, sailor uniforms, maid outfits, cute waitress outfits, tennis wear, magical girls, and even spy-like black suits. Wow, they even have this. Kazuma-san picked up a uniform of the Royal Knights. It was flashy, with medals and epaulets, a red jacket, and blue trousers. It even had a gold chain. That's a costume from a popular female-oriented isekai series. The character is a woman disguised as a man to protect a princess, a kind of Yuri plot. I see. It does seem a bit small for a man's outfit. Why don't you try it, Kazuma-san? It would suit you well. Alright, but that means Ishida-kun and Itoshiki-kun are the thieves to be captured. Wait, I'm part of this too? Just leave it to Ishida. While we joked around, I noticed Tuko-senpai seriously considering her options. She seemed torn between a traditional black maid outfit and a modern, cute maid outfit, with a miniskirt. Do those two options interest you, Tuko-senpai? When I spoke up, Tuko-senpai looked up, startled. It's not that I'm particularly concerned. I was just thinking how different these maid outfits are, despite being the same type. Then Ishida approached Tuko-senpai, holding the modern, cute maid outfit. Please go with this one. The other one is more suited for an older head maid. This one is like the maid outfits in anime. Saying so, he hung the cute maid outfit on the rack. But isn't that maid outfit a bit too revealing at the chest and back? And the skirt seems pretty short. That's the point. Nobody would be charmed by a mourning-like maid outfit. Well, I suppose. Tuko-senpai seemed unable to argue against Ishida's confident statement. And this female night outfit, I highly recommend it. It even comes with a holy sword. This sword is made of clear acrylic with LEDs inside, so it can light up. Yeah, that sounds good too. Ishida. Are you making decisions based purely on your taste? And we should include a magical girl too. Saying this, Ishida began rummaging through the costume case. He was completely in his own world. Then he suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Oh, this is perfect. Let's go with this, Tuko-senpai. What Ishida happily pulled out was a leopard print bikini. The three of us, excluding Ishida, expressed our surprise. But Ishida, undeterred, started explaining. This isn't just leopard print. It's from the anime Cute Animal Girls, the most popular character, Serval Beauty. Look at these cat ears. They're bigger than normal, right? That's the characteristic of Serval Beauty. No one cares about such minute details. This costume also came with a large cat ear headband and cat paw gloves, along with boots of the same leopard print pattern as the bikini. Tuko-senpai would definitely look great in this. I highly recommend it. Let's choose this. Ishida pressed on. Tuko-senpai's eyes widened. Then, a hand snatched away the leopard print bikini. It was Kazuma-san. Ishida-kun, you've been imposing your preferences and not considering Tuko's opinion. There's no way Tuko would wear something like this. Choose something more appropriate. Kazuma-san's words were a bit harsh. Even so, I also opposed the animal print bikini. There's no way we could put Tuko-senpai in such an outfit and upload it to the internet for everyone to see. It's a shame. Tuko-senpai would have really suited it. What a waste. Ishida muttered as he searched for another outfit. Eventually, we settled on 3 outfits for the cosplay. A cute, slightly revealing, maid outfit, a female knight with a glowing lead holy sword, and a blue bolero-style jacket with a fluffy, white long dress. The backgrounds included a European street, a white living room in the style of southern France's Provence, the same in a white bedroom, a garden spa, and a cute Western-style backyard. Scenes ranged from standing on a street corner, a melancholic expression as if waiting for someone, to gracefully bowing at the entrance of a house and enjoying tea time in the backyard. There were also scenes of preparing for battle with the holy sword laid on the bed. Tuko-senpai, lean a bit more against the wall and look this way. Yes, that's great. Can you give a gentler smile? Ishida, like a professional photographer, gave such directions while taking photos. He's pretty good at engaging the subject. His directions to the model were spot on, and his encouragement felt natural. This mustn't be his first time doing something like this. After the photo shoot ended. Perfect. Ishida, checking the images on his DSLR camera, seemed quite satisfied. Tuko-senpai, not used to photo shoots, let out a deep sigh. Then I'll go change. The costumes we used, They need to be cleaned before returning, right? Should I hand them to you, Ishida-kun, when returning them? Saying this, Tuko-senpai headed to the makeup room. Then, let's clean up and put everything away while we have the chance. We started putting the equipment back and did a quick cleanup. We couldn't dawdle too long. Other cosplayers might arrive soon. After most of the cleanup was done, Kazuma-san muttered, "Tuko is taking a long time to come back. I'll bring the car to the front of the studio. Ishida-kun, start moving the equipment and tools we brought. Itoshiki-kun, can you check for any forgotten items and wait here for Tuko?" "Understood. Got it." Ishida and I responded. Ishida quickly began moving the equipment outside the studio. Still, it was unusual for Tuko-senpai to take this long. She was just supposed to change and bring back the used costumes. Did she lose something important? I headed towards the makeup room. Not wanting to burst in, I knocked and called out, "Tuko-senpai?" No response. I knocked and called out again. Still no response. After knocking and calling out 3 times with no answer, I wondered if she had already left the studio. I tried the doorknob. It wasn't locked. It seemed Tuko-senpai had already left. Just to be sure, I decided to open the door. And then, I encountered an unbelievable scene. Tuko-senpai was dancing in the serval cat bikini. She hadn't noticed me, as she was facing the mirror. Tuko-senpai. The door closed on its own. Tuko-senpai still hadn't noticed. Dancing and striking poses. When she finally turned and our eyes met, Tuko-senpai stopped moving. Not just her movements, her expression froze too. Her eyes widened in shock. "Hiya, hiya." Tuko-senpai let out a shriek and crouched down, trying to cover herself. "What are you doing?" My voice was also shaky and hoarse. This isn't what it looks like. I thought this was part of another costume. I made a mistake. But isn't that the costume from Animal Girls that Ishida mentioned earlier? Was it? Tuko-senpai's eyes flickered uncertainly. But, look, there might be some other use for this. I thought. Maybe. Probably not. Are you contradicting yourself? But I like cats. I thought wearing this might help me understand how cats feel. Maybe. Probably not. Tuko-senpai looked down for a while but eventually raised her face as if resigned. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to see what it felt like to wear it." I was still dumbfounded. Seeing me like that, Tuko-senpai shyly made a cat paw gesture with a red face and said, "Meow." It seemed like she was trying to playfully distract from the situation. I burst out laughing involuntarily. "Don't laugh. Don't laugh. It's embarrassing. I want to die. I'm sorry. But Tuko-senpai, why were you dancing?" "Uwa. Don't mention it. Don't mention it." Tuko-senpai screamed like a child and then sat down on the floor with a thud. Removing her wireless earbuds, she placed her hands between her thighs. I was actually interested in this cute Animal Girls costume. I've watched the anime a few times and thought the ending dance was cute. So, I just wanted to try it on. And when I did, I remembered that I had the song on my phone and thought I'd listen to it. And then, since I was at it, I danced a little bit. Tuko-senpai really has some surprisingly childlike aspects. But that's what makes her cute. Once again, I looked over Tuko-senpai in her serval cat bikini. The leopard print bikini top that beautifully contained her full, white bust. And her slim, toned waist. Below the bikini bottoms, her smooth, white thighs drew perfect curves. I inadvertently scanned her figure, from overall, chest, waist, hips, thighs, overall, in a loop. Ishida was right. This would captivate any man. Though it can't be posted on SNS. Erotically cute. This must be what they call uro kawaii. It's okay. And it really suits you. You look incredibly cute. Really? Really? Can I take a picture as a keepsake? Absolutely not. That would be a stain on my life. It's not like that at all. You're really cute. And you were interested in it, right? You won't get another chance to wear something like this. It's okay. I won't upload it to Rinstar or show anyone. It'll be our secret. Can you really keep it a secret? Yes, of course. Do you really think I'm cute? Absolutely. I'd stake my life on it being cute. Then, Itoshiki-kun, join me. I set the camera on my smartphone to self-timer and sat next to Tuko-senpai. Itoshiki-kun, do the beckoning cat pose too. I don't want to be the only one embarrassed in a photo. I laughed and raised my right hand next to my head in a fist. I waited in front of the makeup room until Tuko-senpai finished changing. When she came out of the makeup room, her face was still red. She seemed too embarrassed to look at me. You'll keep what happened just now a secret from everyone, right? Ah, yes, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Absolutely, 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 don't tell anyone. Don't worry. The photo is my treasure. Can you send me the photo later? I couldn't help but laugh. Tuko-senpai really has her surprising moments. But that's what makes her incredibly cute to me. These Tuko-senpai cosplay photos were published on SNS after being supervised by Ishida and checked by Kazuma-san. Being known as the pure and talented beauty with intellect, Tuko-senpai's photos received a lot of attention. Her follower count jumped to 6,200. This is a significant increase, almost catching up with Karen, while Rinder Kane has barely changed at 7,700. Good, this pace is promising. Rinder Kane is now within reach. I grinned to myself. At that moment, a comment caught my eye. It read, "Tuko, aren't you getting carried away?" Until now, there had been hardly any negative comments about Tuko-senpai. But since uploading these cosplay photos, I began to occasionally see such comments. Are you trying to win by uploading such photos? What about being the Shadow Miss Juto University? Disappointing. Looks like the number of detractors has increased. Of course, I had anticipated that detractors would appear. The higher the popularity, the more visible you become, the more inevitable it is for detractors to emerge. But the timing of these detractors' appearance and the subtle nature of their comments in the section caught my attention. I hope it doesn't go in a bad direction. A slight anxiety began to spread within me. Chapter 6, 9 Goddesses. The cosplay project was well received. The gap in follower numbers between Rinder Kane and me had significantly closed, and I finally caught up with Karen. However, Karen wasn't going to sit back and watch Tuko-senpai's success quietly. Karen also started posting cosplay photos. Though it was Karen who initially mentioned the idea of cosplay. Moreover, Karen's cosplay was more revealing and risque. In her Your Pet series, she dressed in various animal-themed costumes like cats, puppies, rabbits, and fawns, each more daring than the last. Seeing this, Ishida said, "Hey, you. Shouldn't we have Tuko-senpai wear more revealing cosplay costumes?" That's not a good idea. Kazuma-san wouldn't allow it, and more importantly, I don't think Tuko-senpai would agree. As I said this, I remembered the secret of Tuko-senpai's serval cat bikini. Are you sure about that? Ishida mused. What? Did Ishida notice something? What do you mean? Is there something you're concerned about? I asked, feigning calmness, and Ishida whispered. Well, actually, among the cosplay costumes we used last time, there was the outfit of Serval Beauty-chan from Cute Animal Girls. Electricity ran through my mind. I had overlooked that. Ishida pointed out that blind spot. Remember, we talked about returning the used costumes after cleaning them. Among the costumes Tuko-senpai sent back, there was the Serval Beauty bikini set. That means, Tuko-senpai wore that costume, right? So, perhaps Tuko-senpai is actually interested in such cosplay. What nonsense are you talking about, Ishida? I cut off his words as if they were utterly ridiculous. That's because I spilled some water from a bottle, and it got on the costume a bit. Tuko-senpai noticed it and said, "We have to wash it, even if it's just a little bit," and so she sent it for cleaning along with the others. A spur-of-the-moment lie, but surprisingly convincing, considering how quickly I came up with it. This act must be working. Is that so? Ishida seemed genuinely disappointed. I thought Tuko-senpai might have been interested in that kind of cosplay. Good, it seems to have worked. It's a relief Ishida isn't the type to think too deeply. No way, that's impossible. It's Tuko-senpai we're talking about. It's totally against her image. I was surprised myself. But that means animal bikini is off the table for Tuko-senpai, right? Since Karen-chan already did the pet series. Saying so, Ishida pulled out his smartphone and opened Karen's SNS page. Images of Karen's revealing animal cosplay lined the screen. And her newly released Your Little Sister series is doing well too. Ishida's mention of the Your Little Sister series probably stemmed from our image date idea. It featured Karen portraying a loose, vulnerable little sister. Photos like sloppy pajama look, oversized t-shirt, barely covering the hips, changing uniforms, peeking from the bathroom, and so on. Honestly, they were quite cute. Ishida once said they were 1.5 times cuter than the real thing, but this sister series might be 3 times as cute. Is it because I'm an only child that I think this way? Interestingly, despite being an otaku, Ishida isn't much into sister characters. Maybe because he has a cute little sister, Akari, in real life. But Karen, she's really cunning. In another world, she could have been a match for notorious historical figures like Wu Zetian or Empress Dowager Cixi. Competing with Karen is pointless. How about doing a video instead? I suggested, and Ishida nodded. That's true. We've only done university introduction videos so far. Do you have any ideas? Yes, I've been thinking about it for a while. Tuko-senpai's challenge series. What's the concept behind that? Tuko-senpai has a strong image as a smart, perfect girl. But actually, she has her clumsy moments. She used to be terrible at cooking at first. And then? So, Tuko-senpai tries something new. We capture that on video. If she does it well, it's impressive, and if she fails, we see a cute side of her. That sounds good. What will she be doing? I'm thinking of something cooking related. Like filleting a whole fish or trying soba noodle making. That's a good idea, but won't girls dislike filleting a fish? Soba making sounds interesting but too subdued for a first attempt. Right, I still think a cooking challenge would be good. How about milking a cow? We could have Tuko-senpai wear a cow pattern black and white bikini for it. Get off the animal bikini topic, will you? I pondered for a while. It can't be too difficult or expensive. Something manageable but still challenging. For some reason, the image Ishida mentioned of Tuko-senpai milking a cow in a cow pattern bikini popped into my head. No. I'm getting poisoned by Ishida's ridiculous fantasies. But the keyword milking seemed to stick. How about making butter? I suggested, and Ishida looked skeptical. Making butter? Is that interesting enough for a video? Making butter is simply shaking milk in a bottle, but it's quite hard. So, we filmed Tuko-senpai trying her best at it. A girl shaking a bottle might be cute. Plus, we can use the butter for baking later. Well, we don't have any other ideas, so shall we try that next? Ishida agreed, though he didn't seem too enthusiastic. And so, our next project, Tuko-senpai's challenge, making butter, was decided. But Ishida, aren't you a bit less excited compared to the cosplay project? That weekend, Ishida and I headed to Tuko-senpai's house. This was my first visit to Tuko-senpai's house since the food tasting before X-Day. When I rang the doorbell, Tuko-senpai immediately peeked out from the door. Welcome. Kazumi is already here, she said and led us to the living room. Ishida looked around the house curiously. From the outside, I thought it was a big house, but the inside is even more luxurious. I was surprised too when I first came here. Could have used this house as a shooting studio, couldn't we? We chatted as we were guided to the living room. Kazuma-san was already there beside a splendid dining table, with Tuko-senpai next to her. I've prepared what you asked for, but is this really all we need? Kazuma-san pointed to the 500cc empty plastic bottles on the table. There were 4 of them. Yes, that's fine. I responded and placed the bag of ingredients I bought from the supermarket on the table. But for making butter, all we need is empty plastic bottles? Kazuma-san asked inquisitively, to which Tuko-senpai replied instead of me. Making butter itself doesn't require complicated skills. It's just about separating the fat from the milk. The hard part is the separation process. Tuko-senpai looked at me. So this time, we're making butter from milk, right? Yes. Did you buy non-homogenized milk? Yes, it's all taken care of. I took out a liter bottle of non-homogenized milk from the bag. As I did so, Ishida asked, "What's non-homogenized milk? Is it different from regular milk?" Caught off guard by his sudden question, I couldn't answer. Sensing the atmosphere, Tuko-senpai kindly explained. Regular milk undergoes a process called homogenization, where the fat globules are finely and uniformly dispersed. Milk that hasn't undergone this process is called non-homogenized milk. It's shortened to non-homo milk. Why is that process necessary? Ishida asked further. If milk isn't homogenized, the fat naturally separates from it. The process prevents that from happening. However, when the fat globules are small, they don't easily clump together, making it harder to turn into butter. Butter is essentially the fat extracted from milk. Tuko-senpai explained as she poured milk into the plastic bottles. I had roughly looked up this knowledge on the internet, somewhat vaguely, but I couldn't have explained it well myself. Well, as long as we can make butter, that's all that matters. Then, let's start filming. As I said this, Ishida set up his smartphone on a tripod. I also got my smartphone ready. Start. With my cue, Tuko-senpai raised the bottle filled with milk. Hello, everyone. I'm Sakura Tuko. Today, as part of our first-time challenge, I'm going to try making butter at home. Tuko-senpai seemed to have gotten used to filming. She smiled at the camera. The only tool we need is an empty plastic bottle. I'll pour the milk into it. Remember, it has to be non-homo milk, or it won't solidify properly. She then explained the same thing she had told Ishida earlier. Pour about a third of the milk into the bottle. Then just screw the cap on tightly and shake it. Tuko-senpai started shaking the bottle up and down. As you shake it, the milk inside will eventually turn creamy. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. But it didn't turn creamy. It's easier to make butter from cream. Maybe it's difficult with milk. 2 more minutes passed. The video was just a beautiful girl shaking a plastic bottle. Nothing else changed. Another minute passed. Hey you, how long are we going to film this? I doubt anyone would just watch this kind of video. Ishida said that when. Just a moment, let's take a break. Tuko-senpai placed the bottle on the table, breathing heavily. It's hard to solidify, isn't it? Saying so, Kazuma-san took the bottle and examined it closely. Tuko-senpai looked at me with a hint of reproach. Itsuki-kun, is this really the non-homogenized milk I asked for? There's no mistake. Look, it clearly says non-homogenized milk here. I held up the milk pack I had bought. Tuko-senpai examined it and then resignedly said, yes, it does say non-homogenized milk. At that moment, Kazuma-san picked up one of the plastic bottles. Why don't we try it ourselves? If we don't, this won't make a good video. If any of us can do it, we can just pretend it was Tuko who made it. That's a good idea. Let's give it a try. Saying so, we filled 3 plastic bottles with milk and started shaking them. Me, Kazuma-san, and Ishida. Hey, it looks like some clumps are forming. Ishida was the first to notice this, followed by Kazuma-san and then me. With a splash, the liquid and solid parts, which seemed to be butter, separated first in Kazuma-san's bottle. Then, almost simultaneously, Ishida and I managed the same. We did it. Done. It worked. As we celebrated, Tuko-senpai looked at us with a tinge of resentment. Well, why don't we all collaborate and film the process as if Tuko-senpai did it? I tried to follow up, but Tuko-senpai insisted. No, I'll do it myself. She poured milk into a new bottle and started shaking it, now determined. Ah, Tuko-senpai's competitive side is showing. I thought to myself, and then Kazuma-san approached me. Tuko is quite stubborn, isn't she? Hearing that, Tuko-senpai responded. What do you mean? I am not stubborn. She said this just as she vigorously shook the bottle. Splash. With a loud sound, the cap came off, and milk spurted out of the bottle, covering everything in milk. Afterwards, we all cleaned up the spilt milk and Tuko-senpai tried making butter again. This time, she succeeded. The finished butter was drained of its liquid part, apparently, that's buttermilk, and carefully dried with kitchen paper. Since we made the effort to make butter, we decided to use half of it to make raisin butter, adding raisins, salt, and cinnamon. After chilling the raisin butter in the fridge, the four of us tasted it. "It's delicious," exclaimed Kazuma-san. "Really, it's very tasty," Ishida added. Tuko-senpai commented, "The sweetness of the raisins and the saltiness of the butter are just right." I too tasted the raisin butter. The rich flavor of butter and the sweet-sour taste of raisins filled my mouth. "This is delicious. It's even better than the store-bought ones, isn't it?" Kazuma-san licked her lips and murmured, "Makes me want some alcohol." And so, the first installment of Tuko-senpai's challenge series, making butter from milk, was completed. The reaction to the published video was quite good. Tuko-senpai being engrossed and accidentally spilling the milk was a nice touch. The final scene of us all tasting the raisin butter had a warm, cozy feel. Most comments were positive. However, there were more negative comments than last time, and some people were starting to echo these sentiments. We might need to take some measures against this. I started to think about this. And so, the final week of April arrived, the day of the Miss Muse announcement. We headed to the largest cafeteria on campus, which had nearly 700 seats. Today, the self-introduction of the 9 chosen Miss Muses would take place here. Present were only the Miss Muse contestants, their supporting groups or clubs, and related personnel. The event was to be broadcast online for other students. Apart from me, Tuko-senpai, Kazuma-san, Mina-san, and Manama-san, many other club members were there, including Ishida. Today finally marks the end of our duty, doesn't it? Tuko-senpai, sitting next to me, said that. Did you find it against your will, after all? When I asked this, Tuko-senpai rested her chin on her fist. Well, at first, I was reluctant. But as I did it, it turned out to be surprisingly fun. It felt like discovering a new side of myself. A new side of Tuko-senpai? I unintentionally recalled Tuko-senpai dancing in an animal bikini. Tuko, you actually enjoyed it because Itsuki was with you, right? Kazuma-san, sitting further down, teased her. Kazumi, what are you suddenly saying? Isn't it true? If it weren't for Itsuki, you wouldn't have participated in the Miss Muse contest, would you? It's not about Itsuki being there or not. Tuko-senpai said, glancing fleetingly at me. So you're saying whether Itsuki was there or not didn't matter to you? It's not that, but it was definitely better that he was there. I feel comfortable with Itsuki. Kazuma-san smirked. I felt sorry for the uncomfortable Tuko-senpai. I'm glad I could participate in the Miss Muse. It was fun, and above all, if I could be of help to Tuko-senpai, that's the best. It became a good memory for me. Tuko-senpai shyly said thank you, and Kazuma-san teased her again with a whistle. Itsuki's really grown up, huh? I don't dislike such manly lines, though. Pausing, Kazuma-san uncrossed her legs and leaned toward me. But honestly, both you and Ishida did a great job. So far, Tuko's entry into Miss Muse is certain, right? Tuko-senpai hastily denied it. That's not confirmed yet. After all, the judging criteria haven't been announced. I also opened my laptop on my lap and added. That's right. Currently, Tuko-senpai is in 3rd place in terms of followers. However, Karen in 2nd place has only about 20 more followers than her, so it's almost a negligible difference. Strictly speaking, the judging criteria aren't based solely on follower count, but since the Miss Muse voting site was correlated with the follower count until halfway, it's likely accurate. The Miss Muse contest had gained quite a lot of momentum in its latter half, with new student registrations contributing to a rapid increase in the contestants' follower counts. So, what's Rhinda Kane's follower count? Rhinda Kane is in 1st place with 12,000. She made a significant comeback compared to the beginning. It was a point of disappointment for me. There's no need for Itsuki to worry about that. If I had been more proactive from the beginning. Tuko-senpai tried to reassure me. Kazuma-san waved her hand dismissively. Both of you don't need to worry about that. And from the standpoint of a club president, it doesn't matter what place Tuko finishes in as long as she makes it into Miss Muse. That will get us the long-awaited club room and funding. I've only been president for 2 months, and I've achieved what previous presidents couldn't. Honestly, I'm proud. Kazuma-san grinned. But Kazuma-san, your leadership was also great. You listened to my opinions just the right amount. I voiced my thoughts. If it weren't for Kazuma-san as the president, my suggestions might have been crushed by Mina-san. Your words are a relief for me. Honestly, I was quite bewildered. The data and various ideas Itsuki provided were really helpful. I owe you my gratitude too. Don't mention it. I wasn't confident myself. Anyway, this event ends today. We can return to normal student life. Kazuma-san said that just as an announcer took the stage, probably a member of the student council. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. We will now announce the results of the first Miss Muse contest, a project to discover women with various talents at Jotodai University. Loud music played, and the crowd cheered as comments sent online scrolled on the projected screen. These events really do get exciting. Until last year, we chose the Miss Jotodai during the university festival. But starting this year, to welcome new students, we are holding this Miss Muse contest as part of the May Festival. Photos of past Miss Jotodai winners appeared on the screen, including Rhinda Kane. The term muse originally comes from the 9 goddesses of knowledge in Greek mythology. Each goddess presides over a specific talent. Inspired by this, the Student Council organized this contest to focus on each contestant's unique talents and charms. The previously noisy venue had become quiet. Everyone was tense with anticipation, and I was no exception. Based on SNS statistics, Tuko-senpai was in 3rd place. With the top 9 being selected, she should undoubtedly be chosen, but without official judging criteria, nothing was certain. Glancing at Tuko-senpai, I saw her tense expression. 82 women entered, and from them, we will introduce the 9 goddesses chosen by your votes. When your name is called, please come forward to the stage. The tension rose further as the announcement approached. First, the goddess of music. The announcer went on to announce the goddess of art, goddess of literature, goddess of theater, goddess of dance, and goddess of song. Profiles of the winners were displayed on the backdrop screen. So far, neither Tuko-senpai's nor Rhinda Kane's or Karen's names had been mentioned. This was expected. In the art-related categories, those who excelled in those fields had entered. It's not like who enters which field is predetermined, but there would naturally be a suitable promotional method for each field. The issue was the remaining 3 spots. Could Tuko-senpai break into these? I looked at Tuko-senpai again. Her expression was more strained than before. Kazuma-san, Mina-san, and Manama-san also looked tense. Next, the goddess of enchantment. This is awarded to candidates with captivating photos and videos, and passionate support comments. The tension heightened with the diminishing number of remaining spots. From the Department of English and American Literature, 2nd year, Mitsuhon Karen, a cheer erupted from one corner of the venue, and Karen, in a cute, fluffy pink outfit, stood up. Karen was there. She made a surprised face as if saying, "Me? I can't believe it. But that's probably an act." Karen then waved and smiled as she headed towards the stage, her demeanor exuding confidence. The host asked Karen for a few words and handed her the microphone. With a light smile, Karen received it and began speaking to the audience like an idol. "Everyone, thank you so much for supporting me. I had no confidence at all, and when my name was called, I didn't realize it was about me. I only noticed when the person next to me said, 'Karen, you were called.' But I worked really hard on my SNS and everything, so being chosen as one of the muses here makes me truly happy. Lastly, once again, thank you all. Well spoken." When she walked up to the stage, her attitude was that of someone confident of being chosen. She can completely transform herself according to the situation. I watched Karen, somewhat astounded by her act. Once Karen joined the other selected candidates, the host raised his voice again. Now, only 2 spots left for Miss Muse. The next goddess is the Goddess of Wisdom. This is for a beauty with brains who shattered her intellectual image with various challenges and demonstrated a wealth of knowledge. Sakura Tuko-san from the Faculty of Engineering and Information Science, 3rd year. The crowd erupted with cheers. It was evident that many others aside from our club members supported Tuko-senpai. As for Tuko-senpai herself, she was looking down with a red face, her eyes spinning. Was she panicking? Tuko-senpai, Tuko. Both Kazuma-san and I called out to her almost simultaneously. I'm fine, I know. Saying so, Tuko-senpai stood up and headed to the stage. Her footsteps were a bit unsteady, but was she okay? I knew she was not good with public appearances, but she seemed to be quite nervous on stage. When Tuko-senpai reached the stage, the host turned the microphone to her. Sakura Tuko-san, you are known as the unofficial Miss Jotodai and the true campus queen. I believe there were high expectations from everyone around you. How do you feel about actually participating in the Miss Muse contest? But Tuko-senpai still seemed a bit dizzy. Yes. Everyone cooperated together. I experienced many things. It was more fun than I thought. That's unlike the usual Tuko-senpai, who would typically deliver a sharp and impactful statement. Tuko is quite weak against unexpected situations. She gets quite nervous. She's really strong in prearranged debates, though, Kazuma-san explained to me. I see, that makes sense. Though, debating on topics like what is a beauty contest, in this situation would be troublesome. Tuko-senpai then lined up next to Karen on the stage. Finally, we will announce the last goddess. The goddess of expression was selected based on her influence and communication skills as an influencer. The recipient is Rinda Kane-san from the Faculty of Literature and Media Information Studies, 3rd year. Cheers of wow, and as expected, filled the venue. But at the same time, I heard someone click their tongue. Looking around, I saw Mina-san and Minami-san making sour faces. Rinda Kane walked to the stage with an indifferent expression, not minding the supporters calling out to her. Rinda Kane-san, could you say a few words? Thank you everyone for your support. I won the Miss Jotodai contest last year and the year before, but I was deeply saddened to hear that the historic Miss Jotodai would be discontinued. However, I am proud that I was chosen in this year's Miss Muse, a contest that seeks to uncover the diverse charms of women. Thank you so much to everyone who supported me. She confidently made her statement. As expected of Rinda Kane-san, she truly has the stature of a queen. Please join the others. The host directed her to stand next to Tuko-senpai. All 9 Miss Muse goddesses now stood in a line on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the 9 goddesses of the first Miss Muse contest. Loud applause filled the venue. And with that, everything concluded. It all seemed somewhat anticlimactic. Leaning back in my chair, I relaxed. The host was about to conclude the event with his final remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. I have one last request. Among the 9 goddesses of Miss Muse, we need to select one representative. What did he just say? Startled, I sat up straight. The others around me also looked confused. The host seemed to smile slyly as he looked over the crowd. This Miss Muse contest is supported by various sponsors. Therefore, there's a need for cooperation in promotional activities to the extent possible. Moreover, with the discontinuation of the Miss contest, there's a role to play as the face of the university in advertising and other activities. Hence, it's necessary to have a representative among the 9 goddesses. The goddesses on the stage looked just as surprised. Naturally, we had heard that Miss Muse was simply to select 9 unique women, with no ranking among them. But within the group, only 2 seemed unsurprised. Rinda Kane and Mitsuhon Karen. Could it be that these 2 were aware of this representative role from the beginning? Wow, that's what I'm talking about. Someone in the crowd shouted. Right, just picking 9 people is boring. Decide who's the best. The event's not over yet. Go for it. Various voices rose from all around the venue. So the 9 goddesses were merely finalists in a beauty contest. I'm not opposed to beauty contests. They're events that liven up university life. Those opposed, like Tuko-senpai, simply don't have to participate. But this time it was different. The ranking Tuko-senpai disliked was added later. And possibly, Rinder Kane and Karen alone knew about it. As I glared at the stage, the host continued. Please, everyone, be quiet. The representative decision meeting will take place on the first Saturday after the Golden Week in May, at 1 p.m. in the University Auditorium. The top 3 will be selected based on public voting by that time. They will be scored out of 50 points, based on the percentage of votes relative to the total. Then, 5 judges will add their scores. Each judge has 10 points, and the final decision will be out of a total of 100 points, combining public voting scores and judges' scores. 50 points from public voting and 50 from judges' scoring? Who are these judges? And what about this representative decision battle that even the Miss Muse contestants seemed unaware of? I felt something stirring in my chest. Chapter 7. The Emergence of Antagonists. Is this a trap? After the Miss Muse announcement event, the 4 of us, myself, Tuko-senpai, Kazuma-san, and Ishida, Mina-san and Minama-san had other commitments, gathered at a family restaurant a little away from the university. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Tuko-senpai said wearily, followed by Kazuma-san. Right. We thought it was all over today, but then they start talking about deciding who's number 1. Sorry, everyone. It's my fault this has dragged on even further. Tuko-senpai apologized, bowing her head in remorse. No, this isn't Tuko's fault, Kazuma-san firmly stated. The organizer's announcement today was clearly sudden. It might have been planned all along by the organizers, but it was a complete surprise to all participants, wasn't it? However, I tilted my head at Kazuma-san's opinion. Did everyone really not know? What do you mean, Itsuki-kun? When the host announced about deciding the representative, I looked around at everyone's faces. True, almost everyone on stage looked surprised. But Rindo-san and Karen alone seemed calm, as if they had known about it beforehand. Is that so? Kazuma-san confirmed. Of course, I couldn't see clearly from a distance, but that's how it appeared to me. Hearing this, Tuko-senpai seemed to ponder something. Tuko, do you have any inkling about this? I was surprised by the announcement about deciding the representative, so I wasn't watching properly, but Tuko-senpai looked at me, then turned her gaze to Kazuma-san. At that time, I felt like Rindo-san slightly smiled. Rindo-Akane smiled? Kazuma-san and I both exclaimed. As I said earlier, I'm not certain, but for a moment, it seemed like her mouth relaxed. And what about Karen? I asked. Tuko-senpai shook her head. I don't know about Karen-san. Rindo-san just happened to be standing in a position where she was in my line of sight next to the host. I see. On stage, the order was Karen, Tuko-senpai, then Rindo-Akane, with the host standing a bit away. In this arrangement, it's natural not to notice Karen's reaction. Everyone pondered in unison. After a while, Ishida spoke up. Regarding that point, there's no use thinking about it any further, right? What matters now is how to survive the upcoming representative battle. I agreed with his opinion. Right. Ishida's correct. We need to think about what to do for the representative battle after Golden Week. Kazuma-san looked at Tuko-senpai. I think so too. But what about you, Tuko? Are you still willing to go on? If you dislike it, it's okay to withdraw from the representative battle. You've already achieved the club's goal by being selected as Miss Muse. Tuko-senpai pondered for a while, but eventually raised her head and stated firmly, well, I don't like that the goalpost suddenly moved and that we were danced around by the organizers, but I don't want to show a fleeing attitude after coming this far. Let's give it our all until the end. That's the spirit, Tuko-senpai, Ishida said cheerfully, and I felt the same way. Then, I'll look into what to do for the representative battle. All we know now is that half of the points come from public voting and the other half from the judges' evaluation. I'll also check with the student council, as the club president. We should find out the official details that way. What should I do? Ishida asked. To his question, I had a request. Ishida, I have something to discuss with you. I want you to help me investigate a point that concerns me. What's that? Kazuma-san asked. I'll explain once we have a clearer picture. Okay, Kazuma-san said, accepting without further questions. Let's tell the rest of the club members. The Miss Muse activity is going into extra innings, but let's keep working together. Ooh, we all responded in unison. So, our battle has entered the second round. Ishiki-kun, do you have a moment? As we left the family restaurant, Tuko-senpai approached me. Ah, yes. That's fine. I was a bit surprised but responded immediately. Is it just me? As I thought this and looked towards Kazuma-san. Then Ishida-kun and I will head back first, she said, naturally heading towards the station. It seemed she was considerate again this time. Shall we go somewhere? I asked Tuko-senpai, and she replied. There's a quiet cafe I know that's good for talking. Shall we go there? She led the way to a home-style cafe on a back street on the opposite side of the station from the university. At first glance, it was hard to tell it was a cafe. As we took our seats, Tuko-senpai handed me a menu. The lunch here is delicious, but the coffee and cake are really good too. Tuko-senpai ordered a strawberry tart and milk tea, and I ordered a Mont Blanc and coffee. Ah, I thought I'd be free after Golden Week. Saying so, Tuko-senpai leaned forward with a sigh. Is it the pressure from the representative decision battle that's bothering you? Not really pressure, but it's like the goal has moved further away kind of feeling. But Kazuma-san said, if you don't like it, you can withdraw from the representative decision battle. It's not that strong of a feeling. But now it feels like I'm adding more burden to everyone. But people like Mina-san seem to be enjoying it. What about you, Ishiki-kun? Tuko-senpai then looked up at me. Ha! What about you, Ishiki-kun? Me. I'm definitely enjoying it too. And I find it meaningful. Analyzing data and developing strategies like this. I might be quite suited for it. That's good, then. Tuko-senpai looked relieved. I'm actually enjoying this Miss Muse thing too. It's fun to create something with everyone. You and Ishida-kun have been thinking a lot. And I had experiences I've never had before. That's true. You don't often get the chance to do cosplay, right? Tuko-senpai then blushed slightly. Why yeah. That kind of thing was fun, or rather, a new discovery. Tuko-senpai said in a flustered manner, looking at me with upturned eyes. I didn't mean to say I wanted to wear that kind of outfit. I just thought it was cute and was a bit curious. I didn't say anything. But you were thinking about it just now. Well, for a moment. Idiot. Tuko-senpai said this, looking down, just as the waitress brought our cake set. Are you Tuko Sakurajima? Just as the waitress left, 4 men and women entered the cafe, and one of them called out. Looking towards the voice, there stood a woman who perfectly fit the description of gorgeous. A face I've seen a few times on the web, and just today at the Miss Muse venue. Rindu Akane, the Miss Jotadai of the year before last and last year, and this year's goddess of expression in Miss Muse. And behind her were Karen and 2 men. Rindu-san? What's wrong? You looked down. Is there something bothering you? Rindu Akane said this, smiling with just her mouth. It's not like I was downcast or anything. Are you having a celebration here, Rindu-san? It's nothing so exhausting. I just came for tea. Rindu Akane made a face as if sneering. But in her eyes, there seemed to be a burning hostility towards Tuko-senpai. Is that so? Tuko-senpai said briefly, then sipped her milk tea. For some reason, Rindu watched her with a look of hatred. Hey, since we've met here like this, how about a bet? A bet? Tuko-senpai looked puzzled. Yes, between you and me, who will become the representative of Miss Muse? Hearing this, Tuko-senpai made a face of dislike. There are 9 in Miss Muse. It's not decided that it will be either you or me. Even Karen-san has a high chance of becoming the representative. Don't you have confidence in becoming the representative, Sakurajima-san? No, I don't. Besides, I'm not in the mood to compete over something like that. Tuko-senpai answered naturally. But Rindu Akane's provocation continued. If you're half-hearted, I wish you'd quit Miss Muse. I'm seriously committed to it. I'm also trying my best. But you're not confident, right? That's understandable, considering your supporting team seems so shabby. That must be making you anxious. When I heard this, it seemed like Tuko-senpai's eyes lit up. What did you just say? I said your team seems unreliable. Or in other words, a group of incompetents. With such helpers, no wonder you lack confidence. Tuko-senpai glared at Rindu Akane fiercely. Retract that statement. You can say whatever about me, but I won't allow you to insult my friend. Since you said you lack confidence, I was just guessing the reason. Did I say anything wrong? Rindu Akane remained provocatively smirking. Staring at Rindu, Tuko-senpai said, If you want me to correct my words, win against me in a competition. All right. If you insist, I'll accept your challenge. State your terms. I panicked hearing this. Tuko-senpai, there's no need to take up such a challenge. But Tuko-senpai didn't respond to me. Rindu Akane continued with a provocative smile. Actually, I'd like to say the loser leaves the university, but obviously, that's not possible. Of course not. If such a bet was made, I would stop it right here with all my might. If Sakurajima-san loses, she will issue a written and video apology on the internet, apologizing for having been called the Shadow Miss Jotadai. You can do that much, right? Tuko-senpai didn't say such a thing herself. If I lose, I'll apologize for calling Sakurajima-san's helpers shabby. The penalty seems heavier for Tuko-senpai. I raised my voice, but Tuko-senpai silenced me. What if neither of us becomes the representative? Then we'll decide based on who gets more points. If we're tied in points, in that case, it's a draw, I suppose. But I'll apologize anyway. Tuko-senpai seemed to ponder for a moment. All right. That's fine. But there will definitely be a conclusion, so don't worry. The ending will be I become the representative. Saying so, Rindu Akane turned her back on us and headed to another table. She never once looked at me. I guess I'm not even in her consideration. During all this, Karen hadn't said a word. But she seemed to want to say something, looking in my direction. After Rindu Akane left, we silently ate our cakes and left the cafe. After a while on the train, Tuko-senpai started the conversation. Are you surprised that I accepted Rindu Akane's challenge? Yes, a bit. It seemed out of character for Tuko-senpai to take up such a provocation. But everyone worked so hard, and to be belittled like useless. I felt sorry for everyone. Tuko-senpai looked upset, unable to tolerate us being insulted. Understanding that, I didn't say anything more. It's okay. I'm sure everyone understands this situation. Rather, since we've decided to compete, let's work together and win. I don't want to lose to someone like her. Saying this firmly, Tuko-senpai nodded in relief. The next day, I contacted Ishida. I needed to talk about something from yesterday. We arranged to meet at the usual family restaurant. I arrived first, but Ishida soon followed. Is this about the investigation you mentioned yesterday? Immediately after sitting down, Ishida asked. That too, but before that, there's something I need to discuss. After yesterday's, I told him about the challenge between Tuko-senpai and Rindu Akane. Seriously? Rindu Akane went that far to provoke? Ishida was also surprised. I was too. And she was specifically targeting Tuko-senpai. Yeah. But Tuko-senpai didn't need to take up that provocation. Tuko-senpai couldn't stand us being ridiculed. That's appreciative. But did you tell Kazuma-san and the others? We're not done yet. I plan to tell Kazuma-san, but I'm thinking about whether to tell Minama-san. Minama-san and Minama-san really hate Rindu Akane. Yeah, I think so too. It might unnecessarily fuel the fire. After discussing this, Ishida changed the topic. By the way, what's this thing you want me to investigate you mentioned yesterday? I took out my laptop, opened the browser, and showed it to Ishida. It's this. Isn't this the bulletin board on Tuko-senpai's introduction page? What about it? Look at the comments section. Here, here, and here. I pointed out parts where there were negative comments about Tuko-senpai. Trolls. But that's inevitable. The more visible you are, the more trolls you attract. I know that. What bothers me is the way these comments are posted. I showed him the parts of the comments critical of Tuko-senpai. Most of the comments are favorable towards her, which is expected on a support site. But there's a pattern to these postings. They usually come in response to new photos or big announcements, like today. However, these critical comments seem to be posted at specific times, especially during peak hours. True, most of them are between 10 p.m. and midnight. It's not just that. When one person posts a negative comment, about 10 more follow in quick succession. So, those sections become dominated by negative comments. After staring at the screen for a while, Ishida looked up. So, you're saying someone is deliberately posting these negative comments? Not all of them, but I think there's a possibility some are. I displayed 2 more comments side by side. Like these 2 comments. Different IDs, but don't they sound similar? Starting with something something grass or using www in every second line? Indeed, they do look similar. Though, without getting the IP addresses, we can't be sure if they're the same person. Even if we got the IPs, they differ between home networks and mobile connections. True. Besides, such mild trolling wouldn't warrant a report. And the best tactic against trolls is to ignore them. I thought so too. But I'm worried these trolls might adversely affect the representative decision. It's a short-term battle. Going into the vote amidst a flame war would be bad. I see. So what do you want me to do? Could you check the IDs of those who posted anti-comments? I'll create a program to extract the posting times and content of these IDs. I can't cover everything alone. I need your help. Got it. Won't you ask others in the circle? Not yet. It's not clear if it's an organized attempt to undermine Tuko-senpai. Besides, she'd be shocked to see this. I want to observe the situation a bit more before involving others. Understood. With the Golden Week coming up, let's see how they act during that period. Ishida agreed willingly. I felt a bit relieved. Having someone to consult with makes a big difference compared to investigating alone. But my fears seemed to be leaning towards the worse. On the first day of Golden Week, Kazuma-san contacted me. Sorry to be abrupt, but can you spare some time today? Sure, what's up? It's about the comments on the net. I'm a bit worried. With that one sentence, I knew what Kazuma-san meant. Recently, the negative comments against Tuko-senpai had increased. Some of them went beyond criticism to outright slander. Tuko says she's not bothered by the comments, but she seems shocked. Can't we do something to reassure her? I understand. I have some thoughts on it too. I'll invite Ishida as well. Great. Then I'll come with Tuko. We agreed to meet at 1 p.m. at the family restaurant on the highway, which Ishida and I often used. Ishida and I arrived almost simultaneously, and a little later, Kazuma-san and Tuko-senpai came by car. Tuko-senpai's expression seemed stiff. But as soon as we sat down, she spoke. We don't need to gather like this just for some net criticism. I'm not bothered by it. Kazuma-san looked worried in response. Even so, we can't ignore such excessive slander. Baseless rumors spreading on the net could affect not just Miss Muse, but our future university life too. Hearing this, Tuko-senpai looked down, biting her lower lip. Her complexion seemed unusually pale. Maybe she hadn't been sleeping well. The sudden onslaught of malicious words on the internet can be surprisingly mentally damaging, especially for a strong-willed woman like Tuko-senpai. And in the current situation, she couldn't even counter these comments. This was precisely when we, her friends, needed to support her. Moreover, Kazuma-san was right. Unchecked bashing could affect more than just Miss Muse. It might impact our entire lives. Regarding that, I have been feeling something about these series of anti-comments. A feeling? What is it? Tuko-senpai asked curiously. These anti-comments seem to be intentionally written by specific people. Why do you think so? Kazuma-san inquired. I handed them booklets I had prepared. The anti-comments against Tuko-senpai are mainly from these 20 IDs. However, from their writing habits and timings, it's likely that one person is using multiple accounts. So, in reality, there might be only about 10 people actively participating in this. 10 people can make this much impact. With 10 people, it's more than enough. If it's multiple accounts, then it's like 20 people. Unlike voting, you can create multiple accounts for comments. Moreover, only about 6 comments are displayed on a smartphone screen. If they post negative comments consecutively, it can create a noticeably negative atmosphere in the comment section. Ishida added. Right. Ordinary people don't comment much, especially favorable ones. I continued. These people are trying to create a minority influence. Minority influence. Kazuma-san repeated. Yes. It's when the opinion of a minority overpowers and dictates the direction of the majority. This happens when the minority's opinion is united, consistent, and from influential members within the group. This often occurs in real social situations. Now that you mention it, in actual discussions, if a few vocal people hold an opinion, even if the majority don't agree, the conclusion often sways that way. I see, Tuko-senpai said, looking convinced. Indeed, it's possible. The golden 35% theory is similar. If the minority reaches about 35%, they can influence the group in coordination. That's why companies aim to have at least 30% of women on their boards. When such a topic comes up, Tuko-senpai is strong. She seems to be regaining her composure. I continued the conversation. The problem with the internet is that since all participants are invisible, the assertiveness of the speaker tends to come to the forefront. In a real-life discussion, you can tell by the participants' facial expressions and atmosphere that they might not necessarily agree with the speaker. As a result, the malicious critical comments seem to represent the overall opinion on the internet. Kazuma-san, who had been nodding in agreement, looked up. I understand this minority influence concept. So, what specific measures are we going to take? I glanced at Tuko-senpai to gauge her condition. She seemed okay now. For now, we'll just watch. Rushing to extinguish the fire might just escalate it into a flame war. Instead, I think it's better to let these anti-commenters vent to some extent. So, we're just going to watch for now? Kazuma-san seemed a bit dissatisfied. She's a fighter, after all. Yes. Of course, if there are extreme cases of defamation or libel, we can consider legal action later. We've already logged the IDs and comments, so if necessary, we can identify the culprits. I don't think they're foolish enough to let it get that far. No need to make a fuss, added Tuko-senpai. But we do want to keep the anti-comments under 30%. If that happens, I think we'll ask the circle members and other supporters to post positive comments. Got it. We have the new members camp and a drinking party during Golden Week. I'll ask everyone then. This year's new members camp couldn't secure overnight lodging, so we decided to have day trip barbecues in the first and second halves of Golden Week. That timing should be sufficient. If the flame war continues until after Golden Week, it could affect the representative decision, said Ishida. And if we're going to crush the anti-comments, doing it all at once would be better. Repeated comments, whether for or against, are generally disliked. The reverse is also true. It's hard for the anti-camp to keep posting the same critical comments repeatedly. Alright, let's go with that. Timing and such, I'll leave it to you, said Kazuma-san. Everyone's faces brightened. Tuko-senpai's expression also regained its brightness. As we were leaving the family restaurant, Tuko-senpai said, "Wait a minute," and pulled me to the corner of the parking lot. Thank you so much for today. To be honest, I was really anxious and sad. I kept wondering, why do I have to be treated like this? But I felt helpless. However, today, knowing that you had been researching and thinking about this for me, I felt really happy. I strongly felt that I'm not alone. I nodded firmly. That's right, Tuko-senpai. You're not alone. Didn't we all decide that at the beginning? Not just me, Kazuma-san, Ishida, and the circle members, but many others support you. You have over 10,000 followers, and only about 20 people are criticizing you. Isn't 0.2% scientifically considered a margin of error? Hearing this, Tuko-senpai raised her face and smiled broadly. You're right. I shouldn't worry about this and get depressed. Yes, thanks to you, I feel energized. Let's do our best. Saying this, she raised her right hand and headed back to Kazuma-san's car. Chapter 8, Strategist, Ueshiki. Golden Week entered its latter half. In that case, what kind of group do you think it is? Maybe supporters of other Miss Muse contestants. I think that's highly likely. Who do you suspect? Kazuma-san peered at me as if trying to see through me. I hesitated for a moment before she said what I was thinking. Akane Ryudo or Karen? Why do you think that? I asked, seeking her reasoning. Among the 9 Miss Muse contestants, those 2 are the most hostile towards Tuko. Especially Akane, who seems to be fiercely competitive against Tuko. Given the situation, it's likely either Karen, who's close behind Tuko in follower count, or Akane, who's just ahead. Particularly, Akane has been burning with a strong competitive spirit against Tuko. Indeed, considering the current situation, that seemed the most plausible. But I don't want to believe that Karen would resort to such underhanded tactics. Not that I'm confirming it's Akane-san either. I answered that way. After all, Karen had previously given Tuko-senpai a hint when her follower count wasn't growing. Would Karen, who had done such a thing before, now resort to petty tactics to undermine Tuko-senpai? Hearing my response, Kazuma-san crossed her arms. Well, considering she's your ex, I understand you might not want to think badly of her. But I still want you to be cautious about those 2 going forward. That's not what I meant. It's okay. I have no intention of protecting Karen. I replied, slightly indignant. On the first day back at university after the Golden Week, I was approached by some classmates after the first period. Hey, you're supporting Tuko Sakurajima, right? I heard she's competing with Akane Ryudo, last year's Miss Jouto Dai, in the upcoming Miss Muse representative battle. I was startled. How did they know? Don't look so surprised. Look, Akane Ryudo posted a comment on Twitter. One of them showed me his phone. Akane Ryudo and I, Tuko Sakurajima, will be competing to see who comes out on top in the Miss Muse representative battle. It was a brief message but enough to gather attention. So, what do you think? Who's going to win? Another guy asked. How should I know? But I believe Tuko-senpai will win. Wow, really? Then I might bet on Tuko Sakurajima too. Betting? What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. We're all betting on who will come out on top. What? You guys are doing that? Yeah, not just us. It's a buzz all over the university. They even set up a separate server for betting outside the university. I held my head in my hands. They really don't understand the situation. So, what are the current predictions? The favorite is definitely Akane Ryudo. After all, she's been Miss Jouto Dai for 2 consecutive years. The challenger is Tuko Sakurajima. She's been called the Shadow Miss Jouto Dai for so long. Even before, if she had competed, winning Miss Jouto Dai would have been certain. There are many voices pushing her as the favorite. The dark horse is Karen Mitsu. She has a passionate fan base, so there might be a surprise upset. They each explained politely. Honestly, they were putting so much effort into such trivial matters. Well, it's a festival-like event, so it can't be helped. The guy who first talked to me patted me on the shoulder. For that reason, I thought that Ishiki, who's always around Tuko Sakurajima, the 2nd most popular girl, and is the ex-boyfriend of Karen Mitsu, the 3rd most popular, might have some accurate information. Others leaned in towards me, as if pressing for answers. During the final representative selection, there's the goddess's final self-PR and the supporters' endorsement speech, and also a speech by the goddess answering questions collected from the general students, right? If Ishiki has any information on that, let me know. I stood up, as if shaking off these people. I don't have any information. But as I said before, I believe Tuko-senpai can win, and I'm giving it my all for that. That's all I can say for now. With that reply, I headed to the exit to go to the next classroom. The representative selection is indeed drawing a lot of attention. I definitely don't want to lose. And the same must be true for Akane Rindu. It happened at lunchtime that day. Ishida was called to the student office due to a registration error, so I ended up eating lunch alone. Well, eating alone occasionally isn't so bad. Since the first afternoon class was cancelled, I decided to go to a diner away from the university. I'm fond of their escalope, a dish with pork cutlet on butter rice, topped with demi-glace sauce, originally a local dish from Nemuro in Hokkaido. I also wanted to think about the representative selection on my own. After entering the shop, I bought a meal ticket and sat at the table furthest inside. A staff member came to take my meal ticket and brought water. I opened my laptop after taking a sip of water. I need to gather votes by this Saturday. Only Johto University students can vote in this representative selection. The ID for online voting is the university email address, so one can't have multiple accounts. Tuko Senpai, Akane Rindu, and Karen each have about 15,000 followers, almost in a dead heat. How many of them are from our university? How can we appeal more? Are there any other potential voters? What are the movements of the other candidates besides Rindu and Karen? Various thoughts crossed my mind. What kind of moves are Akane Rindu and Karen making right now? Ah, we meet again. I was suddenly spoken to and looked up. There stood Karen, one of the people I had just been thinking about. The shop seems busy, so I'll sit here. Karen sat opposite me without waiting for my response, facing me across a small two-seater table. After handing her meal ticket to the arriving staff member, Karen spoke to me casually. Yukuin, you come to this shop too? Their escalope is delicious, isn't it? But I glared at Karen sharply. Cut the act. You knew I was here and came, didn't you? It's too unnatural to run into each other like this, especially in a diner away from the university and not particularly stylish, something Karen would prefer. What? Is that what you think? That Karen-chan followed you here? You're pretty confident. It's not about confidence. I thought it was strange when we met in the cafeteria before. It seemed like you were gauging my situation before talking to me. Isn't that just a coincidence? This diner is quite far from the university and not near any station. Our students hardly come here, especially girls. I only came because Ishida is absent and my first afternoon class was cancelled. Meeting Karen here by chance is too much of a coincidence. You caught me. Karen stuck out her tongue and lightly tapped her head. Don't bother acting cute in front of me. You know it won't work. It's not about working or not. It's about setting my own mood. Karen said this nonchalantly. How did you know I was here? Meeting Karen like this often, I can't calmly think of a strategy. Don't underestimate the power of my KGB. What's that, KGB? I asked while drinking water. It stands for Karen-chan, Ganbare, boys. I almost spit out my water. She can say such things without shame. What's that? They're reliable boys who support me. Indeed, I recall back when she was in the club, there were always a few guys hanging around her like followers. Back then, as her boyfriend, I felt uneasy about it, but I couldn't argue when Karen insisted. They're just friend. Likely, in her department and in new clubs she's joined, there are boys who serve as her pawns. I get it, Karen has her entourage. But still. Don't call them an entourage, it's more elegant to say personal guard. Karen interrupts, cutting off my words. I think personal guard sounds more pretentious. How do you manipulate this personal guard? Surely you're not luring them with your body, are you? Considering she baits with teasing photos on SNS, it wouldn't be surprising if she did. But Karen, looking almost offended, throws her hands up in the air. How rude. I don't do such things. After all, an idol never sleeps with her fans. Idol? Since when did you become one? So, these personal guards are serving you purely out of their affection for Karen? That's right. They all adore me. Poor guys, all deceived by Karen. And to think, I was once one of them. As I ponder this, Karen's expression suddenly changes. Her playful facade shifts to a gaze as calculating as a snake eyeing its prey. To manipulate men, you can't go all the way with them. Once you sleep with them, they start thinking they own you. It's best to keep them at just the right distance, making them think there's still a chance. Haha, hearing this so bluntly is somehow refreshing. What a sly woman. I can't help but smile wryly at her audacity. But Karen takes it in stride. All women are like that. You are caught in this web too, aren't you? Are you referring to when we were dating? She shakes her head. No, I mean now. Tuko is using the same tactics on you. She's keeping you interested but never lets you get too close. Occasionally she drops sweet words to ensure you don't let go, making you wonder if there's a chance. I glare at Karen. I want to vehemently deny it, but arguing here seems futile. If someone were to look from the outside, they might see my and Tuko-senpai's relationship in that way. And deep down, I've always had this nagging feeling. No, it's not like Tuko-senpai is keeping me on the hook or anything. It's just that I'm unclear about how I intend to proceed with Tuko-senpai in the future. I believe our relationship has transcended mere senior-junior status. But to say we are lovers, that's far from it. What should I do moving forward? Don't glare like that, you're scaring me, Karen says, hugging her fists to her mouth and shrinking her shoulders in a coy pose. That's why I told you to stop that girlish act. What do you want, anyway? Let's cut to the chase already. She must have had her entourage track me down for a reason. I have no intention of playing a bad comedy routine with her here. Just then, my ordered escalope arrives, along with Karen's. It's a lot for a girl to finish. Tuko's antimeasures seem to have worked well. Was that your doing? I ask. But she immediately denies it. No, I didn't do anything. Maybe someone from my KGB did it without me knowing. But I'm not directly involved. It doesn't seem like she's lying. So, was it Akane Rindu's doing? I take a bite of the thinly sliced cutlet on my escalope. It's likely. Akane Rindu's personal guard is incomparable to mine. More importantly, she despises Tuko to death. Karen takes a bite of her butter rice. Why does Akane Rindu hate Tuko-senpai so much? She's a 2-time Miss Johto University winner. That's exactly why. All along, people have been saying if Tuko had participated, Akane Rindu wouldn't have won Miss Johto University. It must be infuriating. And she has such high pride. She's boiling with rage towards Tuko. Wouldn't be surprised if she set up a cursed straw doll or something. So she's trying to crush Tuko-senpai in this Miss Muse contest. Pretty much. If she wins over Tuko in the upcoming representative battle, Akane Rindu can confidently declare herself the top among Johto University's women. She'd do anything for that. I can sense a hint of animosity towards Akane Rindu in Karen's tone. But if Karen dislikes Akane, there's something that doesn't add up. But Karen, weren't you the one who first invited Tuko-senpai to Miss Muse? It has nothing to do with Akane Rindu, right? Karen looks at me and smirks creepily. Well, who knows? After all, Akane Rindu and I are from the same department, senior and junior. It wouldn't be strange if there were some connections, right? What do you mean? What are you thinking? At this point, Karen clapped her hands twice, making a pan sound. That's enough about that topic. There's something more important to discuss. What's more important? You may think you've handled the antimeasures well, but Akane Rindu is not so naive. That was probably just the beginning. So, you mean Akane Rindu will still make a move? It's safer to assume so. She's probably determined enough, and being a 2-time Miss Johto University winner is not a trivial matter. That sounds like you're implying there's some hidden secret behind her 2 consecutive wins. As I began to say that, I suddenly realized something. Karen looked at me quietly but with a serious gaze. I don't know anything for certain. But it wouldn't be strange if there was some backing. The club supporting Rindu has produced several Miss Johto University winners in the past. It's worth being suspicious. By this time, Karen had already finished her escalope. She can eat quite a bit, can't she? As Karen stood up to leave, saying I'll be going now, I stopped her. I asked before, but why are you telling me this? Are you our enemy or ally? Karen gave me a sharp look. I've said this before, remember? I want you to stir things up for Tuko in the Miss Muse contest. There's no deeper meaning than that. Then, she made a cutesy face again, placing her index finger beside her cheek. Besides, Akane-san is a senior in my department, and Tuko-san is a former club senior. I want to enjoy the Miss Muse contest with everyone. With that, she turned her back to me and left. I watched Karen leave in stunned silence. After our conversation, I researched the past 10 years of Miss and runner-up Miss Johto University winners. Departments, seminars, research labs, clubs, and extracurricular activities they were part of. Fortunately, the SNS accounts of the Miss Johto University candidates up to 5 years ago were still available, making it possible to deduce their social connections. Karen had hinted that there might be something underhanded about Akane Rindu winning Miss Johto University 2 years in a row. How were the winners of Miss Johto University chosen in the past? I immediately contacted Kazuma-san and asked, what was Miss Johto University like until last year? Kazuma-san, not knowing much herself, said she would introduce me to someone more knowledgeable. After my 5th period class, I met them at a coffee shop near the university. Soon, Tuko-senpai arrived, slightly late, along with Kazuma-san and a man. This is Miura-san, a senior from our seminar, now a first-year graduate student. He was part of the Media Research Club during his undergraduate years and was involved in the operation of Miss Johto University, Kazuma-san introduced. Miura-san greeted Tuko-senpai with a light wave. Hey, long time no see, Tuko-san. I heard you're participating in Miss Muse this year? It's the talk of the town. It's been a while, Miura-san, Tuko-senpai politely bowed. Then, Miura-san turned to me. You're new to me. Nice to meet you. I'm Yu Ishiki, a second-year student in the Faculty of Science and Engineering. Miura-san sat down across from me, with Tuko-senpai next to me and Kazuma-san across from her. So, what did you want to ask? Miura-san said, looking at Tuko-senpai. No, it's not Tuko-senpai who has the question, but me. I want to know about Miss Johto University until last year. About Miss Johto University until last year? What exactly do you mean? Miura-san looked puzzled. I hesitated to respond. It's hard to blatantly ask, was there any foul play in Miss Johto University? Especially to someone who was involved in its operation, such a question might be unpleasant, closing off any chance of getting an answer. I just want to know how Miss Johto University was determined. Well, that sounds like something you could ask a senior in the club, Miura-san began. Candidates are self-nominated or nominated by others. If the organizers feel like someone should participate, they'll approach them. We've invited Tuko-san several times, haven't we? Miura-san looked at Tuko-senpai. Tuko-senpai answered briefly with a yes. Perhaps she's not comfortable with Miura-san? So you narrow down to a few finalists, and from them, you choose the Miss Johto University, right? That's right. Every year we select about 10 finalists. The Miss and runner-up Miss are announced during the school festival. How do you decide on the winners? I heard it's not just voting. We take online voting into account, but ultimately it's a discussion among the judges. It's quite tough to get everyone to agree. Meetings lasting until late at night were common. Miura-san seemed to enjoy talking. If I steer the conversation right, he'll keep going. So, you're saying the Miss Johto University is decided before the day of the festival, not on the day itself? Yeah. Deciding on the day can be quite problematic and cause disputes. Some universities do decide on the day based on audience votes at the venue, but then you have issues like big clubs occupying most of the seats. That can lead to trouble. I see, that makes sense. But deciding in a closed meeting with only the judges also seems like it could be a source of conflict. How are the judges selected? Primarily, it's members of the Circle Coordination Council. Since it consists of representatives from various clubs, that's the least controversial. I observed Miura-san's expressions and gestures. There were no signs of deception. But Karen had said, it wouldn't be strange if there was some backing. Was that just speculation? Even so, there are clubs more enthusiastic about the beauty contest than others. Miura-san's offhand comment caught my attention. What do you mean by that? Are there clubs that have more influence in the beauty contest? Yeah. Clubs like the Manga Club or the Wind Orchestra aren't interested in it, and the Literature Club was even opposed to it. Bodybuilding or the Wonderfoggle clubs generally have fewer female members, so they're not keen on the hassle of being judges. Which clubs were more proactive about the beauty contest? The Media Research Club I was in was quite active. But since we were kind of the organizers, there was an unspoken agreement to not field candidates from our own club. Other than us, the Advertising Research Club, the Event Planning Research Club, and the Beauty Circle were quite enthusiastic. Were representatives from these three clubs often judges? Yes, not every time, but they were frequently involved. I think for the past 5 years, all three have had judges. Miura-san really liked to talk. He seemed almost like he was waiting for someone to ask him about this. From this conversation, I got the impression that the beauty contest itself wasn't engaging in unfair practices. If there had been wrongdoing on the part of the Miss Johto University organizers, Miura-san wouldn't be so freely chatting about it. Rather, he would be wary of my probing questions. And then, Miura-san provided a key piece of information. Oh yeah, this year's Miss Muse judges are the last 5 Miss Johto University winners. Last 5 winners? When I asked for clarification, Miura-san replied knowingly, yes. They're all graduates now, of course. And it's the 5 before Akane Rindu. Do you know which years they were the winners? Like I said, the most recent 5 before Akane Rindu. So it's them. I visualized the 5 people in my mind. This might be an opportunity for me. They've all made different choices. A TV broadcaster, a freelance announcer, working for a cosmetics company, publishing, apparel. They all used the beauty contest effectively for job hunting. As Miura-san reminisced, I spoke up. Excuse me, Miura-san. I have a favor to ask. After our conversation, we left the cafe. Miura-san kept talking about how much he struggled with the beauty contest, but it sounded more like boasting to me. Toward the end, we had to practically cut off the eager-to-talk Miura-san. Later, Tuko-senpai, Kazuma-san, and I stopped at a cake shop near Funahashi Station. We couldn't risk being overheard near the university. So, Ishiki-kun, did you get a hold of anything? Kazuma-san was the first to speak up. Yes, I think there are 3 key pieces of information. First, the beauty contest operations themselves are not engaging in unfair practices. If there were unfair practices in the operations, he wouldn't have spoken so freely. That makes sense, Kazuma-san agreed. But Tuko-senpai looked puzzled. When you say the operations, does that mean there might be unfairness elsewhere? I couldn't get confirmation on that, but there were clues. Certain clubs have been frequently represented among the beauty contest judges. So, even if the operations are fair, there might have been manipulation in the judging. That's what I want to clarify going forward. But Kazuma-san looked skeptical. Is there a point in confirming that? It's about past beauty contests, right? This time, the judges for Miss Muse aren't from the clubs but are former Miss Johto University winners. Isn't that irrelevant? Is it, though? If past beauty contest winners received support from their clubs, then indirectly, those clubs could have influence. Tuko-senpai seemed convinced. So, Ishiki-kun, you asked Miura-san for the contact information of the former Miss Johto University winners who are judging Miss Muse. Yes, he refused, saying it's personal information. But he promised to pass my contact information to them, and if they're okay with it, they'll contact me. Kazuma-san chuckled. Can't blame him for refusing. But I'll push from my side too. And the other important information? The judges for Miss Muse are the last 5 Miss Johto University winners. And in the past, judges have often come from the Advertising Research Club, the Event Planning Research Club, and the Beauty Circle. No wrongdoing in the operations. But the judging may have been influenced by 3 clubs. And now, the judges are the past 5 Miss Johto University winners. Tuko-senpai pondered, then looked at me. I see where you're going with this, Ishiki-kun, but it's not quite a smoking gun. True. And even if Akane Rindu is planning something, we still can't see how to stop it. Still, Knowing who's backing our opponent is important. Otherwise, we can't anticipate their moves, said Tuko-senpai, biting her lip in thought. By the way, in this scenario, where does Karen stand? Asked Kazuma-san. Karen, her. I also didn't have an answer to that. In fact, I don't understand what Karen is thinking. It's certain that Karen pulled Tuko-senpai into the Miss Muse contest. But I can't figure out her intention. Tuko-senpai participating in Miss Muse should only be a disadvantage for Karen. After all, Tuko-senpai and Karen are competing for the second highest number of followers. They are probably competing in the voting as well. And it was Karen who gave me hints about this matter. Yet, she insinuates some connection with Akane Rindu. She's elusive. That's my opinion. Originally, she was someone who acted on a whim, but regarding Miss Muse, she must have some plan. Seeing me deep in thought, Kazuma-san suggested, why not try reaching out to Karen yourself, Ishiki-kun? If you talk openly, you might understand something. Tuko-senpai looked at Kazuma-san and then at me with a slightly complicated expression. What do you think? I don't think she will tell me her true feelings. But you're Karen's ex, aren't you? Even if the relationship is broken, you might catch something from the way she talks or her expressions. But she lies as easily as she breathes. Tuko-senpai let out a small sigh. It might be good to talk to Karen-san once. She seems to have a soft spot for you, Ishiki-kun. She said that with a tightness around her mouth. Maybe this will be the turning point where something starts to move. The next day, I was having lunch with Ishida in the cafeteria when I said, I want to go to the student office after lunch. Can you come with me? Sure, what do you need there? Maika-chan said she wants to attend our university next year and is interested in the open campus. Ah, Maika-chan is already a senior in high school, right? It feels fast. We were just seniors ourselves not long ago. We didn't go to any open campus, did we? I think we talked about it, but the application period had already ended, right? Ishida nodded in response to my words. Yeah. So Maika said there are open campuses for high school students in May and August. She prefers May since August would be too hot. I see. After our meal, we headed straight to the student office. After receiving the pamphlet, Ishida muttered, well, the application itself is online, so the pamphlet isn't essential. Let me see it. Ishida handed me the pamphlet. The schedule is this coming Saturday? As I said that, my eyes were drawn to a particular section. This is on the day of the spring festival, right? The same day as the Miss Muse final selection. What? Let me see. Ishida peered over. Yeah, it says here. After the school tour, there are club and circle introductions. It even mentions Miss Muse. My eyes were fixed on the line below, and it says, future students of Johto University, why not vote in Miss Muse? Does this mean high school students attending the open campus can vote too? It seems like it, Ishida agreed. I looked at Ishida. When you give this pamphlet to Maika-chan, can I talk to her too? Yeah, let's get her to help us if she can vote. Is that why you contacted me? Maika-chan looked displeased, chewing on her drink straw. We had immediately contacted Maika-chan and arranged to meet her locally that same day. Come on, Maika. You wanted to see you, right? I wanted to see him, but not for this reason. Maika-chan turned away. This is going the wrong way. Sorry, Maika-chan. But since you're attending the open campus anyway, I was hoping you could also vote in Miss Muse. You mean vote for Tuko-san, right? Maika-chan clearly wasn't enthusiastic. Well, yeah, something like that. I replied with a forced smile. Even if I vote, one vote won't make a difference, right? And the votes from high school students at the open campus don't count as full votes, do they? We had confirmed this point with the organizers and explained it to Maika-chan just before. Apparently, high school students attending the open campus are allowed to vote in a special category called Future Johto University Students' Votes. While these votes don't count fully, they are added as a reference. For now, we have to do everything we can. Don't say that, Maika. You specifically asked for your help. Ishida emphasized the you part. That's not necessary, I thought. Micah-chan answered with a sigh. Alright, I'll vote for Tuko-san at the open campus. Great. Thank you. I blurted out in relief, and Micah-chan's eyes sparkled. But I have one condition. Will you listen to it? A condition? I wonder what she's going to say. If it's something I can do. It's simple. Midterm exams are coming up, and I want you to help me study. I was relieved. That's all. Of course, I'm okay with that. I want it to be at your place, Yu-san. Just the two of us. At my place, just the two of us. I inadvertently looked towards Ishida. Ishida's eyes were wide with surprise. Is that a problem? Micah-chan asked with a look that almost seemed threatening. No, it's not a problem, but on one condition, I'll be bringing some friends along, and you'll need to ask them to vote for Tuko-senpai too. Oh, okay. That would be helpful. Micah-chan then smiled brightly. Then, it's a deal. Why yeah. As I stumbled over my words, Ishida said. For now, we'll keep this a secret from your parents. Chapter 9, Meeting Rindo Akane. I entered a karaoke parlor in Akihabara. I stood in front of the room with the number specified in the message. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door to the room. Immediately, the sound of karaoke music and a woman's high-pitched voice hit my ears. There was only one girl inside. It was Karen. I silently entered the room and sat on a round chair across the table from Karen. Karen was singing a song by a popular female singer. It was a track that had become popular on the internet. I didn't want to interrupt her while she was singing, so I just listened quietly. As the song ended, Karen turned to me. How about it? How was Karen-chan's beautiful voice after such a long time? She said with a bright smile. Seeing her smile like that, even I couldn't help but reminisce about the fun times I had when I was dating Karen. Although, towards the end, Karen had complained, saying it was always either the arcade or karaoke, so boring. You're pretty good, I replied non-committally. Is that all? Don't you have any other thoughts? Other thoughts like what? Like remembering the old days and thinking Karen-chan, my beloved, or I wanted to hug you impulsively. The fleeting emotion that had just crossed my mind was blown away by her words. There's no way I would think that. Besides, whenever I remember the past, it inevitably brings back memories of getting angry. I had something I wanted to ask Karen, which was why I came today. But as much as I didn't want to upset her and make things worse, I had to respond that way. TCH, what a boring guy. Karen reached for her drink on the table. You're paying for this, right? I suppose so. So, why did you contact me? What do you want to know? Karen got straight to the point. Do you know who the judges are for the representative selection contest? It's the 5 Miss Johto Daigaku selected by Rindo Akane, right? She said it casually. Do you know them? Why do you think I would? Just a guess. I answered, but I was confident. If Karen was connected to Rindo Akane and the judges were connected to Rindo, then maybe Karen knew them. Well, I've spoken to 3 of them. That means those 3 are connected to Rindo. I was certain of it. Can you give me their contact information? Why? Planning to hit on them? Karen said jokingly, but she must have known that wasn't the case. You told me to be careful before. It's part of the precaution. What's in it for me if I tell you? I don't know if there's anything in it for you, but it will definitely lessen the disadvantage for Tuko-senpai. Karen seemed to be pitting Tuko-senpai against Rindo Akane. That was the conclusion I had reached. The reason for it was just my speculation. Karen stared at me as if trying to read my thoughts. I looked back into her eyes. Finally, Karen chuckled. Fine, I'll tell you. But there's a condition. A condition? What is it? Knowing Karen, she wouldn't tell me for free. What kind of condition would she set? You have to meet Rindo Akane. Me? Meet Rindo Akane? I asked back, surprised by the unexpected request. Yes, she wants to meet you. I've been asked to bring you to her. Why would she want to see me? I was confused, but then again, this could be an opportunity. By meeting Rindo Akane, I might be able to find out more about her intentions. Okay, when should I go? Karen then stood up. From now on. Rindu Akane knows that you and I are going to meet. She told me to bring you over right away. There's not much time left until the representative selection match. Karen and I headed to a Kasaka Mitsuk. We entered a high-end hotel cafe. It might be a lounge, but it's too fancy for me to be sure. Spending the afternoon in such a high-end hotel cafe, Rindu Akane's family must be as wealthy as the rumors suggest. Miss Rindu, I've brought him. Karen spoke to a gorgeous woman sitting by the window, who seemed to embody the word glamorous. Her long hair dyed chestnut brown, partially covering one eye with her bangs. She wore a thin, purple dress that outlined her figure, the skirt slit cut deep, almost revealing her thighs. According to Karen, Rindu Akane has her own image color, which is purple. I had only seen her in photos on the internet or from a distance. The last time at the cafe, I mostly saw her from behind, but seeing her up close, she was even more stunningly beautiful. Without looking at us, she simply said, "Thank you for your trouble," while sipping tea from her cup. Is that all she has to say after asking someone to call us here? It seemed Rindu Akane was accustomed to commanding others, almost as if it was natural to her. I glanced at Karen, wondering how she felt. But Karen didn't seem particularly bothered. "Well, then, I'll be going now. You two take your time talking." With those words and a pleasant smile, she left. It was unclear if Rindu Akane even noticed her smile. "Stop standing and sit down. You're in the way there." She spoke as if I were a servant or something. Despite feeling displeased, I sat down in the chair opposite her. On the table in front of us were a luxurious tea set, a three-tiered cake stand, a basket with scones, and more. I wondered if this was what they call an English-style afternoon tea. When I sat down, a waiter silently brought a new teacup and teapot. It was milk tea. During this time, I observed Rindu Akane. It was my first time seeing her up close and directly. Distinctive features, porcelain-like smooth white skin. She was of Eastern descent, but had a foreign aura, different from Japanese. Indeed, she was beautiful, different from Senior Tuko, but undeniably pretty. She reminded me of a beautiful Chinese actress. Wearing an unusual dress, her shoulders bare but adorned with elegant arm covers. The top part of her dress, with a Chinese collar, was broadly laced. It looked almost like a gown. And above all, her presence was overwhelming. Just sitting there silently, yet it felt like she was saying, "I am different from you." Her presence was so strong it almost made it hard to breathe. I wonder if medieval nobility had this kind of aura. That thought was inevitable. "You must be Itsushiki Yune?" I asked, as if to confirm. "Yes." For the first time, Rindu Akane looked at me directly. "I thought you'd be a rough-looking guy, but your features are quite handsome. I heard you switched from Kamakura Tetsuya to Sakurajima Tuko, and it doesn't seem entirely untrue." I frowned. What an unpleasant way to speak. "Do you know Mr. Kamakura?" I asked, trying to gauge her response. She sipped her tea. "We've slept together." "What?" I almost choked. What a thing to say to someone you've just met. And with such casualness, as if it was no big deal. Men who think they're cool are boring in bed. It wasn't as great as they say. Her words were like someone commenting on a famous ramen shop not living up to the hype. Scary woman. Talking to her for too long might be poisonous. "What do you want from me?" I decided to quickly ask her intentions. "Follow my instructions." She said it as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Not something specific like give me information about Senior Tuko or sabotage Senior Tuko in the representative selection match. So she means to follow her orders in everything, not just one or two things. Seeing my dumbfounded look, Rindu Akane continued. "Please let me know if there is anything else you need translated or any other assistance you require. In the upcoming representative selection battle, Sakurajima Tuko will lose. You seem to be trying hard too, but it will all be in vain." She said this with an air of confidence. "Why can you say that so confidently? The representative battle is still to come." "Because I have that level of skill, in many ways." As she said this, she crossed her legs in a way that seemed to flaunt them. Due to the long slit in her skirt, a good portion of her thigh was visible. "That's why you should come under me while you still can." So, you want me to sabotage Tuko-senpai while pretending to be her ally? You can choose the method, but if that's what you think, then it's fine by me. She said this as she picked up a small sweet from the top of the cake stand. Why are you asking me to do this? She put the sweet in her mouth. I'm not asking you. I'm showing you a path that's beneficial for you. A benefit for me? What kind of benefit are you talking about? I asked, suppressing my irritation. I'll keep you by my side, she answered with a suspicious smile, licking her fingertips. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Was this what you would call seductive? At the same time, I felt a cold atmosphere. It was like a small child whimsically wanting a pet. Frozen, I listened as Rindo Akane continued. I've become interested in you. You're a man who would shine more if polished. I'll polish you. Then you might even become a candidate for my bed. Her words seeped into my mind like hypnosis. I remembered Ayaka and the others saying, her attitude changes depending on whether she finds a man useful or not. Was this how she ensnared men she deemed useful? No, thank you, I clearly stated, as if to shake off the atmosphere. Rindo Akane's eyes narrowed dangerously, but I continued speaking. If you're so sure Tuko-senpai will definitely lose, then why are you telling me this? There's no need. I told you. I've shown you a path. No, that's not it, right? You're afraid of Tuko-senpai. You think you might lose to her. That's why you're going to such lengths to recruit me as a spy. A dangerous light flickered in Rindo Akane's eyes. Do you intend to reject my offer? Yes, because that hand is evil and leads to defeat. Besides, I have no intention of becoming a pet. Saying this, I stood up. You'll regret this. It sounds like a line from a movie villain. But don't worry, we won't end up regretting. I said that and left without looking back. When I left the shop, Karen was waiting by the elevator. Were you waiting for me? I asked, and Karen returned a professional smile. Yeah, I was worried about you, Kuan. Stop with that act. So, what happened? Karen suddenly became serious. Of course, I refused. I pressed the down button on the elevator. Just as I thought. With your Tuko monotheism, it would turn out like this. If you knew, why did you bring me here? Because I can't go against Rindo Oni-sama. As she spoke, the elevator arrived. It was just the two of us inside. So, as promised, Karen handed me her smartphone. Displayed on it were the SNS IDs, phone numbers, and email addresses of the 3 judges Karen knew. I took a photo of the contact details of the 3 people with my camera. As I left the hotel, I asked Karen one last question. So, you're in Rindo Akane's camp? Karen again flashed that professional smile. Yeah, I guess I'm more on Rindo Akane's side. But Karen is on Karen's side. I pondered the meaning of her words. Karen, how about this then? I whispered something into Karen's ear. Chapter 10, The Eve of the Representative Selection Battle. Tomorrow is finally the Miss Muse Representative Selection Battle. I was staring at my PC monitor at home. I've done everything I can. That's what I thought. I immediately reported to Tuko-senpai and Kazuma-san about my meeting with Rindo Akane. Kazuma-san commented, Rindo Akane making a move on Iseki-kun right before the event. She must be feeling the pressure. I think so too. Rindo Akane is probably not as confident as she claims. Tuko-senpai seemed to be pondering something. Karen said she's on Rindo's side, right? Yes. Although she also said Karen is on Karen's side. Even so, I can't imagine Karen siding with Tuko. There will be speeches by the candidates during the representative battle, right? Once we're on stage, we can't do anything more. If there's something like a Q&A, and it turns into a 2-against-1 situation, we'll be at a disadvantage. I asked the organizers, and they said the speeches will involve answering questions from general students, which will be put in envelopes, and the candidates can pick whichever they want to answer. So, we won't know what questions will come in advance. Tuko-senpai furrowed her brows. Right. Even if we knew the questions, we wouldn't know what's in the envelopes, and it's up to the candidates to choose. Tuko-senpai still seemed to be thinking. Right. The contact information of the judges you asked Miura-san to find, the former Miss Johto Daigaku winners, 2 of them have contacted me. Here's their contact information. Kazuma-san showed me her smartphone. And they were exactly who I expected. Thank you. With this, we can at least make the judging somewhat fair. I said that. All we need now is the decisive factor. But there's still no contact. And so, I'm still at home, waiting for that contact. I think he will make a move. My smartphone vibrated with an incoming call. Is this it? When I picked up the smartphone, it was usually a welcome caller. But not the one I was waiting for now. I slid the notification. Yes, it's me. Iseki-kun, can we meet now? I borrowed my mother's car and headed to Tuko-senpai's house. The convenience store near her house was the meeting place. As I parked the car, Tuko-senpai immediately came out. Sorry for calling you at such an odd time, she said as she got into the car. No, what's wrong? It's unusual for you to call me at night. Yeah, I just thought I wanted to talk to Iseki-kun. Shall we go to a family restaurant? I asked, and Tuko-senpai shook her head slightly. No, I'd prefer somewhere quiet, away from prying eyes. Her words made me feel a bit nervous. Shall we go towards the sea then? I suggested, and Tuko-senpai nodded affirmatively. It's about a 10-minute drive to the sea from here. We parked at a parking lot along Keminagawa Beach. Nearby is the Mahama Bridge. Before I was born, this bridge was a famous pickup spot. In the distance, the lights of Urayasu and Haneda Airport are visible. Due to it being just after Golden Week, there weren't many people around. Looking at it like this, Tokyo Bay at night is beautiful, isn't it? Tuko-senpai said in a somewhat relieved tone. Yes. On the opposite shore is Haneda Airport, to the right is Urayasu, and to the left is the Keio Industrial Area. It's like being surrounded by a ring of light. That over there, that's the Skytree, right? Tuko-senpai pointed to the right. Ah, that purplish light is probably the Skytree. Then Tuko-senpai let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? I asked. Tuko-senpai seemed different tonight. I just feel like I'm doing something unlike me. The Miss Muse thing. Again, Tuko-senpai nodded affirmatively. I quit being a reader model because I hated being exposed to the public eye and being judged arbitrarily. What am I doing now? Do you regret it? It's not so much regret, but I feel like I'm caught in a flow I dislike. I silently waited for her to continue. I hate situations where I can't control myself, like beauty contests where everything is controlled by others. I didn't know what to say. It didn't feel right to console her, and I couldn't think of any comforting words. But maybe Senior Tuko was also feeling anxious. I'm just vain, aren't I? She muttered. I didn't understand what she meant, and while I was wondering whether to ask her, Senior Tuko continued. What I said earlier, half of it was true, but half was a lie. Maybe the real reason I never entered contests was that I hated being compared to others. I hated being shown that I was less than someone else. I quit modeling for the same reason. It was fine when no one knew me, but as I got a bit famous, I felt compared to others. I was scared of their gazes. Actually, I think I was hiding my true self, being a vain person. Retreating into myself. Is that a bad thing? I found myself asking naturally. Doesn't everyone wear a mask to protect their heart? Don't we all have a part of ourselves that we keep hidden from others? Is that so? Senior Tuko looked up at me. At least I have it. A place within me where I can escape to. I'm different from others. I don't need to be understood. If you say it's I don't want to be compared, let's escape then maybe. Senior Tuko's eyes seemed to soften a bit. But I don't mind that. It's normal to be scared of exposing yourself and leaving the judgment to others. Maybe. That's true. Ishida is an otaku, but he's always confident. He doesn't hide his preferences or hobbies. Compared to him, I feel like I'm a much more gloomy recluse for not being able to show my true self. Yeah, Ishida-kun is always open about himself. Senior Tuko chuckled. But there's something else that's been bothering me. What is it? I wonder if I've caused trouble for everyone because of me. That's not true at all, I said firmly. Actually, I'm glad Senior Tuko joined Miss Muse. Like I said before, I'm enjoying this situation. Really? Yes. Thinking about various plans with everyone, devising strategies, analyzing situations, and thinking of countermeasures when troubles arise. It's been really rewarding. That was true. I enjoyed my role as a strategist in Miss Muse. I was realizing that I was quite suited to this kind of work. Moreover, if it was for someone I loved, it felt even more meaningful. Really? Then I'm glad too. Yes, I wouldn't lie about this. And the others are enjoying it too. That's why they're working so hard. The stylish photos by Mina-san couldn't have been done just out of obligation. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, I should think like that. I can think about thanking and appreciating everyone after everything's over. Senior Tuko ended the conversation cheerfully. I was feeling anxious. Tomorrow, I will likely have to compete against Rindu-san and Karen-san. I was losing heart to that. Saying so, Senior Tuko stretched her arms up. But thanks to you, Itsushiki-kun, I feel energized. Alright, I'll fight tomorrow. That's the spirit. I'll support you with all my might. No, I'll fight with you. I said so, looking again at the night view of Tokyo Bay. Senior Tuko was indeed feeling anxious. She was liked by many, but maybe she also felt antagonized by some. To protect her heart from such people, she had to wrap herself in an artificial self-like armor. But even then, being exposed to the eyes of many in a beauty contest was naturally frightening. I felt a small impact on my shoulder. Turning, I saw Senior Tuko resting her head on my shoulder. Can I stay like this for a bit? It's for MP recovery, she said in a soft, quiet voice. Yes, as long as you need, Senior Tuko. I felt very protective of her. We quietly watched the sea together. Can I also ask for something for my combat power maintenance? What is it? For the thanks Senior Tuko mentioned. I want a victory celebration just for us. Like the redo Christmas we had. Is that okay? You're already sure of victory? I looked at Senior Tuko. She was still resting her head on my shoulder, looking up at me. Our eyes met. And I. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, my phone in my pocket started vibrating intensely. Startled by the vibration, Tuko-senpai quickly moved away from me. I also quickly sat up, realizing the situation. Picking up the smartphone. It was the contact I had been waiting for. Tuko-senpai, it looks like the final key has arrived, I said, showing her the smartphone. As I explained the contents, I saw a strong flame ignite in Tuko-senpai's eyes. Then she spoke firmly. Iseki-kun. The key and all the evidence we've gathered so far, they're meant to ensure a fair judgment, right? That's the plan. But who knows what kind of tactics the opponent might use. Even so, that's fine. I know you've been going through a lot of trouble, Iseki-kun, but please don't do anything dishonest. Tuko-senpai murmured. I want to settle things with Rindo-san with my own strength. Rather, I want to win this Miss Muse contest on my own merit. If I can't do that, I'd rather lose. Hearing her words, I felt pleased, thinking, that's so like Tuko-senpai. Chapter 11. The Representative Selection Meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has finally come for the first Miss Muse, the Representative Selection Meeting. The host announced this loudly as he took the stage. On the stage, facing the audience, 5 judges were seated on the right side, and the 9 selected female students for Miss Muse were seated in 2 rows on the left. I was at the stage wing on the right side from the audience's perspective, together with the other goddesses' endorsers. The venue for this event was the auditorium, which was quite crowded. Like last time, the event was being live-streamed on the internet. The term selection meeting rather than battle probably reflected the organizers' intention of not ranking the participants. First, let me explain the process for selecting the representative. We will start with endorsement speeches from the goddesses' endorsers and final self-promotion by the goddesses themselves. After that, we will narrow it down to 3 candidates, who will then select questions from envelopes submitted by everyone and respond to them in their speeches. Everyone listened with serious expressions, me included. Though the judging method had been announced beforehand, there could still be last-minute changes. I focused intently, not wanting to miss a single word. First, we'll score up to 50 points based on the proportion of online votes. Then, the 5 judges will each add up to 10 points, totaling 100 points to determine the representative. This was as previously explained, no changes. The chosen goddess will engage in activities like promoting the university's charm, cooperating with partner companies for advertising and product monitoring, and participating in magazine interviews. If there are specific requests in areas like music or art, regardless of who is the representative, the relevant goddess will be approached. After explaining this, the host gestured towards the judges' seats on the right side of the stage. Now, let me introduce the judges for the first Miss Muse selection. The Grand Prix winner of the 24th Miss Johto Daigaku. The host introduced each of the Miss Johto Daigaku winners from the 24th to the 20th. I observed these women again. There were flashy ones, cute ones, and some with a pure and serene aura. And they held the key to this representative selection. The host's voice grew even louder. Let's start with the endorsement speech for the goddess of music, Yumino Mitsuki, by her endorser, Kamida Nobuhiko. The introduction video of the goddess of music was projected on the screen on the stage. One of the women from the goddess seats stood up and walked to the center of the stage, bowing deeply. Mitsuki-chan, the sacred violin girl. Cheers from her supporters rose from the audience. She held her violin and gracefully slid the bow across the strings. The goddess of music, the goddess of art, the goddess of literature, the goddess of drama, the goddess of dance, the goddess of song. Each goddess, when it was her turn, stood up from her seat and performed self-promotion in front of the audience, showcasing their skills. The endorsers, one after another, took to the stage to give speeches in support of their goddess. Along with this, supportive comments from the internet were displayed on the screen behind. Then it was the turn for the enchanting goddess, Karen. Her endorser was a guy who had been in our club until last year, probably one of her followers. From the audience came chants, Karen, Karen. Everyone had gathered their own group of supporters. For her final self-promotion, Karen performed a cute 30-second KitKat-style dance on stage, twisting her body to the cheers of her fans. Finally, she made a heart shape at her chest and pushed it out as her finishing move. She could probably become an underground idol right away. She really went all out. After Karen's endorsement speech, the host announced, "Now, please welcome the endorser for the Goddess of Wisdom, Sakurajima Tuko, Iseki Yu, to the stage." I stepped into the spotlight on the stage, feeling quite nervous. After receiving the MIC from the host, I first bowed to the judges, then to the audience. Beside me, Tuko, who had come to the center of the stage, stood and bowed gracefully. "Tuko-san," came loud calls from the audience. I saw a group dressed in flashy happy coats shouting her name. There were those waving chemical lights, and others with supportive fans. There were nearly 50 people in total, with Ishida at the center. "Leave the cheering to me," he had said, but I didn't expect this method. Impressed by how he gathered so many people, even Karen's entourage hadn't gone this far. Looking sideways, I saw Tuko blushing and looking down, perhaps feeling overwhelmed. Maybe this was overdoing it. But this would make it hard for any detractors to speak up. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to have lifted. Laughter and support for Tuko could be heard from all around. Everyone seemed to think it appropriate for the festive atmosphere. Good, the mood is excellent. I was introduced earlier as the endorser of Sakurajima Tuko, Iseki Yu. I heard a heckler shout, "The Christmas Casanova," but I didn't let it bother me. This time, she has been selected as the Goddess of Wisdom. Indeed, it's a fitting title for the Tuko everyone imagines. There were echoing supportive shouts of agreement. Tuko-san has top academic grades, a GPA of 3.7, a TOEIC score comparable to a native speaker at 900 points, and in high school, she was known as the Goddess of the Library for her extensive knowledge. On the big screen behind me, numerous photos of cool senior Tuko taken by Mina-san are displayed. And as you can see, she has a modest and pure beauty, truly befitting the Goddess of Wisdom. I extended my hand towards these photos. But that's just one facet of her. The real her is quite different. In this Miss Muse, she has shown us her free-spirited charm. Photos from the date series I took and the cosplay series by Ishida fluttered onto the screen, spreading images of Tuko-san's cute smile all over it. Intelligence and a naturally cute demeanor that defies it. And a free charm that breaks the existing image. That's the allure of Tuko-san I want to introduce. Wow. Yes. Tuko-san. Cheers erupted from the audience, along with various comments flowing on the screen. Cute Tuko-chan, the best. Gapmo. I became a fan of Tuko-chan this time. In response, I shook my head left and right as if really disappointed. I wish I could show you more of Tuko-san's cute charm, but unfortunately, we are out of time. Please check the web for more. A few chuckles came from the audience. Did I flop? Here, fittingly for the goddess of wisdom, I will ask Tuko-san to answer my interview in English. Don't worry, her remarks will be voice input on the screen behind me and translated, while my questions will be in Japanese. Laughter arose from the audience, even though it wasn't my intention. I shifted my gaze from the audience to Senior Tuko. Why did you decide to participate in this Miss Muse? The biggest reason was the support from everyone in the circle. Next, I heard Miss Muse evaluates individuality rather than ranking. Tuko-san answered smoothly in English. Her pronunciation was beautiful, and her words were correctly displayed on the screen. What is your most memorable experience in this Miss Muse? The best memory is working towards one goal with everyone. I discovered parts of myself I never knew. Cosplay was fun. Will you participate in beauty contests in the future? Probably not. A quieter life suits me better. Tuko-san, I heard you are focusing on learning languages. What languages are you studying? Currently, English, Chinese, and French. I plan to learn German and Spanish to a certain level before graduation. In the future, I want to learn more languages, like Arabic, Hindi, Thai, and Indonesian Malay. Murmurs of disbelief rose from the audience. I agreed. You're planning to learn so many languages. Is there a reason for that? English and Chinese due to the current global situation. French and German because they are widely spoken in Europe. Spanish is the third most spoken language worldwide, and Hindi, Thai, and Indonesian Malay are becoming increasingly important in business relations with Japan. At that moment, a man from the front of the audience stood up and shouted a question. What dream do you want to achieve using so many languages? He seemed like a student from Southeast Asia. We weren't taking questions from the audience, but, ignoring my confusion, Tuko-san answered in English. I want to be a person who can thrive globally. Also, as a personal dream, I someday want to sail around the world in a yacht. Another man stood up. I was lost. What was he saying? I looked at the screen behind me. Chinese characters were displayed, along with a Japanese translation. You are beautiful. Men from any country would fall for you. What nationality do you prefer in men? Tuko-san smiled and answered in Chinese. Apparently, she replied in Chinese. And then, she turned to look at me. What? Am I supposed to say something here? I don't understand at all. Startled, I looked at the screen for the Japanese translation. Thank you. I think character matters more than nationality. Someone who considers others' feelings, who I want to be with when I'm tired, who will always be there for me. That kind of person is The screen switched before I could finish reading. The audience began to ask questions all at once. Sorry, I can't take questions from the audience. Please be quiet, everyone. The interview is still ongoing. My voice calmed the audience, though some looked dissatisfied. I took the mic again and faced Tuko-san. What interests you the most, Tuko-san? And what career do you want to pursue in the future? Tuko-san responded in English again. My main interest is in global warming and ocean pollution. I won't delve into the details, but one reason is deeply related to my dream of sailing around the world. Therefore, I want to work in an energy-related field. Jobs that utilize renewable energy and emit as little CO2 as possible. I want to contribute to a more sustainable society. Tuko-san's words were translated and displayed on the screen. The audience, which had been noisy just moments ago, fell silent as if in awe. Then, a round of applause erupted from the audience. Please let me know if there's anything else you need. It seemed that Tuco's self-promotion was a success. With the applause in the background, I made my final concluding remarks. Thank you all for your support. This concludes the self-promotion of Tuco Sakurajima and my endorsement speech. Finally, I paused for a moment. Sustainability. It's important, isn't it? In any society and in anything we do, the ability to sustain is crucial. And for that, we must not be trapped by outdated ways of thinking or entanglements. We always need to think of better ways, things we believe are right. We must uphold fairness and justice. I said this while looking towards the judges' seats. They still hadn't realized that these words were directed at them. But soon, they would inevitably have to face these words seriously, right after this. Even though they might not realize that this is a warning from me. Now, all that's left is to see how this representative selection battle unfolds. After my endorsement speech, I moved to the stage wing downstage. During this time, I kept an eye on every expression and movement of the judges. Almost simultaneously, they all checked their smartphones. Then I saw a change in the expressions of 3 of them. Just as I thought. I glanced at Ishida in the audience. He caught my eye and grinned, giving me a thumbs up. It seems everything went as planned. The judges, 3 of them in particular, became restless. But they were on stage. They couldn't consult with anyone. This is all going according to plan, but already on stage, the endorser of the goddess of expression, Rindo, had started her endorsement speech. Her endorser was shouting about how she, the 2-time consecutive winner of Miss Johto Daigaku, is an exceptional woman, but the content wasn't particularly inspiring. However, Rindo's self-promotion was impactful. 2 men joined her on stage, and as if tearing apart her flowing dress, they revealed a highly revealing outfit underneath. It was a short tank top with lace frills, almost like a bikini bra. The bottom was also a sheer skirt that resembled a bikini pareo. It seemed as though a swimsuit competition was happening just for her. Rindo struck a pose, flaunting her figure. The male students in the audience erupted in cheers. Well, for the guys, this was definitely exciting. In terms of attracting attention, it was exactly what she aimed for. Moreover, it seemed Rindo's faction had gathered a considerable number of supporters in the audience, with coordinated cheers of "Great, awesome, Rindo is number 1. As for Rindo herself, with absolute confidence in her staging and manipulation, she wore a faint, mischievous smile. Her eyes briefly glanced at Tuco, as if she was certain of her victory. But her manipulations have already been thwarted. I muttered this to myself. After Rindo's self-promotion and endorsement speech, the host took the microphone at the center. That concludes the self-promotion and endorsement speeches of all 9 goddesses. We will now select the top 3 based on public voting. The final speeches of these 3 goddesses will be assessed by the judges to determine the representative. Even I felt my heart race as I listened to the host's explanation. Based on follow accounts and other factors, I was confident Tuco would be in the top 3, but anything could happen. At this point, the likelihood of manipulation by Rindo's faction or Karen's group was slim. The first one is, with 5,896 votes, Karen Mitsumoto. Cheers of wow and Karen-chan erupted from the audience. Karen briefly stood up, smiled at the audience, and bowed. But the moment she sat down, she glanced towards where I was in the stage wing. The second is almost the same score, Rindo, 5,901 votes. Rindo didn't stand up but just nodded from her seat. Her expression remained unchanged. And the last, third one, Tuco Sakurajima, 6,209 vote. Loud cheers of wow, yay, that's our Tuco filled the hall. Tuco stood up from her seat and bowed politely in response. Ishida and the others from our club jumped up, cheering in the audience. I was also thrilled. All our efforts had paid off. I glanced at Rindo Akane, expecting her to be showing signs of frustration. Indeed, Rindo did seem somewhat vexed. But still, her expression conveyed belief in her own victory. It appeared she had considerable confidence in the upcoming judges' scoring. Next, I observed Karen. She, too, seemed unfazed, as if there was no problem at all. This puzzled me. Indeed, I had discussed a certain matter with Karen, but it wasn't about her winning over Senior Tuko. What's going on? Does Rindo have another trick up her sleeve? Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, the host's announcement interrupted them. With the public voting concluded, Tuko Sakurajima has 40 points, Rindo Akane has 38, and Karen Mitsumoto also has 38. So the maximum public voting points were 50. The difference in public voting seemed to be only about 2 points at most. Such a gap could easily be overturned by the judges' scores. Could the three of you please come to the front? The host urged them towards the center of the stage. However, neither Rindo Akane nor Karen made a move to stand up immediately. Senior Tuko looked at them and, having no choice, was the first to rise and go forward. Following her, Rindo and Karen lined up beside her. A whiteboard had already been pulled onto the center of the stage, with 3 envelopes attached to it by magnets. Next, we ask our 3 goddesses to answer questions from the audience in the form of a speech. Please, each of you choose an envelope. The host indicated the whiteboard. Senior Tuko, being closest to the whiteboard, stepped forward and picked an envelope. But Rindo Akane, following her, extended her hand to Senior Tuko as if it was the most natural thing to do. Senior Tuko, seeing this, handed her chosen envelope to Rindo. Rindo then passed it on to Karen. Senior Tuko picked the next envelope for herself. Impatient, Rindo reached for the remaining envelope on the whiteboard. The order of presentation will be decided by this dice. If it lands on 1 or 6, Tuko Sakurajima will start, 2 or 5 for Rindo Akane, 3 or 4 for Karen Mitsumoto. Let's go. The host rolled the dice. The order was set: Karen, Senior Tuko, and then Rindo Akane. Karen stepped to the center of the stage, opened her envelope, and grabbed the microphone. The question for me is, what type of man do you like? Karen read out the question with a cute tilt of her head. It's tough. Karen is good at finding the good in anyone she likes. Maybe I could fall for anyone. Laughter erupted from the audience. Karen finished her speech, and it was Senior Tuko's turn to take the stage. That's when it happened. Rindo Akane, standing behind, briefly looked at Senior Tuko and smiled. Something like an electric current ran through my mind. Why would Rindo Akane let slip such a smile at Senior Tuko at this juncture? Could there be a catch to this speech itself? For instance, a question that put Senior Tuko at a significant disadvantage? But the content of the question was sealed in the envelope, and there was no way to check it in advance. Moreover, the envelopes were attached to the whiteboard, and Senior Tuko herself had chosen it. If the host had distributed them, it could be rigged to give a particular question to Senior Tuko, but that wasn't the case this time. Then what could it be? Senior Tuko stood in the center of the stage. Behind her, Rindo Akane wore a mischievous smile again, as if she found the upcoming events irresistibly amusing. Senior Tuko opened her envelope. My question is, how did you spend last Christmas Eve? I was taken aback. Last Christmas Eve, the X-Day. On that day, Senior Tuko had revealed Kamakura Tetsuya's infidelity at the Circle's Christmas party, announcing the end of their relationship. And afterward, she had gone to a hotel with me. Do I have to say that in front of all these people? Between Tuko and me, nothing happened when we went to the hotel. However, I haven't told others about this fact. I am rumored to have been cuckolded by Kamakura, who stole my girlfriend Karen, and in revenge, I stole Kamakura's then-girlfriend, Tuko. No matter how much I argue, we just got back at 2 cheaters. It doesn't seem like it would work in this situation. Being a representative face of the campus, it would undoubtedly be a negative mark. Should I just say here, nothing happened between Tuko and me, and tell the truth? I almost stepped forward to say it. But the one who barely stopped me was none other than Tuko herself. Tuko looked at me with calm, yet confident eyes. Her eyes seemed to say, trust me. Last Christmas Eve was a special day for me. Tuko started to speak clearly. A day when various thoughts accumulated and I was able to come up with an answer. The audience was buzzing, obviously knowing about the next day. I'm a cowardly person. So, I feared showing my true feelings and played the role others expected of me. Tuko continued speaking, unfazed by the atmosphere in the hall. But on that day, there were friends who helped me. Among them, there was a comrade in arms who became a support for my heart. Tuko's narrative voice rippled across the auditorium. That person shared the same pain as me. Together we supported each other and accomplished a common goal. I'm thankful to them, and they are thankful to me. With Tuko's words, the murmuring in the hall quietly subsided. No matter how many years you spend together, whether as lovers or even as a married couple, there are people who don't understand each other. How many truly trustworthy people can one find in a lifetime filled with so many encounters? The audience was silent, listening intently to Tuko's words. Having such a truly reliable person was the best Christmas present for me. Regardless of what others may gossip, I found someone I can trust wholeheartedly. I am not alone. That was my Christmas Eve. Saying this, Tuko bowed her head quietly. By that time, the hall was enveloped in silence. Everyone was touched by Tuko's heartfelt words. I had nothing to say. To Tuko, regardless of the rumors or taunts about X-Day, it was inconsequential. Just being able to trust each other is enough. That was all that mattered. In response, perhaps I should also make a decision. Inwardly, I have been dissatisfied with our current relationship. But I fear that our current relationship with Tuko might be destroyed. A single clap echoed from the audience. Gradually, the clapping increased, and finally, the entire hall erupted into applause. It seemed unlikely that anyone would speak against us regarding the X-Day incident anymore. As the applause died down, the host, as if remembering, prompted the final speech from Rindo. The envelope for Rindo's third turn contained the question, "Do you have any principles as Miss Muse?" Rindo naturally responded, "Never forgetting to improve myself." And she added, "Any gemstone, unless polished, is no different from an ordinary glass bead." Applause followed, but somehow it felt hollow. After the three speeches, the host took the microphone again. "Now, let's announce the final results by our judges. Judges, please raise your cards with the scores written on them." All the judges nodded seriously. I watched them intently. First, let's start with Karen Mitsumoto's score. Please raise your cards from left to right. One by one, the former Miss Johto Daigaku winners raised their cards. 8 points, 8 points, 8 points, 8 points, 8 points. A total of 40 points. Combined with public voting, 78 point. As the host read this out, Karen Mitsumoto, 78 was displayed on the screen behind. Next, Tuko Sakurajima, 8 points, 9 points, 8 points, 9 points, 8 points. A total of 42 points. Combined with public voting, 82 point. A chorus of "Oh" arose from the audience. Then a sharp light appeared in Rindo's eyes. Lastly, Rindo's score. One by one, the judges raised their cards from the left. 8 points, 7 points, 8 points, 8 points, 8 point. A total of 39 points. Combined with the public votes, that makes 77 point. What? Why? Rindo Akane screamed in disbelief. However, her voice was drowned out by the applause and cheers from the audience. The host, unaware of Rindo's words, announced loudly, "Therefore, the winner of the first Miss Muse is none other than Tuko Sakurajima, a third-year student in the Faculty of Engineering and Information Science. Let's give her a big round of applause, everyone." A tremendous applause erupted from the audience. "Now, Tuko Sakurajima-san, please give us your winner's speech." The host handed the microphone to Senior Tuko. Rindo Akane glared at her with a look that was almost predatory, her clenched fists trembling with anger. Senior Tuko hesitated for a moment as she took center stage, then lifted her face. "Thank you, everyone, for supporting someone like me. Honestly, I was hesitant about participating in Miss Muse at first, but now I feel it has been a good experience. I genuinely enjoyed it." Senior Tuko paused briefly, then continued with a determined look. "However, I must admit that being in front of a large crowd doesn't suit my personality. Therefore, while I am honored to be chosen as the representative, I would like to decline any role in publicity activities or as a mascot girl. I've realized there are many more suitable candidates than me. The host's eyes widened in surprise, and the audience stirred again. But Senior Tuco continued, undeterred. Miss Muse originally aimed to discover diverse personalities and charms. I believe everyone here has wonderful qualities. Some shine brighter in the public eye. I am not one of those people. Senior Tuco bowed deeply. I apologize for being selfish, but for these reasons, I will decline any participation in publicity and promotional activities with companies. After saying this, Senior Tuco returned the microphone to the host and went back to her seat. The host and other organizers seemed flustered as they gathered on stage. They spoke among themselves while casting anxious glances at Senior Tuco. Whispers spread through the audience. What? Tuco-san is declining publicity work. Then who will be the face of Miss Muse? Maybe the runner-up? Who's number 2 this time? It was then that one of the goddesses energetically raised her hand. It was Karen. If the first place Tuco-san is declining the mascot girl role, can I volunteer? She boldly put herself forward. Honestly, I was stunned. To step up in such a situation took incredible courage. Is her heart made of titanium alloy? No. Perhaps this was Karen's plan from the beginning. The audience seemed to accept Karen's offer. Yeah, that makes sense. Karen-chan was second. After all, if Tuco-san declines, it's only logical for Karen-chan to be the mascot girl. She's the enchanting goddess. It might be a perfect fit. Such murmurs could be heard from all around. The organizers seemed relieved by Karen's proposal, as if it was a godsend. After a brief exchange between the host and the organizers, the announcement continued. Well, Tuco Sakurajima-san, the elected representative of Miss Muse, has just declared her intention to decline any promotional activities. Therefore, we will ask Karen Mitsumoto, the runner-up, to take on the role of this year's promotional ambassador. Karen Mitsumoto-san, please come forward. The audience applauded again, and Karen stood at the center of the stage with a radiant smile. While we request the cooperation of the other goddesses in their areas of expertise for promotional activities or corporate publicity. As the host continued with his somewhat apologetic speech, I watched Senior Tuco from the wings with a sense of satisfaction and understanding. It's invalid, all invalid. This selection is unacceptable. Immediately after the conclusion of the contest, a woman's shrill voice echoed backstage. It was Rindo Akane. Announce a redo of the selection immediately. There was a mistake in this judging. We will redo the Miss Muse selection. She was surrounded by the Miss Muse host, 4 organizing members, 5 judges who were former Miss Jasuto University winners, and the 9 goddesses who participated this time, along with their recommenders. As one of them, I watched the situation unfold. This judging result is absolutely wrong. This can't be happening. There must be some mistake, or someone's sabotage. Who's sabotaging what? One of the judges, the winner of the 23rd Miss Jasuto University, interjected. Rindo glared sharply at her with piercing eyes. Yet she continued without faltering. Or does Rindo have some reason to believe she would be sabotaged? That's none of your business. It's not unrelated. Considering you asked 3 of the judges to score high for you. Rindo's expression changed, but she retorted with confidence. What are you talking about? Where's the evidence for that? I'm the one who collected that evidence, I said, stepping forward. You knew that the advertising study group, the event planning study group, and the beauty circle, 3 clubs, had significant influence in the past Miss contests. And by collaborating with these clubs to provide judges, it became advantageous for winning Miss Johto Daigaku. Rindo turned towards me, her elegant face now contorted. Of course, having influence doesn't mean complete control. The organizers were not involved. In fact, of the 5 judges here, the winners of the 21st and 23rd contests were not related to these 3 clubs. The 2 judges mentioned nodded. That's why I sent an anonymous email to all judges earlier. It said there was interference from specific clubs in the selection of past Miss Johto Daigaku winners. So what? That's just circumstantial evidence. It's common for large, enthusiastic clubs to have strong influence. How does that prove any wrongdoing? You gave specific instructions, right? You, Rindo, said it yourself. I took out an IC recorder. Last night, you summoned Karen, right? You said, if things get tough, expose what happened at last year's Christmas party. Then you mentioned, the judges are former Miss Johto Daigaku winners, but 3 of them won with the help of recommendation clubs. I know this, so they can't oppose me. I've instructed these 3 judges to ensure Tuko Sakurajima loses and I win. I recorded that conversation. Hearing this, Rindo yelled, Karen. Karen then made a cute face and pouted. Sorry, sister. But even if I did as you said, there's no guarantee I would become next year's Miss Johto Daigaku. That's why Yukuan told me, it's better to have insurance. Insurance, you. Rindo's voice boiled with rage. Blaming Karen is pointless. And I didn't ask the judges to make Tuko win. I only wrote please judge fairly. If it's fair, there's no need for complaints. The girl's right, said the winner of the 24th Miss Johto Daigaku. The email to us was anonymous. It didn't say make someone win. So we judged Tuko Sakurajima, Rindo, and you without bias. Of course, this includes Karen Mitsumoto. The other judges began to speak. Do you think your speech was better than Tuko Sakurajima's? It's obvious just by looking at the audience's reaction. Startled by this, Rindo looked at Tuko. Then I remember. You knew the questions in the envelope. Tuko nodded quietly. Yes. If so, you, Tuko Sakurajima, are the one who cheated. The contents of the envelopes couldn't have been known in advance. She tried desperately to pin the blame on Tuko, but I was also puzzled by how Tuko knew the contents. However, Tuko smiled calmly. You, Rindo, are the one who told me. What do you mean? Your behavior was unnatural. Usually, Rindo is the first to come forward and always stands in prominent places. But only when picking the envelope did you let me go first. There must have been a reason for that. And then, Rindo's face turned pale. I was the first to pick an envelope, right? But when you came after me, you urged me to hand over the envelope I had picked. In that situation, I couldn't refuse. I remembered that moment. Indeed, what Tuko said was true. Rindo had reached out and taken the envelope Tuko had picked. You then passed that envelope to Karen. I thought we were doing a relay, but when I picked another envelope, you left it as is and took one from the whiteboard. That's when I realized it was a magician's choice. Magician's choice? I asked, and Tuko looked at me to explain. A magician's technique. It makes the audience think they're choosing freely, but the magician manipulates them to pick a specific card. Tuko drew a diagram on the whiteboard where the envelopes were placed, circling A. If there are 3 envelopes A, B, and C, and I want you to pick A, if I pick a first, the other 2 will pick the rest, and it's over. She circled B. If I pick B, Rindo takes it and passes it to Karen. If I then pick A, Rindo takes C. If I pick C, as before, Rindo takes C, leaving A for me. It appears as if I chose freely, but in reality, Rindo is manipulating the choice. Rindo looked frustrated. Rindo knew in advance which was the Christmas Eve envelope. The questions were open to submissions, so it's easy to flood them with questions from allies. That explains the trick. But I still had doubts. Why did you pick an envelope that was disadvantageous to you, knowing all this, Tuko? The answer is twofold. First, I couldn't predict the question in the other envelopes. Senior Tuko raised 2 fingers in a V sign. The envelope Rindo-san was so keen on me picking. I deduced it must contain a question unfavorable to me. What would be the most difficult question for me in this situation? Considering that, it was clear the question would be related to X Day, wasn't it? I expected her to use that. I see. And the second reason? I wanted to resolve this issue once and for all. If I made it clear from my own mouth, I thought no one would bother me about this matter anymore. Though, I did spend quite some time thinking about how to properly convey the story of that night. That made sense to me. A smile naturally formed on my lips. I insisted on a fair judgment in this Miss Muse representative contest. But Senior Tuko, she went a step further. using Rindo Akane's trap to resolve our troubles. Truly, I was in awe of her. A judge, the winner of the 23rd Miss Jasuto University, spoke up. Now you see, Rindo Akane. We judged fairly. And you lost to Tuko Sakurajima, not just as a Miss Muse representative, but in strategy too. Rindo Akane looked furiously at us, her face flushed red, resembling a demon rather than a human. Remember this. It's not over yet. She spat these words ominously and turned her back, walking away. Thus, the Miss Muse representative decision ended. While the circle's members were cleaning up the venue, Senior Tuko approached me. "Itsushiki-kun, well done." She said this with a bright expression. "You too, Senior Tuko. It's truly all over now. Really, I can finally sleep peacefully from today." Senior Tuko took a deep breath, exhaling deeply. It must have been a lot of pressure. But the way you saw through the question trap at the end was brilliant. Just as expected of Senior Tuko. No, I couldn't have done it alone. It's because you came up with a strategy for me to remain as a representative, and because the judges judged fairly, that my speech at the last moment could shine. Saying this, Senior Tuko showed me a bright smile. I didn't think I had been that helpful, but seeing Senior Tuko's happy face was uplifting. "You two are always so close," a voice said. Turning around, it was Karen. "Karen-san, we owe you a thank you. And I'm sorry for leaving you with the troublesome role," Senior Tuko said, bowing her head. No, not at all. After all, my goal was to become Miss Muse's mascot girl. This will help me connect with companies and media, and it's useful for job hunting. I should be thanking you, Senior Tuko. Karen replied with a cheerful expression. I felt relieved. Karen's words seemed sincere. But Karen, why did you help Senior Tuko this time? That was what I was most curious about. The methods of online promotion, contacts of past Miss Jasuto University winners, and finally, the conclusive recording of Rindo Akane's evidence. Without Karen's assistance, the outcome of this representative contest would have been uncertain. Karen put her finger to her lips, looking puzzled. Well, Karen didn't really help Senior Tuko per se. I was Rindo-san's junior and acted as she instructed. But then, Karen revealed a mischievous smile. But as I said before, Karen is her own best ally. Next year's promises are uncertain, so I wanted the insurance Itsuki-kun mentioned. Plus, if I could become the most prominent mascot girl in Miss Muse this year, that's even better. I knew Senior Tuko would decline the role if she won. Wait, what? Karen knew Senior Tuko would decline the mascot girl role? But Senior Tuko, still smiling, didn't seem surprised. That's right. Karen-san understood me well. I'm happy to know that. I'm not exactly looking to get cozy with Senior Tuko, though. Someone called Karen. It seemed to be one of the organizers. Karen, we have a photo shoot next. Okay, see you later then. Before I could say anything, Karen ran off. Senior Tuko chuckled amusingly. Karen-san is quite something. To think she planned that far. Yeah. I nodded slightly, but I couldn't laugh. Karen. How far had she calculated, appearing so carefree? Perhaps the real winner of this whole affair was Karen. That was what I thought. Once again, women are scary. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 12. Karen's Monologue. Currently, I find myself in the lighting area on the second floor, overlooking the auditorium. I've just finished a photo shoot as the mascot girl for the first ever Miss Muse contest. This marks my first job in public relations and promotion. Perhaps tonight, my photo will be prominently displayed on the club council's website. Even larger than Sakurajima Tuko Senpai's. I recall the Miss Muse representative contest that concluded just an hour ago. I couldn't help but laugh at the bewildered expression on Rindo Akane's face. It was the moment her usually high and mighty nose, where she claimed, "I am the queen," was metaphorically broken. I didn't expect her to turn so sour, confused, and flustered. She had been using people like pawns, and it was a delightful feeling. Looking down, I saw Tuko Sakurajima and Ueshiki. This time, I didn't expect it to end like this. The first thing I wanted was to see Rindu Akane and Tuko Sakurajima at odds with each other, and the second was to watch Tuko get dragged into the beauty contest and become bewildered. Drag Tuko Sakurajima into Miss Muse. We need to show them who the real queen of the campus is. Rindu Akane ordered me to do so when the first Miss Muse was being planned. This was before I left the club. Initially, I wanted to plead with her to join Miss Muse, but after the Christmas party, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I asked one of the boys in my club to send an email to the club council, inquiring if she would be interested in joining. That Christmas party was a humiliating experience for me, but it made me realize that I indeed had special feelings for you. If I use Yukuan as a pretext, maybe Tuko-san will say that she'll join Miss Muse. I vaguely thought this, but I didn't expect Tuko to get so angry and involved. In an unexpected way. Yet, for some reason, I felt annoyed by the fact that her followers hadn't increased at all. It would be boring and frustrating to see her fade away without leaving any trace, or end with a mediocre result. At the very least, I wanted her to advance further enough to irritate Rindu Akane. That's why I made an effort to contact Ueshiki. However, Rindu Akane's power was absolute. No matter how much she was known as the true queen of the campus, it was hard to believe she could become the representative of Miss Muse just because of that. Yet, Ueshiki turned out to be a strategist. He detailedly analyzed information, increased follower count, suppressed enemies, and even sniffed out Rindu Akane's support. If you exposed Rindu Akane's lies, the promise she made to me that I will be next year's Miss Campus would disappear in an instant. Even if not, the arrogant, rude, and selfish Rindu Akane. She might easily break that promise anyway. In fact, another girl was supposed to become Miss University Johto in her second year, but Rindu Akane forcibly took the position and won the title of first Miss University Johto for 2 consecutive years. When I was doubting the secret agreement with Rindu, Ueshiki approached me. Yes, that was when you was called by Rindu. The representative match will be a 3-on-3 competition between Tuko Senpai, Rindu Akane, and Karen. I suspect Rindu Akane will try to talk to Karen about how to trick Tuko Senpai to ensure her victory there. Could you record it for me? You then stressed, if possible, I want you to ensure that Rindu Akane talks about how she rigged votes in the previous contest. Hearing that, I immediately refused. Are you stupid? Why should I get further involved with her? After all, if such evidence is provided, it will negatively impact me, right? But you said. I also don't want to dwell on the past of Miss University Johto. I promise that the evidence I obtain will only be used to press the mistake. The evidence I gather might be enough to hold the judges, but Rindu Akane might not back down from that. Even Karen needs insurance, right? So, I temporarily accepted the IC recorder from you. Then, last night, Rindu, who called me, said, Karen, tomorrow you will do as I say. Your seat is where I show you. When I say go, you go. When I say wait, you wait there. Okay. Then she demonstrated the go and wait signals with her hands, as if she was training a dog. Why are you doing that? I pressed down the annoyance in my chest and asked with the face of an obedient junior. It's to embarrass Tuko Sakurajima as much as possible during her answer the question speech tomorrow. The last thing to be asked to that woman is about Christmas Eve. She went to a hotel with Karen's ex-boyfriend, Ueshiki. I'll make her reveal that from her own mouth. Can't this woman understand that if she reveals it, my reputation will be damaged? Or did she not consider me from the start? Regardless of my condition, she said to me, when the time comes, Karen, I'll ask you to tell what happened. I'll make everyone have a bad impression of Tuko Sakurajima. I was furious at Rindu Akane for asking me to do that. But she showed no concern for her appearance and asked, but the 3 judges are on your side, right? Is it really necessary to go that far? Well, you know, the 3 of them could become Miss University Johto thanks to the 3 major clubs, and I have proof. But it won't be enough if it's just Tuko Sakurajima loses in the preliminary round. We have to embarrass her in front of many people. I went home carrying my anger towards Rindu. That's when I got the idea. I thought, even if Tuko Sakurajima becomes the representative of Miss Muse, She will refuse to be the mascot girl. I didn't tell anyone, but I knew that Tuko Sakurajima had been active as a reader model as Sakurako. And when she started gaining popularity, she disappeared from the scene. If her goal was to be famous as the mascot girl, she shouldn't have quit her reader model job from the beginning. And my main goal was to obtain the position as the mascot girl, which would give me connections with the media and companies, and would be beneficial in job hunting. It would be better if I could be the representative, but in this case, it would be even better if Tuko became the representative. At least it would be faster than sitting around and waiting for Rindu Akane to be on top again this year and hoping she would keep her promise next year. So, I handed over the IC recorder that recorded my conversation with her to you. The result was as mentioned before. Rindu Akane was in third place, and Tuko was selected but refused to be the mascot girl. As a result, I took advantage of practicality rather than honor. This result was largely thanks to Yu's hard work. Speaking of that, he didn't show such a face to me. Chemph. An involuntary snort sounded. It's not that I have lingering feelings for Yu Ishiki. I just didn't like the look of happiness on his face. Epilogue. The night after the Miss Muse preliminary round had concluded, Tuko Senpai, Kazumi, Mina, Manami, Ishida, and all the club members gathered at a Western-style izakaya in Shibuya. Kazumi raised his glass and led us in a toast. This time in Miss Muse, Tuko didn't just get selected as one of the 9 goddesses, but she also succeeded in winning the representative competition. Thanks to this, we will finally get the club room we've been dreaming of, and we will also receive subsidies from the university. And we'll get priority for using the facilities at the university festival in the fall. All of this was only possible because of the cooperation and support of everyone here. As a representative of this group, I want to express my deepest gratitude. He then turned his gaze towards Tuko Senpai, who stood next to him. Tuko, I know you had a tough time this round with all the unexpected events. You did many things I wouldn't usually do. Thank you so much for your hard work. Tuko Senpai responded with a smile. No problem. I had a lot of fun. It was a new experience for me. I'm really glad because we all worked together to make everything happen, or we all achieved something together. I appreciate everyone. Thank you. Tuko is right. This victory is everyone's victory. Now, let's toast to Tuko's Miss Muse victory and the club's victory in getting the club room. Kazumi raised his beer glass even higher. Everyone else lifted their glasses higher too, then clinked their glasses with those nearby to take a sip. Each one sighed contentedly, and food and conversation soon flowed. Various people came to me in turns. You did a good job, Ishiki-kun. Your planning for the date series was great. I felt like I was on a date with her. The cosplay was also cute. But how could you get her to cosplay like that? Ishida, standing next to me, answered quicker than I could. Well, that was my idea. Convincing Kazuma-san and Mina-san was harder than convincing Tuko-san. Well, I guess my enthusiasm worked out in the end. But since it's cosplay, it would have been better if more skin was shown. He was so proud of his struggle with the cosplay that he talked about it with great enthusiasm. I chuckled, but I was genuinely thankful for Ishida's cooperation. In fact, without Ishida's persuasion, I might not have been able to realize the cosplay or even the cute Tuko-senpai project. But, hey, I didn't expect that we'd also become part of Tuko's cheerleading team today. That was said by a third-year senior. Indeed. We had to not just make uchiwas, but they even had us wear happy, carry cilium, and practice dancing. I guess this must be some sort of payback. The other kids also said the same thing, and Ishida responded well. Alright, you can download a set containing 5 cosplay photos of Tuko-senpai for 500 yen at. I hurriedly covered Ishida's mouth. Okay, I'll think of something. I'll discuss it with Kazuma-san. I've also tried my best to support you, Tuko-san. Micah-chan emerged from behind Ishida. Micah today was at our university to follow the open campus event. There, she could vote for the Miss Muse representative, as if she were a prospective Johto University student or something like that. Micah-chan, accompanied by a group of high school girls and a group of high school boys who had joined her at the open campus event, That is, the pickup girls, all voted for Tuko-senpai. And when they found out there was a party for the club, they said, "I'm a collaborator. I have the right to be there," and followed along. But it was no problem, as she was accompanied by Ishida, her guardian, and her drink was a soft drink like ours. "Yes, you've helped me, Maika-chan. It was very helpful, thank you." Maika-chan looked satisfied, but I quickly reminded her. "And also, don't forget about my teacher. I understand that too. Can we do it on the next holiday? It's at Yusan's place, you know." Maika-chan raised her index finger and said so as though emphasizing. "I understand. I get it. But let's not talk about it now." I quickly silenced her with a motion to cover her mouth. "What? Did you promise something to Maika-chan?" Mina-san, quick to notice, asked this with a chuckle. "No, nothing. I just promised to teach her study. That was all, so why was I in such a hurry?" "Tshememmen." Mina looked at me with teasing eyes. But Ishiki-kun's idea of showing a cute Tuko really worked out. If it were just the two of us, I wouldn't have thought of that. Oh, she changed the subject. Honestly, I was relieved. Yes, when I first heard it, I thought, that's so vulgar, not fitting Tuko's aura, but it ended up boosting her followers, said Manami. I returned their smiles. No, it was a success because Mina and her team had already created a cool and intellectual image for her. If we had emphasized the cute angle from the beginning, it would have failed. The contrast effect was huge. Yes. She's both a cool, beautiful woman and a cute girl, and that's what made her so appealing. But it's a pity, if she wore a cat-eared animal bikini cosplay, her followers would have doubled. Ishida said with a cheerful mood. But those words also reminded me of Tuko-senpai's animal bikini outfit. I'll keep that photo close to my heart. Anyway, Tuko also won the preliminary round, and she even won over Rindu Akane, that woman's face when Tuko was chosen as the representative. It was truly delightful. Mina-san said and downed her cup in one gulp. That was the best snack for sake. Unknowingly, Kazumi had also approached. But really, Ishiki-kun's plan this time was great, both from the front and behind. Haha, I'm glad to hear Kazuma-san say that. Kazuma-san leaned in close to my ear. Is this also because of your love for Tuko? I said in a whisper so that the people around us couldn't hear. What? I asked back, and he grinned, I support you, and moved to another seat. About an hour passed, and the celebration became more lively. Aside from celebrating Tuko-senpai's victory, the upperclassmen started singing the Johto University cheer song choir. No, this isn't an athletic club. It's a mysterious love for the university. In the midst of the commotion, I discreetly rose from my seat, pretending to go to the restroom. I took my bag, which I had left near the exit, and walked out of the shop. Outside, Tuko-senpai was already waiting for me. Did you manage to get out of there? Tuko-senpai approached me and asked. Yes, no one said anything to me, so I think they won't notice right away. Oh, I see. But we shouldn't feel safe just yet, right? After all, the star of the day and her assistant have vanished. No matter how enthusiastic everyone is, they will surely notice. Yes, we can't be too carefree. Right, Tuko-senpai and I are having a victory party just for the two of us. We had promised each other last night while looking at the sea. We exchanged messages, looking for a chance to slip away from the place. All right, let's escape before anyone bothers us. Tuko-senpai took my hand in hers. She smiled mischievously. This is the first time I'm doing this, but it felt so natural. Yes, just the two of us, while we still can. I also took her hand back. It feels like we're eloping. I'm so nervous. We ran into the night of Shibuya, just the two of us. Afterward. Long time no see. I am Mihiro Shinden. Thank you to all the readers. Thank you for the third time in a row. What do you all think of Karen, the main character in this part? How did you all like Karen's appearance as a sub-heroine? Actually, initially, I had no intention of bringing Karen back. However, she is so cute, so I felt it would be a shame to conclude her story so soon. I personally like this story because I have bad girlfriends around me, laughs. We are looking forward to meeting all of you again soon. End of Volume 3.